because of how much range you have, right? You have Azir poke, you have Varus poke, you have Jace poke. Instead, they've gone for the Gnar. What do you think Gnar actually really gives them here as opposed to going for something like the Gragas or Jace?
I think what Gnar is good at, he's an AD champion because you don't want double AP with the Azir, and he's kind of self-sufficient because when you pick a Jace, you really want to help him, but Gnar can kind of do fine. Jax will be pushing out the Gnar early because of how strong the counter-strike is in the early laning phase, so this is going to take a little bit more time for him to activate.
Okay, we'll have a look at that top lane as we get on into the game. Obviously, want to pick your brain about that as much as possible, and pick my brain about good puns or something, I guess.
There's Rakan there. I know you're a Rakan connoisseur.
I used to be really good at Rakan, and then I left the game for a while, and now I have a negative win rate on him in, like, Master, which is... That feels bad to me these days, which is a weird thing to say.
That will do it. I really like GX comp though. I think they have a really good mix of everything you kind of want in a comp. If you have like a checklist, you want to check out everything. They kind of feel all that. They have the range, the engage, the kite back. Meanwhile, Vitality, I think they're very into this long range with the Azir and the Varus, and they really want to keep GX at range. They don't want to let them get too close.
It feels like when you have a composition like that that pokes so well, if you do fall behind in the early game, it can become really hard to enact your strategy because your poke doesn't actually do as much as you'd like it to do, right?
Yeah.
If Vitality get ahead in the early game, a couple of thousand, get towards those second items quicker, then the poke really comes online. It can be very deadly to have to play against. So we're going to get into the first game of day 2 here of Spring, though. Giant Techs trying to bounce back from losing yesterday to Fnatic, whereas Vitality, their new look support, are taking to the Rift for the first time this split.
There is a new look on the sport, and we have the Varus with the lethal tempo actually, which kind of tells me he wants to play a lot more aggressive. Because when you think about Varus with the Comet, he's playing at range, he's poking down and using his cooldowns more. But when you have lethal tempo, you really want to walk up and out-attack, because you need to leverage your attack speed to actually make damage. And we have a pause, very fast.
I'm just getting you into the caster mentality, man. This is what happens. Sometimes pauses happen. It was Isma who paused, and you can see him pointing maybe at a screen, maybe at a light or something that is bothering him. And we'll have League officials investigating that as quickly as possible. Obviously, want everyone to be as comfortable as possible in their seats, ready to go. With how he was pointing, I'm expecting it to be less of a my runes are wrong issue, which really, let's be honest, we're 37 seconds into the game. If you haven't noticed by now, you are struggling a little bit, but might be a light or something.
Yeah, it's usually like, oh, my chair doesn't work properly. Oh, I can't hear my support. It's usually this.
It's like, my chair doesn't. Is this a complaint you've had while playing?
My teammates have been very vocal about their chair.
My chair doesn't work properly. What does it need to do other than let you sit in it?
No, Mark Kuhn, he would be like, he would pause the game and then he would tell me we need to switch chairs, Finn. Because I could sit on any chair, but he was very, very adamant about his chair being bad.
Okay.
So he gave it to me because I'm a top laner. I'm the less valuable position on the map. Because he's a jungler, obviously he needs the better chair.
I mean, that does make sense.
Yeah. That was his reasoning. I think there's a little bit of gaslighting there, but I don't know.
I mean, until you have a proper gamer chair, your numbers are just going to be worse. You do like 5 less damage per auto attack. You can't smite as well.
Yeah. It's very easy for junglers to blame their smites on something. There's a lot of demons in their head, I think.
Yeah. As opposed to top laners who are known as the most level-headed people in the world.
Yeah, I would say so. Speaking from experience, I can't think of a single top laner that would be so emotional as to like smash a wall or something or anything like that. Break their hand. We don't do that. We're very, very stoic. Stoic top laners.
I think the thing with top laners is, especially in solo queue, and obviously that's where most of my experience is built from. You see
my condolences.
You see them and they're like 0-0-1 in a 20-kill game. And you won't have heard a single word from them for the entirety of the game. But they're there, and they're that meme, you know, the guy who's sweating and you can just hear all the keyboard noises? It's like, brrr. They're sweating for their lives in this 1v1. No one has noticed that they exist on the Rift.
Yeah. Sometimes they just show up in the game and you're like, oh wait, we have a Nasus. He has like 20 stacks with the Trinity Force. He comes at one shot and with a bonk. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think top laners in general, I think Nuguri said it, that a top laner has to be a little bit a screw loose somewhere to be a good top laner, because you can't actually choose this role and be level-headed, because you gotta be able to push your limits and you gotta be able to fight even though you know you die.
Yeah, that makes sense. And like Baus has shown us that mentality is the right mentality, you know?
That's true. He was very successful.
Yeah, we had one European winner of an international tournament over the off-season. It wasn't KC. It was Los Ratones. Yes, it was only a European
technically it's international.
Technically it's international.
I mean, technicality will get you far, that's true.
That's what I like doing. We do have ready checks going through in the client, so everything hopefully will be ready in just a second. Noah was saying he misses Niski playing mid lane because he would just TP to the tier 2. And I assume that's Flame.
we will assume that. As we look top lane here, actually, Alistar is looking to put a ward for his top laner in that bush. And this is going to help Gnar a lot, because usually when you play a melee champion into ranged champions, these bushes are a little bit of a sanctuary because they can't actually auto-attack you. So what Lot will do is going to walk up, hit the minion, and then walk into the bush. But now, that bush is already warded, and that means NACL can keep out-attacking him and keep pressuring him in the early game. So very nice by Nisqy to give that extra little bit of help to NACL and already feeling his impact on the map.
Yeah, it's when you're playing that ranged into melee matchup that you really want to have that extra ward in there. It means that NACL can use the ward in a further along bush in the lane if he wants, or even in his own pixel bush to make sure that he is defended. We did see a ward coming in from Isma to try and spot out the Razorbeaks. He'll know exactly where Linsus is starting. Lot is going to go into the second bush here, but pinged out immediately as NACL is on his way. So with that extra ward, do you think it becomes a more winning lane for the Gnar early game, or do you think it's going to be still that struggling till level 3, level 4 with the counter-strike?
I mean, it might help. This is going to give him, like, in the end, maybe 2-3 more out attacks on the Jax, and if that's going to make a difference, it depends a lot on how they're both playing, if they're playing well. Here we see NACL actually have a double ward setup. He has the wards in both of those bushes. It makes it very easy for him to hit Lot whenever he walks up.
It does for the moment, though. Our eyes are on the bot lane as Jun using that Gleaming Quill early just to get the extra sustain. Since they buffed that, much more powerful for the Rakan. Using the Guardian as well. Nisqy did go in with the Pulverize, but Noah and Jun just playing aggressively, forcing Kazi and Nisqy to take a little bit of a back foot. In terms of CS, relatively even between the two of them, but Noah and Jun will get that level 2 first.
Yeah, and here you're going to see NACL actually look to hold this wave in front of his tower, at least the casters, because that way the Jax can't jump on him. When the wave is like this, Jax can never jump in because it's going to take a tower shot. So this is a really good wave position by NACL, and I think that comes from the early wards, being able to have a little bit more agency in the lane, which usually is Jax favored.
Really good play from Vitality, put NACL in an okay position. Still struggling a little bit, as you say, because of the Jax favored side of the matchup. Lot jumps in, takes a tower shot, and that's why it's Jax favored. Immediately counter strikes when the auto attacks come in. NACL won't be able to hold this wave, doesn't have that Mega Dart coming in, so didn't want to use his health as a resource there.
Yeah, the goal usually in this matchup is to actually get to those Ninja Tabi, because then when Jax walks, jumps on...
Sorry, do you mean plated steel caps?
Plated steel caps, I'm so sorry. Plated steel caps. Because then when Jax walks, jumps on you, you can jump on his skull and then kind of space him with that extra movement speed and then get the trade back damage, which is really crucial. But before that, the Jax is really easy. You'll see him shine up his E and then jump, because then when he's jumping, he can instantly reactivate the E.
That's what we see exactly from Lot. Good play so far from him. I would say GiantX yesterday did have a bit of a struggle of a game, and Gyoto actually, before week 1, actually came out with a quote on the GiantX social saying it's a long split in our preparation. Before week 1 was late and not ideal. We expect to ramp up later on in the season. Obviously, we have a 7-week-long regular season here. Every team plays every other team once in a best-of-3 match, so you do have a little bit more time to ramp up than we usually would, but for GiantX, for their fans, you really want that ramp up to be as rapid as possible.
Yeah, and I would think it's referring to the fact that Isma was actually playing on KC Academy in the EU Master, so he was actually busy and he couldn't actually stream with GX at the time. Doesn't mean that Isma didn't practice at all, but just not at that team level.
Isma already ganking mid lane, forcing Shayak to flash away. Jackie's was coming in with the teleport, and Shayak was thinking, well, I can get this wave in before that TP lands, but Isma in the right position at the right time for that first gank. Jung jumping in the bot lane, but Nisqy is an Alistar, right? You have that Triumph from Raw, you have all of the extra healing as well when those minions die in the lane.
I think I've seen a lot of fighting bot, a lot of skills being used, but the health bars are not moving at all. They're all still at full HP. The Rakan will jump in, and then Alistar is going to heal, he's going to heal, and he's going to jump out. And yeah, but Vitality does have that wave push, and they have the agency right now. They can kind of do what they want. Probably what they will do is they will look for an early base and either use that tempo to get up for grubs or like to secure an early Drake, depending on what Lince's idea of the game should be.
Yeah, grub spawn in a minute's time, as you say, 5 seconds before the dragon. There's a little bit of vision there for Vitality. They've got that Scuttle Crab, but we saw yesterday actually a lot more dragon stacking than grub stacking. It felt like people would go for dragon and the enemy team would get the grubs as a response, but the first priority seemed to be dragon for most teams.
Yeah, especially now because Baron spawns so much later. When that 4th dragon comes up, there's no longer the option to trade Baron for dragon, because the dragon is already, like the soul point is already spawning before Baron is up. And usually that was a crucial position to be in as a team that had no dragons, but now getting those early dragons just gives you so much options in the mid to late game.
Also means we're starting to see like elder fights at the 35-minute mark or the 30-minute mark. It can be very, very early. Jun here will be able to just battle dance his way back to Noah. Kasi stayed around in the lane, maybe just looking for that first part of an item.
And I want to allow you to put your eyes on the Alistar. Niski is already on the map, looking to do something. He's looking to move up towards topside here together with Linces, and I'm very happy to see that he's not so glued towards his lane, because a lot of supporters are so comfortable staying bot, but Niski already together with Linces, as we wanted to see, already looking to do these grubs.
Yeah, you talked about him being the jungle whisperer when he was a mid laner. This is what you want to see from Niski, teaming up with Linces early on, making sure that he's out on the map first. Kazi actually staying around in bot lane that little bit longer, messed up Giant X's tempo a little bit, so you can see Jun only just coming past that mid tier 2. First grub secured for Vitality, but Isma and Lot are here to challenge. Second one going over to Vitality as well. In the end, there won't be a feat from this, but Vitality get 2 of 3.
Yeah, I mean, crucial NACL didn't have his Mega form in these fights, because if you know it's Mega there, he can actually look to fight that, but because he was so far from his Mega, they kind of have to concede that area, because what is Nard going to do? It's going to hit you a few times compared to Jax and the Skarner when they're so strong in these early fights.
Yeah, NACL had also used his ultimate in the lane, so even if he had the Mega Nard, it's like, well, what are you even going to do with that? You can wallop us a little bit.
Yeah, so in the end, Niski was first, but in the end, GX actually got one of them, so it's a decent trade. What we're gonna see now is the dragon that's probably gonna be on both their minds, as Isma is walking into Lince's face here.
It's all on his lonesome. Linces doesn't quite get that small frog, can start to walk away from his, but there's the Impale as well. But with the Weaver's Wall coming in, immediately is a 2v1. Linces puts up the shield, trying to survive, will flash back into the bush. Jayak with a great Emperor's Divide keeps Linces alive. He'll lose his Razor Beaks, but he keeps his life.
Oh, the burn almost getting him with that extra little tick from Skarner. Barely gets out with his life there. But in the end, Isma's gonna be happy. He's gonna get his chicken nuggets, he's gonna get his bramble back, he's gonna have a field day in Lince's topside jungle here.
We'll be able to get ahead in terms of CS and deny some from that Pantheon as well. You can see no cams up for Linces on the bottom side of the map. Niski's looking towards mid here. Jackie's with no mana as well. Can't put down the Unraveled Earth. And Jackie's realizes he is done for. Flashes across the wall. Actually might be able to get away. I spoke a little bit too eagerly, but with the Grand Starfall coming in, Jackie's is just delaying the inevitable. A spear from Linces finds the heart, and Jackie's Isma going for the gank in the top lane as well as NACL flashes away. Isma will get it with the Aftershock proc. In the end, a 1-for-1.
And who knows how to gank mid lane better than a mid laner himself. Niski comes up, gets the first blood for his team, setting up that kill onto Jack is very well done. NACL will fall though, because Isma, as we said previously, was in the topside jungle. Very easy when that Gnar is a minute to just dive him. The Skarner goes in with the E and just easily kills the guy for his Jax. Very happy times.
Have another look at this mid lane play. Jackie's very low on mana, doesn't have enough for the Unraveled Earth.
Yeah, crucial Niski realizes that if he walks up and combos Jackie's, he will just flash the headbutt pulverize. But if he flashes and then does the combo, then he doesn't have the reaction time to pull it off. So really well played by Niski, making sure that Jackie's has no way to get out of the situation.
And then we see Isma following up for that dive. As you said, it's just about the fact that NACL's mini. You can flash away, but Lot can tank a few tower shots. Isma could have tanked a few more.
Nice, brother. Good job. Fronton is sprinting top. Fronton is sprinting top.
Says it's a good job overall, and then calls out that Pantheon is on his way topside. Now down towards the bottom side, looking for their first dragon of the game. A little bit later than we saw yesterday, but the question is, can Isma do something here? Can he steal? Jun just ticked over to level 6. They were waiting for that down towards the bottom side. Linces will get the smite. And Jun, oh, he pops the quickness into the Impale. They're going for Niski. He's only 5 still. True Shot Barrage will connect. Niski has no flash, and he's knocked back. Noah takes the kill.
Yeah, sneaky ward put by Jun actually manages to scout out that dragon being done. So even though they were late on the dragon, it's very hard to outsmite the Pantheon with the Q, execute, and the smite. But in the end, they get a little bit of trade back as we get a
good flash from Chayak, and immediately Jun knocked under the tower. Can't dance his way out of that one. Lot flashes in. Grandmaster's Might, the ultimate popped as well as he tries to kill off NACL underneath the tower, looking for that empower. Does he have enough? He does. Lot with a solo kill.
Yeah, he's just such a big item that he has the Sheen already and the Ninja Tabi. So despite not rushing the Ninja Tabi, he matched that, being able to match his movement speed and actually run him down in that lane. If you go for those components that is like the Phage and the Sheen, you actually will not be able to chase him down there. So very good itemization by Lot, helping him in the 1v1.
Smart move all around by Lot. Niski's still only level 5 here. Really wants that unbreakable will, because he's on the wrong side of a Weaver's Wall, gonna get knocked up by Jun. Unraveled Earth coming down as well. Niski, I mean, he's sidestepping as much as he wants, but there's nowhere for him to go. turned into beef burgers. Jackie's gets his first of the game.
I think he was creating some space there, looking for something to do. I don't know what the name tag is right now, but it's giving Hylissang energy. Vitality should be in their comfort zone regarding that, and here Lynsas wants to get a little piece of these grubs. Looks like Isma is gonna leave him and give him a grub burger just to satisfy him.
I mean, if Lynsas gets both of these, that is might spawning as well for Vitality, because they got 2 of the first ones, right? So 4 grubs in total for Vitality at the cost of Niski's life. Maybe you take that. NACL's going to be able to get a plate in the top lane as well. He was looking for 2, but the Demolish not quite strong enough yet.
Yeah, and crucially, GX has moved their bot lane up to the top side here to try to stop this Gnar from being able to hit this tower. And they're gonna put Shajek against Lot, trying to stop the Jax from beating up the Gnar.
Flashing forward. Chain of Corruption was used as well. There's not gonna be enough damage even with the piercing arrow. Kazi can't quite get in range with a hail of arrows. Lot is a bodyguard, and you can see Kazi there just trying to get the tip of it onto Jackie's, but 200 health enough for Jackie's to survive. Lot can jump the wall.
Yeah, and GX here, they're all looking to base because they want to secure the lane advantage, the lane assignments that they want. They want the Jax to be against the Gnar. The Jax solo kill the Gnar, and they really want to make sure that Gnar can't run away and farm against something like a Talia or the Ezreal, because then Gnar, once he gets his one item, he will actually be able to contest the Jax. But right now, the Jax really wants to leverage that item advantage.
1,000 gold lead for Giantex at the 12-minute mark. Niski still struggling to get towards that level 6, and you're seeing something that does often happen with supports when they're newer to the role, which is Niski is kind of being pulled in multiple directions and never actually being in the spot to collect experience. So he was towards the grubs, died there, then came out, went down towards the bottom side, didn't die there, but didn't really get anything there. Even now, only just in range to get that level 6 off the minions dying underneath the tower. Impale going down onto Lynsas. He's going to dash forward. Niski goes onto Jun. That's not really the target that you want. Niski will get a stun. And Isma is locked up, but Isma very tanky right now. And in the end, much ado about nothing in the river, as nothing major was burnt.
Yeah, Isma is kind of at that point where he can just walk in and not really be afraid of dying, so he can just start to take as much deep vision as he wants, try to take more space in Vitality's jungle, try to create some kind of deep vision setup with the wards, or just put pressure on Lynsas, making sure he can't farm his camps in peace. Here, Lot looking for a trade onto NACL, but NACL, despite being down gold and despite dying earlier, is doing really well in this matchup.
Yeah, he's having a really good time in terms of CS at least. And as you say, winning out on this sequence of trades. It's always a little bit difficult when you're watching as a spectator, because we were watching the bot side action. Maybe it was just one bad trade from Lot that gave NACL disadvantage. Maybe it was someone being up here for a little while. Giantex playing around the bot side with Jun and Jackie's, but you can see Isma actually working his way up towards NACL. Doesn't have that Impale, is spotted on a ward. Lynsas waiting around the corner, Narm into the wall. NACL should be able to walk his way away.
Yeah, very ambitious by Isma to go for that. I don't really see how that ever works out. I think he was probably better off doing his camps and then setting up bot side for the Drake. But in the end, Lynsas stayed around and also wasted his time, so it's a neutral kind of win for both of the teams. But in this matchup, what happens is that when the Gnar is about to go Mega, when he has like 50% towards his Mega, then it's really hard for Jax to jump onto him, because while they're fighting, he's gonna turn into Mega, knock him back, hit him with a boulder, and then smack him down. So the best time for Jax to fight with Gnar is when he just lost his Mega, or when he has very low Gnar bar, because that's when he's actually stronger. Because in the mini form, Gnar is really weak when Jax gets onto him, but in the Mega, he can kind of hold his own.
That makes sense. A lot with the gap closing abilities of that leap strike as well means that he can stick on top of NACL. But right now, just collecting the wave underneath this tower, NACL with those mites to help him out. TP invested by Jackie's towards the Mountain Drake. It's only the second dragon of the game, and it looks like neither team really wants to force it straight away. Niski is caught out a bit here, knocked back with the seismic shove into the knockup. He's going to pop the Unbreakable Will, and that's a big ultimate to have down, and he's still getting chased out. Does have the flash, won't burn it yet. Jun's still looking for the chase, but nice knockback onto Kazi from Jackie's. In the end, it's just Niski's ultimate burn, but it really means that Vitality are unlikely to be able to play around this dragon.
Yeah, crucial Niski, if you look at the minmap here, he was walking in here while he was walking in the spot while his whole team was in here way too early, and that ends up means he gets chunked.
Got caught out. Chayek caught out as well with the quickness. Will have to dash away, but that's the Emperor's Divide down as well. A little bit greedy from Vitality to step forward into that tri-bush when I mean, Niski's on the top side, you're not contesting the Dragon anyway.
Yeah, and here we see a little bit of the disconnect between Linces and Niski. Linces was doing his camp, doing his Gromp, and meanwhile Niski felt, I need to take this bush because Dragon is spawning. And they were not on the same page, and it just means Niski is getting chunked, and then they lose complete control of the area.
That they do. Giant X rightfully punish them for losing that control. So far, it's about 1,000 gold lead for Giant X. 1 Drake apiece. A bit of a feat of warfare for GX as well, but no one has got those upgraded booties as of yet.
Yeah, and look at now, everyone in GX is opening into the top side of Vitality, and meanwhile they are sending their Gnar bot, looking to hit this tower in peace. So here Tally is going to take over the top side, and they're going to try to make something happen here. Lot actually staying back. Shaik will get out of it, but this means now Lot has no TP, Jax has no TP, and Nars is going to hit the bot tower for free. So they really need to get something here, otherwise that was just a net negative play by GX.
Makes sense. Lot burnt his flash as well to try and make that play happen. Shaik was quick on the trigger to be able to get away. There's NACL hitting the tower with those mites coming in as well. Giant X investing for the Rift Herald. Vitality could challenge this. Shaik can come in from the top side, does have that Emperor's Divide. Linces jumps onto Jun, the follow-up from Niski as well, but Isma over the wall. This is a double impale angle, can't quite land it. Unbreakable will coming out from Niski to get out of the Scorpion Stinger. And in the end, it's just those ultimates burnt.
Lot is here again.
Yeah,
he's dropping
around.
so much bot waves here. Look, now NACL is moving up, and the Herald is so healthy. If Linces doesn't die here, that means that Vitality is actually going to be able to contest this.
Right, Linces flashes away, Niski dies for it. As you say, they're still pushing towards
look at
that
bot
tier 2. NACL is getting a lot out of this. He was 600 gold behind, and now basically even between those two top laners. NACL still, that tower's at a 3rd HP already. Probably not going to be able to take it in its entirety because Lot has finally arrived. That is a massive push from the Vitality top.
Yeah, I think Niski dying there is no problem at all. I think in general, as Vitality, you're really happy with this. This dance was so long by GX, and they invested so much into the top side, and they try to get so much hit, but in the end, they only get 1 kill and the Herald. And I think Lot dropped at least 3 waves for that.
Yeah, and Vitality take the gold lead. As you can see, they're about 200 gold ahead. Kazi and Noah matching up in the mid lane. A bit of a flank happening from Linces and Niski. That's what we talked about. We wanted to see more, was Linces and Niski on the same page together. We've seen both sides of it kind of oscillating between good and bad so far.
Definitely. We've seen it when it works, and we've seen it when it definitely doesn't work. Yeah. When Niski decides to create some space. He has created a lot of space, but I think in general, you can be quite happy because you see that he's always trying to do things. You don't see him really be passive and docile in this game. He's always... Okay, this is one thing I don't like when supports do. This is a pet peeve of mine. When supports show on mid-wave.
Yeah, showing on wave, man.
Yeah.
It really annoys me
Because every second a support is in fog of war, that breeds extra pressure onto the side laners. And every time he's showing, it's so easy for a top laner or mid laner to just walk up and get that wave.
And I mean, Noah there was just like, okay, cool, I can just push up this wave easily because I see Niski running up towards his Razor Beaks. If Niski, all he has to do is take a slightly longer route through the lane to be out of vision that entire time. Sometimes you're thinking, well, the quickest way to get to where I want to go is just a straight line, but as you say, it gives off so much information to the enemy side laners, to the enemy AD carry as well in this position. Niski goes in with the combo, can't quite land it, as we see Isma working down towards this bottom side. NACL about to go out of Mega, so this is the good time that you talked about, Finn. We'll get the Gnar back, but Isma's here in time. NACL does still have the flash, will jump once. Lot still looking for the chase, no flash for him. NACL with the bounce on Isma's, on the minion's head, is able to escape.
Oh, he's a slippery little rodent. Crucially, Lot did not have his flash because he used it before. I think if he has flash there, that is actually a clean kill onto NACL because the Impale will come out on the Counter-Strike stun. But getting Isma to show there, as we said before, allows Vitality to walk fully into their top side because they know there was no Skarner here, there's no one here that can stop us, and they're allowed to get a little bit of extra damage on this topside tower and some deep wards in the GX topside jungle.
So we have a minute on the next Chem Drake. Atakan, it is whichever one that symbol means. I'm going to assume Voracious Atakan with how little action there's been. I think it is.
It would be a safe bet to say.
In 30 seconds time. Let's see where the teams decide to set up, because you kind of got this mismatch of timers where the Drake is up on the bottom side, but Atakan's spawning on the top side. Do we just delay the Atakan, because then we can play around the Baron with it as well? That's a really nice timing. There's a few different options for these teams.
Yeah, Vitality also had the luxury of just sending Linces down to solo the Dragon and being able to ultimate up to the Atakan if GX would try to do that. So I think they are kind of in favor here in that way, that they had that global ability. Talia can't really do the same. She can't really solo Atakan or Dragon. But yeah, it is going to be the Ruinous actually. It's not going to be the Voracious. It's going to be the one with the little petals.
Oh, nice. I love some petals. With 7 kills?
Yeah, it's about like at 14-minute mark.
Yeah.
So if all the kills were at the 14-minute mark, it kind of makes sense.
True.
It's
true,
been a kind of slow game after that. A lot of people are barely
just
dying.
wanted to see some pedals, I guess.
Yeah.
It is Mother's Day in the UK, so it's kind of like giving,
That's
giving
sweet.
sets of flowers to everyone. As the Rift Herald is spawned by Giant X in the top side, they're looking to crack through this tier 1. Mid lane is just an AD carry farm fest, both of them very willing just to clear out the waves. And it is Linsus taking the Drake alongside Kazi now. So
I'm gonna say I'm very impressed by NACL being able to have so much pressure in this game despite dying 2 times early game. You can see him permanently pushing Lot down, and he's always taking these really good trades. And that bot tower will fall if he gets 1 or 2 more attacks onto it. So
is part of that because Giant X is showing topside, like they show that they put the Rift Herald down. Like, I guess my question is, does Lot have to play losing trades because his team is on the top side, or is Lot losing out because NACL is outplaying him in what should be a more 1v1 focus?
I think NACL is outplaying him. I think he's taking better trades, and I think crucially in this matchup, it's all about can the Jax, like can the Gnar jump out of the stun? If the stun connects, usually the Jax will win that all in, but if it doesn't, then Gnar will just run him down afterwards when there's no threat of the counter strike. And what you have to do as Jax is you want to hold that stun, so when you jump, you can already reactivate it, because when you press E, there's a slight delay where you actually can't reactivate it, and that's when Gnar can jump out. And I'm not sure if Lot is doing this properly, because usually it's going to be a pretty easy way for the Jax to snowball if he has a lead in this matchup.
Makes a lot of sense. He's now level 14, does still have a slight gold lead. A big gold lead for Noah, 760 his advantage. He's already at 2 items, whereas Kazi is falling a little short of that. Isma going in, looking for Linsus, will be stunned up. Niski's coming around the side as well. Seismic shove on Linsus isn't going to do too much, but Niski jumps through the unraveled earth, so he's immediately stunned. Flash forward, here's the quickness. NACL with a good flank position. This Niski almost falling already. Falls down to 100 HP, killed off by Jackies in the end. Kazi jumping in onto Jackies, but Kazi is dead. NACL doing so much work here, and Noah arrives a little too late. NACL with another. Linsus falling lower. Noah having to flash across the wall. NACL still on the chase, but can't get close enough.
What a monster flank by NACL, being able to get in there and actually doing so much work. Everyone is flashing away from him the moment he shows up. So look at GX. No flash, no flash, no flash. Only Rakan has that flash. Getting so many summoners out, and Vitality just taking so much command in this game.
They are. They're going to be able to take the Atakan as well, as Giant X do get a mid lane tower for their troubles. The big advantage really is for Shayak. You can see 1.2k ahead of Jackies, and we'll have another look at this play.
Yeah, Isma going way too deep here. When you engage with that E and you don't connect with anything, then it gets really hard to get out, because that's your only mobility ability. So now Niski realizes that and just commits, knowing that NACL is on the flank here. Everyone has a flash out. Look, flashing into pit, flashing away from this Gnar. That is either, if you don't do that, he's going to get a mega ult.
He still gets a good ult, catching out Jackies and Lot, and you can see Lot trying to escape, but NACL constantly chasing down. Noah very close to killing off Linsus, but they play it really well. Chayak and Linsus just staying in the Baron pit there. Still only about 400 gold between these two teams. Next Drake spawning in 2 minutes time. Both of them playing quite heavily around the bot side right now. You can see Giant X are looking to try and take this tier 1. Weaver's wall out, still stunned though as Linsus looks for the chase. Niski on the wrong side of the wall can hex flash over, but Kazi's been caught out and the blast cone knocks it back. No flash for him. The Impale will spell his doom. Chayak TPing in as Niski now has a flank of his own. Noah trying to do everything he can, but NACL puts him in his place. Isma short to follow. It's NACL.
And look at this Gnar. He's doing so much for Vitality despite being shut down early. Every team fight, he's the man to look at. What a crazy performance by NACL coming out in this game 1, and he's doing so much to keep this Vitality in these fights.
You see Lot just trying to get something on the side lane. Should be able to kill off this tower. NACL is in a bit of a precarious spot. Could jump the wall here. Jun is spotted on vision. And you can see actually Linsus on his way across as well. There's the quickness. They're going to try and kill off NACL quickly enough, but they just don't have the damage, and now Jun is a mile away from Lot.
He's kiting. He's
kiting so well, and with the stun from the Pantheon, NACL still stands.
He can't keep getting away with it. Oh my god, NACL, he's just dancing on him, styling on him, and making a montage in this game 1 for Vitality. You have now 2 Drakes and the Atakan. I don't see how they're stopping them.
It's going to be so hard. They really have to find a way to shut down NACL. Chayak as well in a commanding position in the mid lane. 2,000 gold ahead on this Azir, scaling incredibly well. We talked a little bit in draft about how Giant X's composition actually looks like a little bit easier to execute across the board, but with NACL playing as well as he is, being such a thorn in the sides of Giant X, it's becoming trickier and trickier for Giant X to find the win.
Yeah, and it all comes down to that early Herald, do you remember? Where Lot just rotated up and he stayed there on top side for 2 minutes straight, while NACL was just down there by himself, just hitting that tower, getting those plates, getting that gold for himself to really make himself this powerhouse as he is right now. And now you gotta give criticism towards GX, maybe tunneling on these objectives, while NACL saw the bigger picture.
We'll drag it up in 10 seconds time. Is sole point for Vitality if they can take it. NACL building up towards that Mega Gnar as well. Doesn't want that to expire before the fight.
Yeah,
really.
you don't want to put your Mega, you don't want to pop it now until you really know you're gonna fight. So now it's gonna pop. So now you have 15 seconds. Can you get control of this area, or can GX wait out his Mega Gnar?
Niski went in, didn't quite connect onto Ismo and Noah. Knocked one of them away. Didn't get the pulverize off. Where are we in terms of flashes? Kazi's about to come off cooldown. NACL's the same. Noah's is a mile away, as is Jun's, but Jun has a flank position here and the quickness.
Yeah, this looks good for GX. I think here they're getting pushed off so much and they're so split.
Kazi caught, the quickness going in as well. Only on to 2. There's not much damage here from Giant X to follow up, and Kazi's still standing. Isma falling lower, and Kazi's still standing. Giant goes in and shuffles them all back into the waiting arms of Vitality. Giant X saw the engage, but they just didn't have the damage to follow it up. It's a triple, but NACL wacko. Go Giant X as Vitality get the clean ace.
And he's gnarly with it. The setup doesn't matter when you have hands. Carsey is holding his ground, getting so much damage out and refusing to die. Look at his wall, trying to separate out of Vitality. Carsey looks caught, but he keeps out-attacking. He keeps putting damage down, and all the peel comes in, and it manages to carry the team. And then the shuffle comes out, and it's just beautiful by Vitality. NACL cleaning up Jack is here at the end. I thought they would give him the quarter kill, but in the end, he's just a top laner. He doesn't deserve any fame.
Man, Shayak and NACL absolutely slamming it right now, joining Vitality this year, or at least the Vitality main squad at the start of this year. I think both of them showed signs of life in winter, but Vitality were struggling, and now perhaps rejuvenated. It's a 1-game sample size. We shouldn't count it for much, but so far, in spring, Vitality are looking stronger than they did in winter at least. Now with the Baron buff for the next 2.5 minutes, a 5,000 gold lead as well.
Shadrick just TP'd from mid tier 2 to mid lane just to defend that wave with the Baron buff. Yeah. He's making sure no movement is wasted and no wave is wasted. Waves shall be pushed, that's their purpose. And here Vitality have the Baron, they're trying to crack this mid tier 2 and the top lane tier 2. You see NACL being alone here, and you see them pressuring this, making GX choose. Can we defend this mid tier 2 or can we defend top? And it looks like they can do neither.
NACL is just unstoppable in that top lane. Niski almost caught with the impale, but the chain of corruption going back in. You can see Isma goes pop. No longer the tanky Skarner he once was. NACL gets to keep pushing, and now Giant X is trying to defend in a 4v5.
And Sharik is so cheeky with it. He's playing the mind games with Isma. He walked up and hit the tower, but crucially, he had the soldier behind him, knowing that if Isma went for the flash engage, he could always just dash out to it and get to safety. Really baiting Isma in there. Really well played by Sharik, getting into Isma's head.
NACL spacing as well, jumping away from the counter-strike and from the grand entrance from Jun. Vitality playing 3 lanes as the NACL jumps in as the Mega Gnar was popped, didn't go for the ultimate, but 2 inhibitors already down from this push and a minute 30 still left on the Baron for Vitality. This game has exploded.
Yeah, and Luns has a key split push because he has that man drop. He can just play on bot lane, get that wave in while his team is pressuring the base. Look at this, all waves are crashing at the same time. Flawless execution by Vitality with this, trying to crack over this base. NACL, they're on you.
Yeah, at some point Giant X have to deal with the problem that's NACL. They tried to do so, he just walks away. Vitality now have 3 waves pushing in at the same time. Quickness coming out into the grand entrance. NACL still standing through it all and beginning to win out on the 1v3. The Nexus open, Vitality off to a storming start on the back of NACL.
What a great game to to watch actually, and I really enjoyed seeing Niski's early game, how he tried to integrate himself onto the map. You can see how it can work, you can also see how he's a little bit rough around the edges, but I really like what we saw, a lot of proactivity from Vitality and a lot of soul in that team.
Yeah, we had some Nesquick and some Nest quickly running it down in that game, but as you can see, in the end, it was Vitality who were able to come out on top. Credit to Shayak as well. We talked a lot about NACL, obviously, because of how far behind he was and how he was able to get back into the game. Shayak went unkilled through that entire game. We'll hear more about him, hopefully, as Shox is standing by with Kazi.
Yes, and okay, Chayak, but I need to talk about your support as well. First game with Niski, he went 0-4 and 11. First win in the series, of course. You still have some other games, but how did he do?
I think that he was hinting me, to be fair. What? I mean, he left bot when the wave was slow pushing, and then Noah was ahead, and that, like, you know, the stats very important, so.
Is it maybe because he didn't want to make the shock too big? Like, he's like, I got it into little, so he feels at home?
No, to be honest, I think he did well for his first game. He wasn't so stressed, and there was just like one missed combo, I'd say, so it was pretty good.
Okay, I'll let you go to your team. Of course, the rest of the series is following for Karzi, and we'll see that in just a bit.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Grand Starfall coming in. Jackie's is just delaying the inevitable. A spear from Princess finds the heart, and Jackie's Isma.
Flank.
Go front.
Go front. I think. I kill Scanner.
Okay.
Talia.
Okay, Talia might be dead. I think they die.
We win.
You win. Play with Azir.
Rakan has... Oh, looks good. Good job, guys. Good catch.
Thanks.
Good job, Niski.
I can flash in, okay?
Okay. Talia no flash.
I wanna chase.
We get Nash.
I chase. Kill us.
I get Drake here. Go to good job. Nice. Let's go Nash.
I believe Talia flash, by the way, right here, Rush.
Okay.
Vitality grab a W in Niski's debut in the support position. So guys, question is simple. How did he do in this first game? Carzy was saying that he inted him a bit. Is that the sentiment that we share here as well?
I think he did pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, there were some mistakes later on in the game, but the biggest worry I had was the laning phase, and it went over pretty smoothly. And I think like some ints here and there are bound to happen.
Yeah.
Especially like...
Feels like home.
Yeah, it feels like home. You know, Carzy's used to it. The whole of Vitality's probably used to it. But overall, I was pretty happy with how he played.
Yeah, and I think one thing which is really important to me here is when we see the clips of what we just saw coming into this this bit here, he was talking a lot, and that's really, really important. He's not shutting up. He's saying, okay, this is what we want from a team fight, and he really was active. He wasn't being a passenger, and that's a really important thing for me. I think it would have been really easy to just fall back and just say, okay, you know, Carzy really vocal AD carry, I'll just let him decide stuff. No, he made an impact on the game, even if there was some good, bad, and ugly.
Yeah, and I think especially like the role that Niski has in this team, I think is pretty easy in the sense that Carzy is such a vocal ADC, like we saw in the comms now. He's the type of guy that can just, he can just yap, you know? And if you then also have a support that talks as well, I think that really levels up Carzy, because then he doesn't have that responsibility to talk that much.
I think from these clips you can see quite clearly Niski, particularly when it comes to these kind of transitionary phases between objectives. Yeah, he kind of knows he's kind of messed up and said, oh, I'm a little too far from the team, going for a couple of wards and getting a little bit punished for it. But in credit to him, didn't stop trying. The team didn't get rocked too hard for that.
Yeah, I think a big part of it is just like not fully...
Let me die. He knows.
Not fully knowing the limits, and it's also just like, sometimes you want to, when you play support, you kind of play this mind game. It's like, you don't know where my team is, so I'm going to walk up and try to fake pressure and get some wards down. But GX was calling that bluff every time, so Niski needs to adapt, otherwise he's going to continue dying. But other than that, I think the way he played the team fights, the way his like presence was good, but the rest of the team was the real carry performance.
I mean, who carried then? Because it feels like the early game and mid game was really GX favored up until one fight. I do feel like it came back from the top lane and how powerful this Jax got. But where's the moment the game slipped from there again?
I think there was a moment where we saw just a bit of an overextension on top side, and then led to a bad fight, and then it led to the Atakan. That's where things really started to fall apart. And where I keep my eyes really for a lot of the fights where it started to come back from were the solo lanes. The solo lanes did so much work. You know, Finn was talking a lot about the micro of the Jax-Gnar matchup in top lane. I also think the mid lane for Chayek went much better than we've seen that matchup go historically as well. Starts off by, you know, Niski getting caught, but he's Alistair with ult. It's fine. That's buying up a lot of coolness and allows NACL to get like a huge threat onto the backside. It forces the flashes into the pit. That's not enough to save you. It goes into a very clean fight, and after that, you get to go towards the Atakan very cleanly. Afterwards, it's the Ruinous Atakan, which gives you the Bloody Packles, which gives you that permanent bonus, and it also increases your dragons and grubs and stuff like that too. Yeah. That felt like it kind of broke the solo lane matchups open, even though the Gnar into the Jackson, the Talia, the Azir into the Talia can be rough if you play them out in certain ways.
Yeah, I felt like Chayek just had a really clean game, the way he outplayed the mid gank as well from the Rakan, and just overall his mechanics in this game was really clean. I thought when NACL fell behind that Ginex had a real top lane win con, but just in team fights, Lot couldn't really do anything. I don't know how much of that was draft or how much he was misplaying, but I think a lot of it was just like NACL when he finally got back into the game, he was so strong on this Gnar.
And it's the kind of things that you can do with Gnar, and for me it comes down to the tools maybe from Chayek, from NACL again, that you can find and how you can make them useful in team fights. And I want to take attention to a Drake setup here that for me was the last nail in the GX coffin, because you can see how well they can maneuver
around GX players.
This was really good from Vitality to realize, actually, you know, Jack is a lot. They're not making it to the fight here. And Chayek sees the split fight, gets a massive shuffle in here. After the Skarner and the Rakan have really not made their impact, it's really good kind of mid-fight decision-making to say, look, the damage isn't really going to be here on time. We can roll through this. And, you know, before this game, I think Azir into Talia was 1-13 across Tier 1 play. This is an incredibly hard matchup at the pro level, at least. For Chayek to kind of get this kind of performance in a matchup, which is historically, for this year at least, been so poor, is actually very, very big.
It highlights how good he did. He cannot play the champion again, though, because Fearless again, GX is going to be on the blue side here. Third consecutive loss for GX here. I don't want to turn on the alarm here, but what is going to be something they should be looking at maybe in draft on blue side to make situations better for them?
I mean, for me, I think their draft was fine, but I think that teamfight showcases perfectly how much they're struggling to adapt with Isma. I feel like when they had closer, most of the time they were on the same page, but in that fight, Isma is ulting Karsi. But there's no follow-up because Jackies and Lot are in Narnia. So, like, you need to be way more on the same page because right now, League is all about getting that first initial engage and the fight is decided based on that. I think they should keep playing like these skill matchups on mid and top because otherwise I don't see what they really have going for them, and just keep proactive tools on Jun and on Isma, and maybe a more carry support for Jun, maybe a Rel or something like that.
That's a big thing for me, because when we looked at Giant X when they were doing well last split, a lot of it was through really good support play. Jun is a huge player for this team. Give him something he can win lane on. I don't even care if it's something like the Renata as well. He's been fantastic on that too. Give him a playmaker, give him something that can decide those team fights. That Rakan wasn't making the impact in the lane and the team fights in the way that we know he can do.
Yeah, it's still the first games for this new GX team, after all. Let's see if they can find solutions finally in this best of 3. Game 2 is coming in a few minutes. Casters, take it away.
Where are we taking it? Where do we want to go?
We want to take it to game 3. I want to see GX bounce back and show some life, because I feel like I've seen it 3 games now from GX where they looked kind of, I'm not sure, iffy. Iffy is the word I want to use, because I feel like they're not really locked in. They're not really in their zone, and they're not really making all of these proactive decisions that I want to see from an LEC caliber team.
Do you think that's lack of practice?
It could be. I feel like especially they're very wonky around their objectives. They're either very late or they're really tunneled into it. I'm bringing you back to that time where the Jax rotated up for the Herald that really didn't matter at all. And I feel like they're just really... The judgment is off sometimes.
Okay, I get that 100%. Obviously, Fearless draft means that things will have to change a little bit. We won't see NACL on the Gnar again. Maybe Lot can get a slightly easier matchup, or the Jax is okay into the Gnar early game. We did see him getting ahead, so maybe they can keep that rolling. Giant X yesterday against Fnatic were able to get a lead in game 2, but then struggled to close it out. Fnatic found one good team fight and won the game. They'll be wanting to rectify things for today. Giant X did decide to go on the blue side. My expectations are they will ban, I'm going to say Gwen, Neferi, and Ivan again.
Oh, yeah. And even they're going to first pick an engaged jungler that is just available. Sejuani, Maokai, Vi. I mean, that is an easy bet to say, as they keep the same strategy they came into game 1 with. They banned the 2 Exodia champions on the patch and setting up for the jungle first. And crucially now, the Varus are out. So Vitality's response in the bot lane department will not be as potent.
It is a bit of a weakness, though, to have to ban on blue side the 2 Exodia champions, right? Like, we have seen Gwen match up into Rumble and lose. We've seen match up into Jax and lose. So there are picks against it, but for Giant X to just be like, no, we don't play these, or we don't want to risk giving one of them over, so we'll ban 2, seems a bit odd.
Yeah. So my fear is that Lot just felt a bit bad, not confident on the champion after yesterday's performance. And I think maybe, just maybe, I think GX is a team that really likes when the jungler is this kind of engaged tank jungler, as we've seen from their drafts. And when you draft around an Neferi jungle, the whole draft kind of gets focused on that. And you don't have the same freedom in your AD and mid to just pick whatever you want anymore, because you kind of have to make sure that Neferi can play her game.
I think Isma's done a pretty good job, though, on carry junglers. Like, his Nocturne yesterday was solid, right? There was a couple of mistakes in it, but generally he played really well. So maybe Giant X, obviously, you play what you practice. There's no real reason to go, we're just going to do carry junglers because of one good game. Maybe they could put a little bit more faith in Isma's ability to carry. Vi is their lock, though.
Wow, big surprise.
Yeah, huge shock. An engaged jungler?
Yeah, and I wonder what Vitality will take as the direction to respond to that, because last game all the engaged junglers were open, but they chose the Pantheon. And I wonder if that's the kind of identity they're leaning into, because here you have some options into the Vi. You could go for like a Xinshao or a Wukong if you want this kind of fighting jungle. But here in Europe, it's very common to just see a Maokai as a response here.
I wouldn't be surprised by Maokai. You have so much zone control as well. Maokai Rel, Nature's Grasp into Magnet Storm. It's very, very powerful. Gives you a lot of control over objectives, which Vitality played pretty well in game 1. And there we go, Finn. Right on both counts. Vi and Maokai, the two locks so far for these two teams alongside that Rel. Obviously, I wonder if Giant X will look towards AD carry and support here, or whether they will try and get a mid laner early for Jackies.
Yeah, a lot of teams right now globally is liking to pick their top side 1, 2, 3. You just pick your top, your mid, and your jungler early to make sure you have the strongest solo laners together with the jungler, because people think the bot lane is a bit more versatile than the solo laners right now.
Yep.
So this is one direction GX could take it. So seeing the Aurora already, you could keep that as a flex and then pick your AD carrier, or you could just solidify your top side with a Vi, Aurora, Cassandra. Very solid, very stable lanes.
Yeah, it was what we saw Lot play yesterday in game 2 against Fnatic as well. That Cassandra had a pretty good game on it overall, and as you say, Aurora very strong as she gets further into the game. Vitality looking towards this sort of roaming mid that we have seen actually rise in priority recently. The Symbiotic Souls Galio, a good example of it. Ryze does a similar thing, Talia does a similar thing, just getting around the map as much as possible. But actually it looks like they might switch things up and go Corki, likely down towards that AD carry role for Kazi alongside the Rel, and then leave their mid top for the last 2 picks.
Yeah, and if you really want to, you have the option to slam that Corki mid with the AP jungle in the Maokai, so you really keep your options open here. Most likely we will see them once again give that counter pick to NACL in the R5. Or I mean, you could also just pick your top laner 4 because I pick Cassandra. That also makes sense. They really have the entire freedom to do what they want here. As we see Leona ban Crucial, they have already picked their support, so they can look to put out the supports that are still in the pool.
Yeah, you could get rid of just the engaged supports. Like Leona Nautilus ban here would really minimize what Jung could do. You've got no Rakan, you've got no Rel, you've got no Alistair. Like, where are you falling to in terms of engaged supports then?
I like a Braum ban as well.
Yeah, Braum ban would make sense.
I think that would make sense. It's very nice to have Braum against Maokai because you can just block that first ult, put up his shield, and just be very comfortable tanking that first team. But as you said, Nautilus is also the other option that you could go for here as GX.
Very much agree with you. Tristana band away means that we aren't going to see Jackie's on, aren't going to see Shayak on that, or Kazi on that. I guess if you were going to pick Tristana, you'd probably put it mid and take the Corki down towards the bot side. That feels more normal to me, but still that flexibility. Nautilus is the ban, so I wonder if Giant X will go towards that Braum just to mitigate some of the power the Maokai can bring.
Yeah, and I wonder what NACL is cooking up for us here in game 2 in the top side against Cassandra. Cassandra kind of allows you to pick anything you really want to, because it doesn't really do like bad into any matchup. And the Gnar is already taken out and the Gwen is taken out, so like the common counters are out. So this is where NACL has to delve into his mind palace and look deep.
Is it Yasuo?
That has to be a Yasuo AD carry, I think, and a Corki mid.
I mean, you say that. Yasuo into Cassandra feels like not a great matchup for the Yasuo. I'm going to be honest. I'm not 100% sure I haven't played that matchup myself, but
I mean, it's fine early game for sure, but the moment Cassandra starts getting a little bit of armor and that damage really starts coming through, like the Iceborne Gauntlet, then it becomes really hard for Yasuo to get away from him because you can chain those slows into each other and run him down wherever he is. But I mean, NACL is a big Yasuo player, so I wonder if that actually is his pick.
It's possible. I'd be very excited if that does go towards the top side. As you say, more likely in Kazi's hands down towards bottom lane. The Kai'Sa locked in for Giant X. What are they going to team that up with support-wise? If you're looking at a Yasuo and a Rel, maybe you do go for something that has a bit of CC. The Nico works really well later on as well, because as people jump in, you can just pop your ultimate. It looks like it is Yasuo top into Cassandra. Galio going to be picked up most likely for Shayak in the mid lane or the Hui. But yeah, Yasuo top for NACL into Cassandra.
When I first was introduced to NACL in like 2022, 2021, I remembered him as a Yasuo Yone 2-chick from solo queue.
Okay.
So it's very on brand for him to pick Yasuo in a matchup where it might not be optimal, but he does have a Maokai which works great with Yasuo, and it does have a Ryze that is really good at moving with Yasuo to a side lane. So his team is really setting up for him to make magic.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he can, right? Because Shayak and he did make magic in game 1. They were the reasons that Vitality were able to win out that game. Now we have the Ryze again. We talked about the roaming in the mid, but that Yasuo into Cassandra is where my eyes are definitely going to be. 7 games played all time for NACL on the Yasuo. Has won 5 of those, so 5 of 7, a perfect score. Last time he played it, though, was in the LFL Summer Playoffs last year. So actually not too long ago.
Yeah.
Just when he was still on a Vitality B in those ERLs.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the NACL pick a lot from Jun, because when you see this team come from Vitality, it's giving clear that they want to dive in. And when a team is diving in, that's when these NACL bang-a-rang mega montage ults kind of start coming through, and you get this really good angle. So my eyes are really on Jun this game.
People from killing your team as quickly as they would kill your team, they still end up taking the win home. Second game though of the day, GiantX versus Vitality. GiantX yet to pick up a win across their 3 games. Will it be lucky number 4, or will Vitality go home with a 2-0 scoreline?
Yeah, and I wonder how NACL will choose to play these early waves, because Yasuo, surprisingly, into these melee matchups is a very potent level 1 duelist. He has a lot of damage because his Q is such a short cooldown. Together with a lethal tempo, you really want to push this K'Sante off the wave early, because if K'Sante just gets his first base off, gets his armor, you suddenly lose the ability to do that, and you can kind of become obsolete.
That makes sense. I think managing to keep the K'Sante down for as long as possible really is NACL's job here. As you say, as soon as he gets Iceborne Gauntlet, as soon as he gets a little bit of armor under his belt, it's going to be very hard for the Yasuo himself to deal with that. But that's why you've got people like Shayak and even Kazi with the Gatling gun getting through that armor and that magic resist later on. Linsus starting on his top side, as is Isma. I don't think Linsus was spotted as he hugged the wall, and he's actually going to work down towards bottom side, so it might be an early gank up towards top.
Yeah, and reminding everyone that's tuning in, this is in fact Vitality Niski on support. It is still Niski on support, his second ever LEC game, and we'll see, just like we did in the last game, we'll look at how he functions together with Linsus, see if they will work together, or if he's gonna be a little bit of a space crater.
We'll see. Yeah, you know, it's always a little tricky on something like the Rel where you are going in. He's using the Rel tech where you start lane with the shield dismounted. Actually staying in this dismounted form for a lot of the lane can be very powerful.
Also
Linsus, worked his way around. It's spotted on a ward. It's going to steal away these Razor Beaks. It looks like Isma is going Wolves into a red contest.
Yeah, Linsus being very aggressive in his early pathing, knowing that Vi, before she has level 3, is a very weak... Oh.
Okay,
well, he's out.
Yeah. So they saw Isma coming. Didn't know the bot lane was in the bot lane. Jackie's trading effectively with Shayak in the mid lane, though. Shayak misses the overload. That's huge. Has that spell flux already, but couldn't quite get the extra damage down onto Jackie's. Nako still trading with Lot up towards the top side. Q3 from Lot here would be dangerous, which is why Nako dodges away to avoid that third and Tofo. Jun is going to land the root onto Niski, and that's half your health just gone.
I will say respect the bravado on Linsus to realize that, okay, I tried something, they spotted me out, I'm out of here. He's not risking the game.
He just walked around, man.
I mean, I think he was scared of the NACL coming and cutting off his skate.
You could see the NACL in lane!
I think he was terrified.
Okay, also...
He was caught with his pants down, okay?
Technically flashing there gets you to your blue buff quicker, so the contest is going to be slower.
And it also makes your flash cooldown go off earlier, so you get it back faster.
Yeah, very
true. He's
very
playing all the games, especially League of Legends. Trying to get his wolves here, trying to get out. The Vi actually went into his jungle and didn't really find much. I think that's a mistake on Isma's part. Isma actually looking for Linsus in his jungle, finds nothing, and now he has to retreat back to his own little blue side jungle. A sad Vi. So in general, Linsus now is up actually 2 camps if he can clear his whole top side jungle freely.
So Linsus, Isma did see Linsus doing the wolves, but just decided not to challenge for the wolves. Like, he was there, he saw them happening.
Yeah, it was a Voyager.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, it's you know, cinema at League of Legends. Yeah. That's absolute cinema, right?
Yeah.
Where people just watch things happen.
Yeah, it's very European.
I think part of it because Shayak had just TP'd back, or was just in the process of TPing back. So if Shayak can move first and Jackie's was still low, hadn't TP'd back into the lane, then maybe Isma would have been in for a spot of bother. As you say, overall, comes out in favor of Linsus.
Yeah.
CS in the top lane, though, in favor of Lot, who is about 1 whole wave ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, when you pick Yasuo into K'Sante, the eyes will be on you, because you need to make this pick work. This is not a normal pick. This is not really a good pick, I would say. It doesn't really make sense in the comp-wise, but he does have incredible individual mastery on Yasuo, and I want to see how far he can push that.
How far, if you were playing this matchup, how far do you think you would be able to like push it? Would you be able to like dominate lane? Yeah, you're Yasuo, obviously.
I don't think it's realistic to dominate lane. With all these defensive tools like Biscuits, Second Wind, Doran Shield, it's really easy for Cassandra to just walk up, eat the Yasuo Q, and just take the minion.
Isma not in the better spot here. Twisted Advance, he tried to flash away and get out, but Niski and Kazi are on the chase, and Niski still has the flash. Shadowing Strike did connect over the wall, and first blood goes over to Shaik. He also gets a blue out of that, which is huge for the Rise early game.
He can now EQ all over the map. Just run around doing whatever he wants. He's gonna get that Realm Warp enabled soon as well in that level 6. And he is really laughing all the way to the bank with that early kill.
Yeah, really happy. He also has the tier, so that's just going to stack up even quicker towards that Seraph's Embrace. A small early lead for Vitality. Isma, once again, just a little bit punished for going into the enemy jungle, looking for those seals. Is in an okay spot, but obviously losing that flash. Not very good when he's trying to get up towards that level 6 mark and look for those big early by ultimates.
Yeah, and it might look like NACL is doing great in his lane now, but he already TP'd back with just a dagger, and Lot already hasn't even TP'd back yet and has his TP still available, so he's gonna come back now.
I don't think NACL actually TP'd. I think he
just
walked. Cheetah recall.
Yeah, he just walked back. But in the end, Lot is very fine in this matchup, gonna get that armor that he so crucially needs, and NACL is probably gonna look for Berserker Greaves.
Yeah, I think on Yasuo you really need those upgraded boots to kick things off. Like, it just increases the speed of your Q, that Steel Tempest, also gives you obviously movement speed, which is really nice on a champion like Yasuo, where you're very dependent on being able to chase people through the waves and around the map.
Crucially. Also crucially, a sneaky Dragon Steal by Isma. He queued over the wall. I think Vitality had that information because they had that plan, but they kind of disrespected the fact that Vi can just go over that wall easily and just solo it. So a small win for GX here.
It's a small win. Isma about half a level behind Linsus in terms of jungle clear. The Grubs are up, and with the push from NACL, it should be an easy enough take for Vitality.
Niski is here, ready to fight.
I don't think there's going to be a fight, I'm going to be honest. I think Vitality just get all 3 of these. With Lot underneath tower, with NACL here already, I think it is an easy enough secure for Vitality.
Yeah, look at Isma. He's just got level 5. He's so behind in XP. He's so far away from his level 6. And
maybe they fight afterwards, though.
Maybe they want to look here, but I think this is
Niski's going to be behind them here.
Niski's taking the taxi.
On top of Isma immediately, and Isma falls. Jackie's trying to go between worlds to escape. A lot. Almost catches onto Niski, but the flash away from Niski is just in time. So there was a fight. It wasn't what I expected out of it, I'll be honest. Lot's trying to step forward, gets back towards his lane.
Yeah, ambitious attempt by GX there. I think here Isma just had to be fine with just farming up, getting your level 6. When you get that ult on the Vi, then you can actually start to be proactive. Before that, so hard to make anything happen.
Chun's on his way, can't quite land the route onto Shaik there, who uses the phase rush to get away. Rise very adept at proccing that phase rush very quickly, does have the TP as well, so it doesn't really mind that this wave is being pushed in because he can just teleport back. Jackie's is still on a little bit of a cooldown. And meanwhile in the bot lane, hey guys, AD carries are farming. Isn't that exciting? Well, you could argue that it's exciting. Noah has about a 16 FPS lead. He dodged the Q. This is the epitome of AD carry action.
Yeah.
AD carries always remind me of like wingers in football. The hair is more attractive than the plays sometimes.
Yeah, I get that for sure. They have a little bit of this diva personality as well.
Very diva.
They think they're more important than they actually are.
But the problem is they are quite important a lot of the time.
Sadly, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a tragedy of our modern day. But here we have NACL holding the wave here in front of his tower, trying to make it really difficult for Lot to push it out. The best thing about Yasuo ult into these tanks is that it actually gives a lot of armor penetration into your kit after your ult. So before you ult, you're not going to do a lot of damage, but after that, even though he's a tank, he might still actually fall to your damage.
Yeah, for 15 seconds after you use that last breath, every critical strike you have ignores 60% of the target's bonus armor. So very, very high armor penetration, especially on someone that is stacking a lot of armor like Cassante. That can do a lot. Isma once again looking for a little bit of an invade. Linsus is in the area. Should just be able to secure his grab. There's a blue to fight over. Niski had just recalled, but is on his way back out. Importantly, Jun about 1 minion away from hitting level 6, so that Pop Blossom going to be pretty powerful. Niski once again just a little bit behind in terms of XP.
Yeah, Isma got to be fast though. This Realm Warp is soon available for Rise to come in there and make magic. So I think here Linsus, when it comes down to the smite, I think the Maokai Q is just stronger, but it does get pushed out.
And looks like Isma goes over the wall here. Pop Blossom will land onto 2. Noah diving forward as well. Immediately cease and desist on Kazi. There's 1 as Linsus falls. Shaik wasn't able to get in the fight at all because Jackie's kept him at bay. Giant X did a great job there. taking the blue, taking the kill. Jayak still looking for that damage, but can't get close enough to do too much more.
Finally, GX finally get something going their way. Good invade and a good trigger finger by Isma to go in and take that fight together with June with the Pop Blossom doing so much damage, and nuking down that Maokai before he is able to walk away with his face rush.
I don't think Magnet Storm totally changes the outlook of that fight. It's Nako. Oh, just dashing back and forth, it should be fine. I don't think Magnet Storm totally changed the outlook of that fight, but it would change a little bit of it at least, right? If the Pop Blossom goes off and Nisqy jumps in with the dismount magnet form, you actually have quite a lot of AoE happening there. So Nisqy being a little bit behind the times in terms of XP did cost Vitality, but not the end of the world for them. It's just one kill. They're still about 1,000 gold ahead. 3 grubs to the good. Of course, Giant X were able to secure the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, and you would love to get 6 grubs here as Vitality. Getting that for your Yasuo and your Ryze, who will be able to want to push that side lane very deep. You want to play a 1-3-1 setup, whether you Ryze and a Yasuo, and having those grubs makes taking those towers so fast. And they give so much pressure because you can't ignore them at all. If they're left alone with that tower for 1 second, they're going to take half of it.
Yep, they really are. They're going to absolutely shred through them. For the moment, though, a lead for Noah for Giant X. The rest of the map basically in Vitality's favor. We don't really look at gold differences between supports, but if we did, Jun would be about 200 in the advantage. He's looking for that Nako. Nako does still have the wind wall available, so it should be fine. Grubs started by Vitality, and no real challenge here from Giant X. So it's going to be 6 grubs in total for Vitality. The Drake is up, though, and you can see Isma already working his way across towards that Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, GX would just be content with getting 2 dragons and maybe putting this Yasuo a little bit further behind. But really good rotation here by Nisqy makes it very hard for him to dive him afterwards. Sure, they're going to get the Drake and they're going to get the wave push, but Nisqy being here is just a safety belt for Nako, making sure he doesn't get low.
Yeah, just gives him that little bit of extra security as Jun continues to poke and prod at Nisqy. Jackie's waiting in the bush. Vitality might actually challenge this. Linsus came across early. The Drake's still there. Flash forward. Pop Blossom coming out. Jun's going to find 2 counter TP being used by Lot. And immediately with the Cease and Desist diving in, the Realm Warp will get Vitality out. TP expended there by Giant X, so they have another not now, so that's going to be a lot of time for Kazi on the top lane.
Oh, what a great Realm Warp by Shaya, getting his support and jungle out of harm's way. Nako is going very aggressive here alone.
Noah doesn't use the last breath. Would try and get away from this, but Lot's still here. Nako flashes away from Lot in the end and manages to get to safety. All this is doing is buying more time for Kazi. You can see Noah and Jun trying to get back towards that top lane, but Kazi, remember, 6 grubs is absolutely shredding through this. Nako dashes in again. There's the Magnet Storm. No last breath from Nako. Looking for the knock-up. Isma going in. Noah dives in with the Killer Instinct as well. Nako trying to dance his way around it, but he had a couple of chances to use his ultimate, and he didn't take either of them. In the end, he'll fall. Kazi should be able to take the whole top tower, though.
And that's a top laner. You always go for the 1v4. He was trying to make that play. He got a little bit overzealous there. A little bit too excited.
He was given like 2 chances to get out as well. I was like, nah, fam, I'm good. I'm in the middle of this.
I mean, he did so good. He pulled out so many resources from Giant X, bought so much time. He just had to ruin it. But really good job anyway. I think you gotta laugh that one up. Cars got a full top tower with those grubs, and GX doesn't have a lot to show for that rotation. A 1.5k gold lead for Vitality.
Yeah, and importantly, the gold advantage we were talking about for Noah has now dissipated, right? It's a 400 gold lead for Kazi because he was able to take that entire top tower. You say you gotta laugh it off. I would say, if I'm reviewing with Nako, I'm like, mate, you did everything right, and then you were like, I studied the blade for 15 years. I must advance. Noah here, no flash, does have the cleanse. Nako looking for the knockup, doesn't quite land it there, as maybe just wasn't quite in range, or Noah with the fancy feet was able to get away from it.
I also studied the blade, but I'm illiterate, I'm afraid. It's not really working out the same way when I play Yasuo. But yeah, Nako is looking towards that Blade of the Rune King to be able to deal with these HP stackers. The Vi and the Cassandra obviously going to buy a lot of his tank items, so he wants to be able to make sure he can duel them in a side lane. But a lot already thinking about it, getting that healing reduction, getting that, rushing that Thorn Mail to make sure he can actually hold his own.
I mean, makes sense. You've got a Maokai as well who does love to heal through fights, so trying to reduce some of that healing will help you out. Blade of the Rune King already complete for Nako. That's obviously where that Thorn Mail is predominantly going to be doing most of its work. Vitality now with Linsus and Kazi towards that mid lane. Kazi's already finished his Triforce on his way to his Mana Mune. They're not going to be able to take this tower because Jackie's is answering, but the 1-3-1 has begun. NACL in the top lane, Chayak down towards that bottom side. Doesn't really have much vision to protect him, so needs to be a little cautious when he doesn't see Jackies and Isma on the map.
Yeah, and here you're gonna see GX is gonna try to take deep vision into the jungle of no, Vitality's gonna try to take deep vision into the jungle of GX, while this Ryze is gonna try to be annoying and put pressure down here. And that's gonna make GX has to make a difficult decision. Do we attack the Ryze, or do we contest this next Herald that's gonna come up? They have to make a choice, and no matter which one they choose, they're bound to lose something, and that is the power of snowballing.
It's also the power of 6 grubs, right? The fact that you lose even more if you if you leave someone undefended on a tower makes it very difficult for Giant to actually make productive decisions. They have got the first 2 Drakes in exchange for those grubs though, so they do have a win condition. Infernal Soul, it's about 7 minutes away if they manage to take both these dragons on spawn, but they need to be in the position to do so. They need to make sure they're not losing out on any fights beforehand. No one's getting picked, and the risk is always there with the Realm Warp that someone just a little bit out of position will immediately be jumped up.
Yeah, and it looks like Vitality were not really comfortable starting the Herald on spawn, because they really want to make sure Sharik is fine by himself down in bot lane. They don't want to let him die for nothing.
Isn't it? Because it's also up in 35 seconds.
Okay, but the icon was different. That's my bad.
Yeah, it gets confusing sometimes. Sometimes the spec client...
okay, but then it makes sense that they're down here, because now they can secure bot lane push for Shayak, so you can actually walk up with that and then rotate towards the Herald. Here's going to be a good trade, getting the Rune Prison down.
Yeah, Nisqy doesn't have flash though. Like a Shadowing Strike flash there maybe would have been enough follow-up, but Jackie's able to get away in time. Nisqy will recall and then go towards the top side. Try and get some vision down here. It is Giant X who've set up around the Rift Herald that little bit earlier. Things coming out onto it. You can see NACL backing as well. Does have the teleport. Chayak on his way out towards the map right now. Vitality kind of gave up on this Rift Herald with that play down towards bottom side. So Isma should be able to secure this one himself, and Vitality are going to take the Drake in exchange.
And here it's important that while Vitality will lose this Rift Herald, they will gain a turn of tempo in exchange for it. And we need to look at how they're going to use their time, because now GX used a lot of time and resources to get this Rift Herald. So what is Vitality going to use with their time? They're going to try to do the Drake.
And that makes sense. You stop the stacking. Giant X are now 10 minutes away from a soul rather than being 5 minutes away from it. In exchange for a Rift Herald, that's likely going to be a tower that goes down. We'll see where Giant X decide to use that. Nisqy hovering Shayak, and actually Giant X using the fact that they know Vitality are using their tempo to take that bot side dragon to just invest in the top side, bring 3 people up here. Should be able to take a tier 1. It looks like Lot is defending against NACL down on the bot lane tier 1, and Noah doing a good enough job of keeping Kazi at bay.
Yeah, GX doing good macro decisions and getting back into the game, getting back into control, and now they've kind of equalized the position that Vitality had early. The 1.5k goalie that Vitality once had is now null and void, and they're kind of...
Noah. Oh, flash forward. Cease and desist going in as well. There's the Magnet Storm. Kazi was tanking the tower, but not for long enough. Isma is going to fall to the Ignite. He'll die to it in the end, but an incredible Pop Blossom catches too. Jayax TP'd in. Lince's flashing forward. What are you doing, man? That was a tree with a death wish. His bark, much worse than his bite.
And this is what you get with Vitality. Sometimes you get the really good games, and sometimes you get this chaotic madness. Debatable decision by Vitality to go for that. I think it looked good for 1 second there where Karsi might actually survive, but the second where Isma doesn't die to that burn, it just becomes a disaster for Vitality, and all the players just lose their mind. Even, it's debatable if Linza should have flashed in there, that's for sure.
I don't think it's debatable. I think objectively you can say this was a bad choice from Lince's. Great from Jun though. Flash forward, you have the Between Worlds coming in from Jackie's as well. That Venn diagram of pain, amazing. Lince's then is like, maybe we can kill Noah, but Jackie's does a good job of setting in front of the overload to make sure that's not going to connect, and it was just greedy from Vitality. It felt like after they got the pressure on the mid lane tower, they were just overstepping a bit too much.
And that's what we were touching on before. When you draft a NACL against these dive comps, if they dive, they have to dive through your Pop Blossom, and that's when you get these bangarang mega ults.
Yeah.
And that is a great ult from Jun, and really happy to see him step up and get these performances that we expect from him. Not only that one, but also one in the Vitality blue side jungle. Really good game for him so far. Really excited to see.
Yeah, 0-0-5 at the moment on the Nico. Has been involved in every kill of the game for his team alongside Isma and Noah. Giant X now with a 1.6k gold lead for themselves, and that Rift Herald coming to fruition as they will use it in the mid lane. This should be the tower.
Oh, look at
Niski's
Niski.
looking for a flank position as he works his way in. Does have the Magnet Storm and has the flash. Where you going, Niski? Finds two. It's only Isma and Lot though. Pop Blossom going down only onto Niski. The chase comes in with the Nature's Grasp on the Windwall, keeping Niski alive. On the front line, it's Lot. Last breath is his, but Nako falls as well. Two so far over to Giant X as Niski fell to the Between Worlds. Chayak and Kazi trying to put the damage down, but they just don't quite have enough.
Oh, and this is the problem with Yasuo. He looks so flashy, he looks so good. He studied the blade, but he still just gets one shot when people breathe at him. Here, one CC means he actually can't get his damage off, and they can't even one-shot this Cassandra that they really try to do. Here, Niski finds a really good angle. It looks like he has a really good flank, but Jackis flashes it, and then the Pop Blossom comes out and kind of nullifies that entire engage. Looks for 1 second that his Cassandra might die, but he's Cassanting. He was buying enough time, and now the fight just crumbles for Vitality.
It's just so hard for them after they go for that all-in to find much more. Niski only catching onto Ismu and Lot as well means you can't really go in with the last breath follow-up, right? If you do, you're in the middle of a Pop Blossom, which is not really where you want to be at all. 2 items complete now for Noah. He has a 400 gold bounty on his head. Jackie's in a similar position, almost at 2 items himself. Giant X starting to take control of the map. At 2,000, their gold lead. Atakan has spawned down on this bottom side, but for the moment, it looks like Giant X much more greedy for the gold from towers than to take any of these objectives.
Yeah, and I really want to see Vitality try to use their side lane pressure a lot more. Remember, you traded those early dragons for those grubs, and you drafted a Yasuo and a Ryze. If you go for a team fight in the middle of mid lane, 5v5, that is not in your favor. You gotta leverage your side push and try to either create a number advantage or an eventual tower take on the side lane. You don't want to lean into these 5v5s because that's GX Avenue. That's what they drafted towards, and you shouldn't go into that.
It's harder to do when you are behind in the game, though. When you know the person in your lane has an extra item on you, extra half an item on you, it becomes a lot more tricky to go for that 1-3-1, especially Giant X can dive towers a lot more easily. They have effective damage and they're tanky enough that they can survive through the barrage of those turrets for a little while at least. For the moment, though, Vitality able to hold on. You can see they've actually brought Chayak down from the top lane with that wave pushing out. Niski looking for the engage. Magnet Storm, Pop Blossom, 3-man knock-up. Chayak with the Realm Warp gets away from Lot. Noah's already on a rampage as Jun is able to escape towards the backside. Kazi falling low as well as Noah gets another kill. Dashes away with the supercharge. Now Vitality, do remember, strong. Have to fight against the powers of Giant X. Chayak going in. Lot rooted up for the second. Now Nako there as well, but can't quite get close enough. Jun is low, Jackie's about half health. In the end, a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Giant X.
Yeah, that could have been very scary for Vitality, but what ended up happening actually is that Lot tried to ult Chayak out of his Realm Warp, but Chayak teleported anyway, and that kind of meant that Vitality, even though they're behind, it was kind of a 5v4 for a few seconds. And going 2-for-1 in that fight, I think is a miracle for Vitality, because that Pop Blossom was huge.
I just want to show you the extent of the map in this game right now. It goes from about, oh, I can't draw apparently. Goes from about here to about here. That's all the map that we really care about. Neither team gives a damn about top lane or mid lane. Mid lane you kind of go because you want to push out one way, but that's about it. Everyone just cares. Yeah,
there's like a battle royale circle there. Everything is fire around it.
Especially with Drake up as well. It's Atakan and Drake. Now Nako's going to back. We'll TP back in. So he'll be back to join this party. Linsa's in here. Jun can use the clone from the shapeshifter to check things out. Isma no flash. In fact, only Noah and Jun have flashes on the side of Giant X. There's no Pop Blossom either for a couple of seconds time. It's about to come off cooldown though.
Yeah, and look, all of Vitality has to funnel through this tiny little area if they want to get access into this. And that makes it really easy for GX to hold that spot because they can't go through there against a Nico and an Aurora. So they kind of have to concede this area. If we want to see Vitality contest these points, they need to go from multiple angles and preferably fight in more open areas, which is not that easy to control for just one big AoE ultimate.
Yeah, there is also the option of not contesting the Atakan and the Inferno Drake.
No, there was a Ring of Fire. They had to go. They had to go.
I forgot it was a Ring. My mistake, guys. Right, and now we see Nako going up towards top lane. You can see Kazi in mid. Atakan available to Giant X if they want to take it, but they've already got the Drake. That puts them on Soul Point. Well played by them. Vitality struggling in this game after a couple of poor fights overall. A 2,000 gold lead for Giant X feels like a lot more. I'll be honest, Vitality really haven't been coming out on top of either of the previous plays. A lot of that comes down to, I think, this Nico pick. Like, the Nico has been so powerful alongside the Aurora at stopping Vitality doing what they want to do.
Yeah. also comes down to the Yasuo pick, not really being able to do much in the team fight. But
Shayak flashing forward, Nitsky going in as well. Shayak and Nitsky on the same page. They get the shutdown. Beautifully played from the Vitality mid laner, who is yet to die this series, I will add. Went 1-0-10, I think, in the first game. Now 3-0-2 on this rise. TP coming in from NACL. Look at the flank position from IZMA, though. He's going to get behind them. He's going to be spotted on a ward as he goes forward. NACL able to dodge away from the root there. 12,000 on the Ataka.
Wow. And what is better than one mid laner? Two mid laners! Vitality does start off this Atakan though, and it is a sketchy position to be in because that Atakan is shredding all your stats. And it's really hard.
With the steal, last breath on IZMA, able to get there for the smite though, but it's secured by Linces, and IZMA dies afterwards. Shayak has the false life to keep him alive. Jun dived on as well by NACL, who's looking for more. Wind wall up, last breath for Noah. A beautiful fight for Vitality, absolutely out of nowhere.
Screw your side lanes, screw your drafts, we have hands! Great dancing by Shajek, they do so much right, and what a great fight by them.
NACL just gonna win this? He's got the false life, he dodges away through the Krugs, will heal up from them again. He's going for more. He's like, mate, you can have 200 gold if you can pry it out of my cold dead hands. We'll take the tower instead. Jackie's forced away now. Baron started for Vitality. Jackie's doesn't have the TP. Oh, this game has just absolutely flipped on its head.
And GX, how do you fumble this? You had the teamfight comp, you had the goal lead, you had the dragons. It was all in your hands, and it's slipping away from your fingers.
Man, this is a historic fumble from Giant X. I thought yesterday was the worst fumble they could have had, but today seems to be the same. Great catch again from Chayak. We talked about it. Flash, Spell Flux, Root Prison, into Hylissang following Flash. Sorry, Hylissang Niski.
Well, it was spending great today. He gets spotted out there, yeah. But I want you to look at Lot. He tries to ult out Linces so he doesn't get the smite on the Atacam. But Linces says, no, I'm gonna get back into it and I'm gonna smite fight you and I'm gonna get it because I am him. He gets in, flashes, smites it with the Bramble Smash and gets the Atacam. And here everything collapses for Giant X. Suddenly, even if you win the fight now, it doesn't matter. And they just scramble and look at Shajek, he's dancing, he's tap dancing, and he gets out. Mid of the kill animation doesn't go off, and what an amazing fight for Vitality.
Niski says, holy moly.
I agree. I like it.
He agrees.
He agrees. Literally my reaction.
And now Vitality just shoving forward. Remember, 6 grubs picked up earlier in the game. They will take the mid lane inhibitor tower. They're looking for more. Nature's Grass coming out. Lot's going to be rooted up by it. The twisted advance as well from Linces into the last breath for Lot. Party takes the kill. And now 2 waves pushed in, didn't even need the 1-3-1. The 5-man Protoss A move is all you need for Vitality.
Turns out pushing towers is pretty easy with 6 grubs and a Baron and a split push comp. They get 2 inhibs, now they're just gonna reset. They're gonna walk back out on the bot side of the map, get this dragon, get this bot push, and win the game.
You know we have a circle that you can just put on the map.
No, I like drawing my circles manually. It's like
we
a challenge.
also, for future reference, we have arrows that show direction.
Wow.
So if you want to be like, they're going to walk out here. Oh no, it reset. No, okay, you're right, yeah. I'm wrong. I'm bad.
We also have this if you want to like... If you wanna use your okay, no, let's not talk about that. We have still a fight coming up. It's sole point for Giant X, but Vitality is first in the river, which makes it really hard to face check. I think we need to see a really big pop blossom from Jun. I think that's their only hope right now.
Hex Flash, Magnet Storm. It's a possibility. Drake up in 9 seconds time. He'll step forward, get a little revision in the bush there, as Vitality will have to try and battle for this mid lane wave. As you say, a big Pop Blossom could spell the end for Vitality, but Giant X are backed away. The Drake will be secured. They want to make sure these waves can't all crash at the same time. You can see the pings coming out onto them, so Jackie's is going to go deal with top. Noah's catching mid. Bot wave still a while away for Vitality.
But you can't just walk through a Rel. You can't just walk through a Maokai with a Yasuo last breath to follow up. It's just so hard for GX right now. They are struggling. They're grasping for anything that can claw themselves back into this game because they need a quick pick. They need Vi or Jun to find someone because right now it's just slipping away way too fast.
With NACL pushing in mid, there's going to be 2 prongs of pressure here for Vitality. They have lost that Baron buff. It's expired. Pop Blossom in. That's 3. Shayak has the stopwatch though, and the Nature's Grass coming out. Shayak should be able to survive for a long time here. Who's locked in here with whom? Shayak begins to open up, and NACL's looking for the flank position as well. Realm War forward. We're going in, baby! Immediately engaged. There's 2. Make it 3. Make it 4. Only Jackie he survives, and all he can do is put on his dancing shoes and bounce around, as in the end, he's put 6 feet in the ground.
And the rookies of Vitality are insane! Shayak just holds his ground and just machine guns away. 400 CS, don't be Rise hack. He does not waver, he does not crumble, and he holds his ground towards the onslaught that is GX.
Vitality in dominant fashion, 2-0. They breathe life into their spring split with an impressive start to the season. The question is, will it continue for Giants X? 0-4 in 4 games. Disappointment. This game, the game 2 against Fnatic, victory was there, it was in their hands, but they just couldn't get over that final hurdle.
Yeah, I mean, it's heartbreaking to see. I think GX had a really good moments these games, but I think in the end it really came down to that Atakan fight where they kind of crumbled, they kind of misexecuted despite having the better team fight comp. And
you can vote for one of your players, your key player of the series. Vote NACL, Linsus, or Shayak. Like, between the 2 rookies, man, NACL and Shayak, Linsus had a good series, right? Yeah. No qualms about it, but NACL or Shayak, both of them absolutely excel.
Yeah, but it's crazy that the 2...
I think probably Shayak. I mean, Shayak played the Yasuo.
Yeah. I mean, Shayak was great both games. I think he had a stellar performance. NACL had a crazy gnar, but in the end, anyone I'm happy with. I think it's crazy when the 2 quietest players on your teams is Niski and Karsi, the big stars, are not the ones that is popping up. It is the rookies that carry you into these successes, and really impressive once again from Vitality.
I very much agree. For Giant X, they need to go back to the drawing board a little bit, or maybe even have a drawing board for a little bit of time, because they've only, like they said, they've only had a couple of weeks of practice, right? Haven't had as much time as they would like. But if you're Vitality, you're looking at this, you're like, hey guys, we got 5th regular season last time. If we can match that, maybe even crack into the top 4, like MKOI are looking beatable. Is that where you think the challenge is? MKOI, BDS, and Vitality kind of for that 4th spot?
Yeah, I mean, let's see how long this honeymoon phase kind of lasts, because whenever you get a new player on your team, everything is great, everything is new. So let's see how Niski can develop as a support in this league.
How was the wedding, Niski? You're in the honeymoon phase. We're going to hand it over to Shox, who's standing by with him.
I will find out in this Married Bonvoy post-game check-in with Niski 2-0 in his first foray as a support. Incredible! So, is it honeymoon phase or what is it?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like whatever I do, we just win anyway. So, I mean, first day a bit rough, I would say, for me. But when we won anyway, so I'm happy. In the end, that's all that matters.
Yes, I mean, maybe it was a bit rough for you, but it wasn't for your team. And I want you to say something about the players you're playing with in terms of the ones that don't have that much experience. Oh my God, your mid laner, your top laner, the whole team. What do you want to say about them?
I mean, I actually think my solo laners are really good. I mean, Nak usually looks better than this in scrims, but but yeah, I mean, he plays a lot of champions. I feel like my support champions also like work well with his champion pool on the top lane. But I feel like the biggest I would say strong point of the team is that everyone has ideas and we all look at like the same pixel. We all know what's going on. Like we don't, I don't know, there's no like silent person or and yeah, I mean, I think they're really good. I think my top will become one of the best, and I hope Shayak also will become one of the best mids.
Okay, final question. Of course, a lot of people are saying, oh, you think you can just swap to support like it is so easy? This was hard for you. So can you say something towards that as to your first competitive experience as support?
I mean, I think I have a lot of experience in general from before, from playing mid. That's why I think it was kind of easier to role swap, right? I do think the role is not as easy as people say it is. I think I was kind of lucky to win today. I think June played really good, and I think he was better kind of on both games. But in the end, it's a team game, and the support role is also there for like mid-game calls, like team fighting and like putting vision and whatnot. But I think today I was fine. But yeah, we won. I'm happy.
You were fine. You won, and you're only going to get better. Thank you so much, Niski. Vitality with a 2-0. And coming up is our match of the week. Our key player of the series, by the way, is Shayak. I forgot to tell you that. But when we come back, it'll be our match of the week. Movistar Koi versus KC.
Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way. Give me chaos. Never gonna feed, but we will create some space. Give me chaos. Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
I'm here with Elioya ahead of the match of the week. Make a little noise. Koi fans, yes. There we go. Yeah, Yoya, they had a long day yesterday. They got here in the beginning. I think one of them was taking a nap to wait until you are going to play. So is it fun seeing that in the first weekend back, you have so much support?
Yeah, I mean, it's not only that. Also watching them waiting us in the rain for like minutes, just waiting us. So yeah, it shows how much they love the team and how much they support us. So obviously it feels really great. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, the kickoff yesterday, I think overall you have a super heavy schedule when you look at the first week. Let's start with G2 then. What were the takeaways there for a game that you won, other games where you maybe weren't as competitive as you would have liked to be? What were the takeaways for you?
Mostly I take the blame on this series. I think game one we didn't really show prepared. I think we came with a really bad preparation, like warm-up. No one of us was really ready. We forgot of what it is playing in a stage. And it was a good reminder. So into game two, we could fix some things, but game three, we didn't know how to execute our comp. So yeah, I take the most blame for this one, but yeah, also really important takeaways.
Yeah, there's a really interesting interview that you did with Lee Jones from esports.net where you talked about kind of taking the blame, but also that you didn't feel even in the lead up to this week that maybe the preparation was on point. I guess for you, that must be disappointing as well, not just for you as a person, but from a team perspective, because winter wasn't as far as you would have wanted to go, right? You didn't make it to that finals weekend. So what are kind of the action points for this split for Movistar KOI?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the most important is the practice. We need to fix some discipline problems we are having in the practice, which are not as easy to fix as they would have been done. But yeah, I mean, we need to work on that so we can have some more efficient practice, and just things after that are gonna come way easier, because I don't think we had a problem in winter of gameplay. I think our problem was more we couldn't really show up in some games, and it's also what we need to work on this split.
Yeah, how are you gonna do versus KC? A very big matchup, a very important one for the rivaling fan bases, right? But also in terms of your season.
Well, for us this is like a finals pretty much. We love playing against KC, and they made it quite far, so we are even more excited to beat them. And for us, it's going to be an easy win, yeah.
Amazing. Good luck. Thank you so much. And one more time for Yoya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shox, for the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in with Elioya. It's interesting hearing him talk about MKOI and how everything is going, because when you think about it, MKOI was kind of like the Spanish team that was promised, and they're going to face off against KC, who ended up being that team, who ended up being that guy and getting this international stage experience at first stand.
And, you know, the one thing which really sticks out to me, they're saying, you know, we're treating this like a finals. It's a single round robin. You might not even face up against them in playoffs if you make it to that point. This is your chance to face up against the team which just had a great international result in a regional setting.
Yeah, talking about the team that we promised, I mean, what a rebuild that KC obviously has done. This team is just barely 3 months old at this point, and I think it's just the fact that this roster is already so star-specced. Now with the experience that you're talking about from first stand, right? We're talking about Kana in the top lane. This split, he's going to be trying to come for BB's title as the best top laner. Laddie as well in the mid lane. Outperformed Caps in that final, gunning for the best mid laner in Europe as well. And Yike, you know, trying to cement himself as the very best jungler in Europe.
It wasn't G2, it was me.
And I haven't even started talking about Kalist and, you know, Takema's completely revamping himself as a player. There's so many things to be hyped and excited about this KC roster.
And that's the thing, how are they going to come back from first stand? Because a lot of fatigue, jet lag and everything, the impact of an international tournament, the benefits as well, because they learned a lot of stuff. Talking to Vladdy after finals, actually, he was telling me that international teams are player at playing the map, high tempo, but how do you implement this in the LEC where teams play differently?
That's a great question, because you are not playing the same style of League of Legends that all regions together kind of come together in a melting pot like that. We also know that KC are a very prep-heavy team. They do well when they've got a bit of time to sit and think about their opponents. Now it's the single round robin. You don't get to play the multiple opponents multiple times. Sometimes that maybe takes the edge off a little bit. G2, the first time they played them against them in playoffs, it's an absolute wash. Yeah. Then he went into finals. They really came back and slapped back hard. So I don't know whether we'll see that here today, and maybe that gives an opening to Movistar KOI.
Yeah, but I still think the expectation around a KC roster like this is that you're expecting them to just hit the ground running and continue with the tempo and the momentum they've kind of gained from first stand. I don't think that they're less hungry. If anything, they're probably even more willing to start improving and cementing themselves as the very best team in Europe.
It is a matchup that fans love and fans learn to love. Actually, France versus Spain, MKOI versus KC. There's a lot of expectations and there's a lot of hype around this matchup, so let's get to it.
Bueno, creo que llega una nueva rivalidad a la competición, en la cual se ve respaldada por dos grandes aficiones que están dándolo todo siempre con los equipos, tanto por redes sociales como en los streamings, incluso viajando para apoyarlos. Lideradas en este caso por dos grandes figuras de la creación de contenido como son Ibai y Kameto, y referentes también en el mundo de los esports. Si a esto le sumamos también el boom que está teniendo todo el tema del co-streaming, pues yo creo que estos serían los puntos más importantes en este caso. ¿Qué jugadores creo que van a ser clave para esta serie? Pero voy a elegir 3 nombres, en este caso de cada equipo. Por el lado de Movistar Koi me quedo con Joya, con Mirwin y con Supa. Y de la mano de Carmine Corp me quedaré con Kana, con Vladi y con Caliste en este caso. Bueno, sinceramente creo que Carmine Corp son los favoritos. Han tenido un gran desempeño en el FISE-Stance, en el último torneo internacional. Son los recientes campeones también de la LEC, del último split. Pero lo siento mucho, chavales. En este caso, la victoria se viene para casa, para Movistar Koi, sin duda.
We can only hope for competition between what is a new and exciting regional, yet I shouldn't say region that I'm here in Europe. It is a country rivalry between France and Spain. Once again, myself, Asterix, and Thaddeus. Wow.
Hello, my friends.
The guy that was on the music video. I hope one of us gets some chaos. I mean, I hope we all do.
I'm hoping for chaos.
Yeah,
I mean, we've got KC, who really haven't had much of a break. Immediately off the back at first stand. What, a week to prepare and already back into the thick of it. Koi had to play yesterday against G2. So we'll see what they've got prepared. I'm hoping for a bit of lackluster League, at least in Game 1, so we can get some chaos on the Rift and hopefully some action-packed League of Legends to start off this series. Our match of the week, KC versus Koi, an intense rivalry between the two organizations, the co-streamers, and right now it is very much in KC's favor, given that they are the reigning champions of the LEC.
I mean, their recency bias, of course, going to be there, remembering that Koi, as you said, already faced up against G2, but it was a 2-1. The only 3-game series we've had so far at our opening of spring. And it felt like that was action-packed, felt like that gave us a little bit of chaos and a bit of stomps amidst the wave. You'd be happy with both. For this is KC's debut since they've come back from Korea. And I like when we do this, I like when teams that come back from internationals are some of the latest to play as well, so that they can readjust, because first stand, I mean, Betty, you went. It was a week-long event, and it was over only like a week ago.
Yeah. It's
back.
It really has been an intense one, but let's jump into the draft. Gwen going to be taken away alongside the Vi, Callista on the side of Movistar Koi. Jace going to be removed from the top pool, of course. We've got Kana returning to the Rift, a man who's known for his carry top laners, and now that we're in a meta of 1v1s, you have to feel like this is his playground coming into this matchup. With the Nafiri also going to be banned from KC, and again, returning from first stand, you can understand why these new champions that have made their way onto the patch are likely going to be removed from their pool in the short term.
The time to adjust to them. On the top lane point as well, let's not forget that Mirwin finally gets to play the lane when he has a psychotic champion pool.
That's true. We saw the sign from him yesterday, which he said sometimes you have to just play for the team. Sometimes you got to do that. We'll see what he brings out against Kana.
You know, that still feels different. Like, it's not like San's a mainstay, so you'll take it where you can. Varus the first pick here, locking in, and seems like the strongest 80 carry, rather, on the patch.
I mean, it's 4 wins so far here in LEC.
Christ.
It is a powerhouse in the bot lane. We've seen Skarner move away from the ban table, but risen in priority when it comes to the jungle lock-in, and Koi going to pair that up with the Yone. It feels that AD mid laners are just ever present when so many of the strong carries are AP. With Rumble still being available, you imagine the Koi is looking that way towards the top side of the map, perhaps taking a page out of the Fnatic playbook. But KC have an opportunity to deny the Rumble right now. The problem is their AD champion pool in the mid lane would be a little bit limited unless they look to try and grab something now.
Ooh! Question, Silas, never mind. Forget AD. Couple of good ultis already to steal, but jungle pairing here maybe is a question. Sejuani is still like European specialty that we saw last year, that we saw in winter. That's always in the back of my mind when I see a melee mid laner.
I mean, I love the fact that Vladi, in his first game back after rising to stardom, and the Lilia coming out as well,
already cooking,
is going to bring out a skill matchup into Jojo Pyon here in the first game. Of course, he doesn't even know what ultimates he's going to be stealing yet. He's just saying, you know what, just give me the matchup. I'm confident in it. And a double AP mid-jungle duo. I mean, Merc Treads immediately gains value, but remember, Yone never builds that. He always wants to grab the Circus Greaves.
It makes a lot of sense. Well, you've got set up though. Rel now gets locked in, so support instead of matching the AD carry here, you know that KC going to start banning away the AD carries left up and available, like the Ezreal, Corki's on my mind, Vetty. On the other side, Koya getting rid of some options, some disengage options, maybe some of the pesky engage that can also run into this Rel.
Going to remove the Ziggs, so one of the AP options in the bot lane going to be denied away from them. I like that adaptation from KC. I imagine they're going to look to remove another AD carry from the pool. You already listed through a few of them. So let's see what direction they decide to go in, because it feels like that the AD carry pool is incredibly deep right now.
Yep. Sorry.
Just vibing.
I'm just bouncing. I do love, like, since the fan base has been growing, and especially within the LEC studio, that the vibe is getting better and better. Now, as Aurora gets taken out, and I bring you back to the perspective of the game, that's not an AD carry ban. That is a solo lane ban, and usually a top lane ban, especially when you're going up against Mirwin. As Ezreal now, as we were talking before, Ezreal just seems like one of the best AD carries left up and standing.
Very safe. Did get a bit of a nerf on 25.6, but nothing too significant to push him out of the meta. A very safe backline threat that synergizes well with most compositions in the current meta. Now KC, they've already cooked with their first half draft. What direction will they go? We know that they need some form of engage, unless they want to play a lot of in and out. Alistair definitely makes a lot of sense. Can be a little bit tricky into the Ezreal, so they might lean more towards Leona. But as you rightly called, Alistair still a perfectly fine pick. Now, what will the top lane pick here be? Are they going to deny? I mean, Rumble can't be an option, right? It's too much AP. Do they want a little bit more of a front line? Nah. I mean, it's a Kana classic. Something very safe, very blindable. But now Mirwin has options. We know that he's a bit of the counterpick king. He's got all sorts of creative answers in the top side of the map. We saw him bring out the Vex last split as an answer to the Ambessa.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he's even thinking about the Ambessa himself right now. We saw the Jax have a good laning phase earlier in the day, but then fall off a little bit later in the matchup.
Because if this is an AD top, we have pretty much practically an AD composition. So what fixes that? Annie top lane, you assume, because Jojo loves this Yone. You're not taking that away from him. And so when we came into this saying a reason top's going to be exciting is because we don't have lane tops, never did I think that Mirwin would just slam down Annie R5.
You're my LPL historian. I swear this was an old school LPL answer in the top lane.
I think, okay, so Flandre played it a bit back in like on Snake season 6. Oh god, my brain.
I know, I can't remember where I've seen it before, but I know.
Google.
I mean, Annie top, we've definitely seen before.
We have.
But I swear it was used specifically into Gnar because of his relatively short range comparatively to Annie in the top lane. You could just kind of out-trade him. Top lane for Mirwin.
It's so funny, I'm looking at Annie at the moment. I see one ban globally. It's spring. Let's go to all splits for the year, shall we? There has been one top game. I'm quick to find that as well, but in minor leagues, right, like, at least for this year. Now, the important thing to note as well is while my brain might not connect, the Annie just seems to be such a fun option. A lot of burst added into the comp as well. And good ulti buttons, I'm going to say, Vetty, as Koi run us into the Rift, our match of the week. Your first one back here in spring. What a joy. I love this rivalry that's growing on us. France versus Spain, Koi versus KC.
It's an exciting one. Vladdy and Jojo meeting up in the mid lane. Yone versus Silas is going to be an intense skill matchup. When we think about ultimates for Vladdy to steal, ooh, how much do you know about Silas's interaction with Annie's passive? I imagine he doesn't get it, so he will throw Tibbers down.
He doesn't get a stun.
Yeah, he shouldn't be able to get a stun, so he can still spawn a scary bear, but it's not going to 5-man stun you potentially. Of course, he does have a Rel ultimate to steal, Yone ultimate, Skarn ultimate. There's still decent options for Vladdy. But this Annie pick, I mean, it adds a lot of great teamfight value to Koi. The flash ulti is going to be crucial. But the matchup is definitely what I'm excited about. I'm hopeful that our observers can keep track of what's playing out in the top side of the map, because I'd love to see how Mewin plays this one out, as Jojo and Vladdy do meet in the river for a bit of back and forth trading, which Jojo will get a small advantage in.
It'll be exciting to watch this mid lane as well. Just remembering that Vladdy was like our best mid laner out of winter, especially with Caps having some ups and downs for Caps value. And Jojo got heavily criticized as the weakest point for Koi. Now, while we're into our first game at KC, it is only right to start highlighting how KC have come to this point, where 2024 was this rough year, finishing 2-7 consistently, only getting towards, getting towards playoffs in the last summer, but then never going any further, right? Season finals non-existent. We snap into winter, new roster, Kalist joins, of course, and your first stand recipients getting all the way to finals. Take that, NA.
I mean, the roster lived up to the hype, which I think is great for the organization and so many of the fans as well. There was so much belief that this roster and organization could accomplish a lot, and to do that in their first split, I mean, is nothing short of impressive. To usurp G2 as well, very few teams have beaten Caps in a final.
Yeah.
Prior to KC, it was only ever Rogue.
And that was Odo.
It was. And it was a 3-0 then, and then second time round, it was KC. But like that alone is an incredible feat to take down Caps in a final. But anyway, we find ourselves at the beginning of spring. The expectations have shifted, and the bot side of the map.
Target might be in trouble. Ignite's going to be the return. It's a flash. Mystic shot aimed down the line. Super's first blood. Police response, though. Quick Supreme is Jojo in the 1v1. Vladdy under his own turret. Jojo can't step forward. Vladdy's flash is held for now, as Jojo came very close to overshooting the mark.
He certainly did. Action across the map. And hey, we asked for chaos. We're getting it. First blood secured for Koi. But I still think it's ultimately a win in favor of Kalist, because he's able to still stick around in that bot side of the map. And look at the positioning of the wave. If our observers can pan down towards the bot side of the map, look at this freeze that he's been able to set up. Alvaro tried desperately to push the wave underneath the tower, but he wasn't able to succeed. Now what they can do is well, actually, I'm surprised they didn't hold that wave.
True.
I would have thought that they would just keep it there. Targamas would hold it. Kalist would go back to base, but instead he's going to look to try and get a push through. They know they have the numbers advantage. X-Flash.
Super. He's got Arcane Shift second, which is a smart move against the Alistar, so not much Targamas can do. And while that wave resets despite our thoughts, Elyoya's moving into position with Kana getting a pushed on wave. But look at the size of this wave.
The stun is going to come through. The CC combo is terrifying.
Yeah, what can you do? You're up against the wall in there. You will stay. Kana flashes, but it's met by Elyoya. The burn's ticking down. Somehow Elyoya hasn't gotten the kill yet. The rock, though, will seal the deal. And with the minion wave in front of the turret, that is a double whammy.
I mean, Koi are finding advantages in the top side, in the mid lane. There's a CS discrepancy building. And while Super did find that kill, unfortunately, he was punished quite heavily for it. Trying to set up a bit of a freeze of his own right now to claw back that CS differential. But Koi off to an aggressive start here in Game 1.
Really is. It's a 400 gold lead for top. Jungle sharing that remedy thanks to the kill. Note that down bot, it's actually a kill apiece, so gold is even. But you don't need me to tell you numbers. You need me to tell you how this game's going to develop. That's where Vetti comes in. It is a 700 gold lead for Koi, though, by the way.
I mean, the player we haven't talked about, and we need to keep our eyes on, is Yike, who's just been power farming through the jungle. He didn't try anything too creative in the early game when it came to invades. Algoya did a good job of tracking him, and you can see he's invested good vision on the top side of the map. Right now, KC don't have insight as to where Elyoya is, but he's looking for a play.
So they're going to go for Targamas because Targamas burned his flash before. Kalist doesn't have to use his summons, but a great pulverize. Elyoya wasn't able to reach his target to push him against the wall.
Tips his hat at the attempt.
Oh, yeah.
But unfortunately for Koi, they won't convert that into a kill. Yike continuing on with his clear, which is crucial because every time a jungler makes that attempt for a successful gank and it doesn't pay off, then there's an extra camp that you get to clear, and power farming on this Lilia is going to be crucial when it comes to the mid game and just the mobility that you're going to have playing around.
Look how cocky Kalist is, though. In front of his turret, he might pay the iron price. I mean, the Ignite ticking over the potion just in case, and thank God he popped it, otherwise he was a dead man. He just didn't even flash.
I'm surprised he got away with that. The health pot's doing a huge amount of work to keep him alive. Wave in a bit of an awkward spot. He's going to be forced to push that one out as the resets come through.
But just snap back. I love that again. Action keeps pursuing. Vladdy with a sidestep doesn't have to do anything more. The Impale stolen away before an Impale of Elyoya's own is in the way. Abscond abducted, and Elyoya's Scorpion live comes to a crushing end. Yike there to help seal it.
Nice outplay from Vladdy. The support from Yike was clutch. As Targamas now makes his way into mid lane, and KC equalized the kill score. 2-2. The gold is dead even, but Yike, crucially, will be first to these grubs, and Mirwin may have something to say about it. Level 6.
Dibbers, what do you do when your childhood bear meets you in the face? Now, you can think about it, you can talk to it, or if you're not a crazy person, you walk away. The situation's a little bit weird. Mirwin holding on and still trying to throw that threat to the ground. There's a smite available for Yike shortly. It's Kana, ulti just thrown out, but he misses. But still enough to threaten off, and because of that, KC gonna get 3 grubs.
So Yo-Yo will come back out onto the map, but that death is going to start to really snowball Yike now. He has about a half a level advantage, securing the grubs, and the dragon is still available. Vladdy, been spotted.
Targamas is here to help though, so it's going to become a 2v2. For KC, the engage is coming through. Yike, Swelty doesn't connect as Jojo Puni launched in. He might have to launch out with his ulti. They're trying to draw it out of him, or at least get the flashes. Vladdy playing with fire. KC are just not giving up any mid lane control.
KC are putting a lot of resources into helping Vladdy through this early game. The trading has been very close between the two mid laners, with Jojo being able to build a bit of an advantage in terms of the 1v1, but thanks to that kill, the gold rests in favor of Vladdy. I think there would have been more kill threat in that little skirmish if Vladdy had had his ultimate available, but unfortunately it was on cooldown. But now that it's back up, he's stolen away Jojo's ulti, and he has that for his own purposes. Crucially, notice the teleports that are available. Vladdy does still have his up, as Jojo will have to run back to lane as the bear makes its appearance.
It's going to be a Rod of Ages Annie top, by the way, if there was any confusion about what the build was going to be.
A little bit more durable, a little bit more scaling.
As opposed to the Shirelia's Annie with Symbiotic Souls that I could definitely see coming out in this day and age. As a 1v1 in mid, Jojo, he pops out with the Soul Unbound, and Vladdy's just holding on to his hijacked ultimate. Jojo's still not burning his. There is a Fate Unsealed for both of them, as Kana's still trying to pressure out, but Yike is here with a massive wave. This deer, seeing only headlights with flash available, wants to kill Mirwin. Stun now up and available, but there's enough movement speed that flash needs to be burned. Swell seed just in case, and KC getting another summoner.
The ulti from Yike was an ever-present threat that Mirwin felt forced to flash away from, and it's understandable because had that Q from Yike connected, it very likely would have resulted in Mirwin's death.
Oh.
Bowling ball will roll its way into mid lane. Help clear out the wave a little bit for Vladdy, given that he is very low right now. Jojo, nice threat with the E. A lot of action happening on the map. Dragon's still available. And given that Vladdy needs to recall, Kalist doing the same thing, could be a good opportunity for Koi to actually make their way towards that first dragon of the game.
You know it's a bit cooked in Berlin? I have to book bowling. I walked into a bowling alley when I first got here last year, Betty.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, you have to book.
You do?
And I was like, it's bowling! Just let me walk to a lane!
I mean, if there's paperwork involved, you know that the Germans will be on top of it.
Gotta do the paperwork.
Do the paperwork.
Sorry about that.
How can you bowl properly if it's not catalogued and marked?
Oh, yeah. Because I'm going to bowl a perfect game or something for sure. Bro,
Fun fact, Medic is a very good bowler.
Who, you?
No, Medic.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he did it like not professionally, but he was very into it.
He's a good bowler.
Yeah.
He should book in. I should not. Now, bowling balls are interesting.
Yeah.
You might ask why. Well,
no, do not continue on this topic.
But
that was a casual transition away.
There's chains attached. When Yike hits that with Leandri, it slows, it brings up an ulti. This was a transition away.
I see.
Yeah, very good at it. And things like that in front of Dragon and chunk outs are pretty important. As you can see here on Raptors, you never played Lilia and you don't know what E does. I'm sorry, I just don't know why you're viewing League of Legends. I feel like our audience should have played everyone by now. But then again, there are people in our audience who just see nothing. You know, they probably don't know what half the champions do.
Quite likely.
Because they're young, you know?
Right, that's true.
Some of these champions are older than they are.
I mean, there'll be a fresh spawning of the grubs in 20 seconds. I imagine KC will set their sights on it. I'm keeping my eyes on the minimap. I see Kalist making his way towards the mid lane as Koi going to start off this dragon. I think this should be an easy cross map from KC. They're not really in a position to contest, and I think it would be a difficult one to do so given their positioning on the map.
6 grubs for a Nara inside. Always feels good, while at least Drake stacking starts with a Cloud. And a Hextech coming up next. Kana using this time to just get some turret plating for his own. claw back some of the gold as he engaged on Targamas. A good bop away, sets up for Vladdy to maybe hit him, but in trouble as Targamas, he flashes away, no ulti, Impale Salem, but not taken. Asleep is Yike, finds someone behind the wheel as Alvaro, the fate sealed on the back, opens up for Targamas again. Vladdy has to flush away as KC, even up against their own turret, are getting threatened by Jojo. A clean re-engage from Koi to get themselves back in the game.
Really well played from Jojo. Good target selection with his utilization of the ultimate to lock down Yike and then convert that into a kill onto Targamas, who they knew had no flash. He almost got another kill onto Vladdy, but he was a little short when connecting that final Q. It will result in a kill, but it will unfortunately result in the loss of the grubs. You'll notice Targamas doesn't have the level 6 yet, doesn't have the ultimate to buy time. Both Skarner ultis are flashed away from. The Rel tries to flash away, but then watch this play from Jojo. Connects the ultimate, pops the E, then uses the third proc of the Q to get the two-man knockup. Tries to land this last Q here onto Vladdy, which if he had, would have been a kill. But unfortunately, he goes the wrong way, and Vladdy's able to navigate his way to safety. A plate secured in the mid lane. Grubs falling in favor of KC. That's going to be 6 grubs now for this KC squad, but the gold largely even.
And Jojo, from what we've seen so in this game as well, has been more than just even. Early laning phase has been great. He had a lot of attention from Yike, and unfortunately, at close quarters from the play at 4-5 minutes under turret from Vladdy, even things out a little bit. But what I'm trying to tell you is that it feels like Jojo's start of the season has been a bit more reinvigorating. Now, of course, against G2, questions there, but against KC, as they yap away, you'll be shown as Vladdy goes in. Jojo runs back to his soul, and that's it for now, as Vladdy just continues trading up. I'm looking towards the rest of the map, betting nothing up in terms of objectives. 3 minutes for Dragon, 3 minutes for the Herald. We go to lanes, it's 13 minutes, 1 minute left of plating. And Koi's still trying to set up to see what they can find in picks.
Typically in map states like this, you turn your attention towards these side lane out of towers, given that plates are going to be falling off soon. You potentially try and cross map with numbers advantage, send your AD carry to a lane where they could maybe get an extra plate before the plating wears off. Maybe you could even threaten a dive, like right now Vladdy isolated in the bot lane. Maybe this is an option. Of course, Targamas in the area though to cover. Alvaro, he's fishing, throws out, well, I guess it would be called a lance, but the metaphor in my head I was thinking of was spear fishing.
Okay.
In any case, he's not going to find anything. Targamas going to be bullied a little bit out.
I just didn't think you knew anything about fishing, so that was impressive for me.
I know there are various types of fishing, and when I was like 8, I went fishing.
Nice.
I used to catch rainbow trout in a pond.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really fun actually.
Are they actually rainbow? Or?
No, they were rainbow trout, yeah.
But they're actually rainbow.
I mean, when you looked at like their scales, they had like a nice color.
Rainbow, like the rainbow fish, yeah. You remember the book?
No.
Rainbow fishes.
I don't read. I'm a gamer. What are we saying?
Okay, sorry, bro. Sorry.
It needs to have pictures in it, and then I'll read it.
It did. It's a kid's book. It's a book for 2-year-olds. Well, okay. I'm going to buy Venice a book after the series.
That's kind of you.
We're heading towards Dragon. You guys can start looking up what rainbow fish is. Go to Child's book that might look a little better than the fight that's going to ensue on second Dragon. Let's see what the setup looks like. Reset here from Koi. First item for the Yone, the Blade of the Ruined King, the absolute god tier item. Yes, it is. Some big first items for Koi. Oh, Tibbers. Mirwin's taking no damage, by the way. I think Kana quickly realized that. Oh, my lord.
Sword boots give Annie so much value early.
Yeah.
And with only the Merc Treads, I'm afraid, Kana, that's not enough. I mean, he's still alive, which is the good news. It's just in terms of the trade, Mirwin's always going to win out on those short bursts. Things should get a little bit easier for Kana once he gets that Trinity Force and some durability under his belt. Okay, a bit of supportal combat over Vision.
Oh no! I might send this.
No Tibbers. This kill angle?
Oh, actually might be. Ulti back.
Oh no. Okay, he wants to just disengage, get the wave.
Yep.
Dragon spawning in 25 seconds.
He wants this desperately. El Yoyo fishing for a play himself. Kalista at half HP. He's already being chunked out a little bit here on the poke virus. And KC will have mid-prior for the time being. Super gets tagged out, but KC waiting to pull the triggers as Vladdy and Jojo pulling it out. There's a fake sealed onto one target. If Vladdy gets away from this, it's a big ulti not to have for the fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot used. And Alvaro!
Targamas behind enemy lines. Elyoya running away, but he's caught something. I didn't know cows could swim. Targamas still alive with the unbreakable will as the Scorpion's being run into him, but trample out with a long chain line. A trade for now, but Jojo's taken down by Yike. The deer has got spirit, and now a new target. Super and Arrow together, but for Lilia, that's a dream come true. Down for the Quadra, and down for KC's exceptional fight.
Yike is popping off. A fight like this, where it's scattered in multiple skirmishes, allows the mobility of Lilia to just run away with the fight. 6-4 in kills, the advantage starting to grow. KC gonna get their third objective and their first rank of the game.
Yike is gigantic now as well. Venius, take me through what that long replay ended up being.
So again, Jojo forcing an engage on the bot side of the map means that KC find an easy engage on the top side. Lilia can leverage the fact that she has so much mobility to dance in and out, chunk Alvaro out, turn it into a 3 versus 2. Vladdy then TP's up to the fight, creating a 2 versus 4. Super's forced to E over the wall to get involved in the fight. The heal from Vladdy's W, proving so valuable, keeping him alive a little bit longer to force Jojo to overcommit to trade the kill. But then it just becomes a cleanup as Alvaro, I think he should have just based. There was little that he could really offer. But the moment that Alvaro was chunked out, it was a numbers of...
Wait, this sounded like my voice as well. Same idea.
Oh, yike though. Oh, it's hunting season for Koi.
It is indeed. I tell you what, Venison might take sides, but the kiting away has been good. Not one but two is Freeman again. Carter's just doing it again. His Na always finds the wall, and Yike always finds the kill. Koi will no longer be fishing. I think the rod's broken as Khan's got a new target, Elyoya, right in front of him, and nothing that this Scorpion can do. Yikes moves into vicinity, and KC are now styling, laughing, playing with this fish out of water.
Yike's movement was crazy in that dive. Kana had a fantastic ultimate, but the fact that Yike was able to sidestep so much bought enough time for Kana to set up the play, and they turn it in their favor very quickly. KC is gaining the momentum, and this Lilia with the Riftmaker finished as well.
Holy.
I mean, things are getting out of control.
Indeed they are. The lead is 2,300 of the jungle alone. 3,500 between KC and Koi at 18 minutes. All it took was that big play because Koi were finding, you know, stability cross-map and stability with Jojo. But all it took, again, was one singular play. Now for KC, looking to continue pushing mid. You can see Vladdy up in top. Dragon's been up for a while, but Targamas has got something in river. There's a one-man lilting lullaby onto the Scorpion. It's going to set up with Chains of Corruption as well. The damage is disgusting.
I mean, beautiful setup with the CC as well. Keeping Elyoya locked down for as long as possible. They feed another kill over to Yike. Dominating now on the Lilia. Jojo might be in some danger here. Trapped underneath this tower. Super goes for a 1v1.
He does indeed. Kallista's low on mana. How much does it matter here against the lethality bar as he kites away? Super gets poked out and another arrow to fly through as Vladdy just takes a free kill. Doesn't press anything, but his rocket belters. Vladdy, now that he's here, wants to go for a little bit more. Minwin's going to get tanked up and sent in, and Yike, you can see, is once again looking for another ankle, but lilting lullaby fate sealed is blocked by Vladdy getting into melee range. Chain latch won't connect in part 2, but it's enough to force Koi away. Every single play is going KC's up.
It certainly is. Largely being driven by Yike, but Koi rather are getting a bit desperate. The way in which they try to force these picks.
King.
The fact that they tried their best to get something back and they only got punished for it means that this lead from KC continues to grow. Herald's going to be converted. And the problem is, well, the way you deal with Lilia is crowd control.
Yep.
Because her biggest strength is mobility. She just moves so quickly. But when you have things like Annie, a good flash ulti can lock her down and mitigate that. Ultimately, she's very squishy as a champion.
True.
So there are options that Koi do have. The problem is they need proper setup around objectives, and I would say that that's been the biggest failure of Koi so far in this game. They've been very disconnected, they've been getting caught out a lot, the way in which they've been playing the fights has not been optimal, and KC have been punishing these mistakes very consistently.
I feel like Yike again, we're just selling who was one of the greatest pivotal members of KC as well. Yes, we hyped up Vladdy, yes, we hyped up Kalist, but let's not forget that Yike came from the G2 squad after a couple of successful building years. And joining in this roster, but tried to set up closure as well, tried to bring a big voice. Yike just showed how much his time in G2 has given him that foundation in League of Legends.
I think it's really awesome for players that played on G2 but then can find success outside of the organization, because a lot of people just attribute their success to, oh, well, you played with Caps and you're on G2. And that's what I think was so amazing for Yike, as he continues to find success. Of course, we are still very early on in the spring split, but with a Game 1 performance like this, I imagine the KC fans are ecstatic with how things are playing out. The Atakan going to be started off. Remember, these resistances, they get shredded like paper thanks to Atakan. Could be a good opportunity for Koi to find a comeback fight.
The annoying thing is, though, with the MRD buff, we need Meowin to really set it up and spike it down. But they're not going anywhere near. Koi just going to move away, and that's Atakan for free. And GA version as well for KC. Start playing some of these dives. 2,700 between jungle, 1K for top, 1K for Kalist between him and Super. And second Dragon for KC, also going to be piled on that welcome bundle.
Oof, I mean, it's a rough one for Koi. I think they made the wise decision. You'll notice their itemization. Second item spikes have come through now. They should feel a lot more confident when it comes to the upcoming fights, even though they are, of course, behind. The fact that they've been able to at least solidify their itemization better sets them up for success in the oncoming fight. So rather than gamble it around the Atakan, they decided, you know what, we'll just wait, be a little bit more patient. So now they find themselves at a pivotal moment. No Dragon for 4.5 minutes, Baron in 2.5. Within this time frame, they need to mitigate what advantages KC can find. Oh,
nice.
That is just a solo kill.
It is indeed. Well, guess what? It doesn't count because it's not a kill.
It's 200 gold.
Yeah, but not 300.
True.
And it doesn't go on the scoreboard. Okay? But you know what will? If KC finds something back, Jojo's going to become solo unbound, but Targus is waiting there with his trample up. He gets in the way of the Fate unsealed, and Jojo has to flash in the end as well. Teleport back, that's Vladdy rejoining with his own Fate seal.
I mean, KC are not slowing down, are they? They secured the mid-tier 1. They're dropping the Herald in the top lane. They're keeping the pressure up. Vladdy rejoining the group has commandeered Jojo's ultimate. Jojo doing his best to wave clear, but the Herald's going to get another strike as well. And I love this confidence that we're seeing from KC. They know they have the advantage. They know they want to keep the pressure up, leverage this Atakan buff as much as they can. But I think the wind in their sails is dying down. Perhaps I need to stand corrected. They've set their sights on the tier 2 in mid.
Such a strong performance, at least for game 1, as Kana runs it onto Super. Only an arcane shift, but the poke narrowly lands. Sidestep is important and crucial and pretty good. Super walks away, but Baron's going to be up in a minute 15. More importantly, the Dragon as well, which will lead to Soul Point. Number 3 will be there in 3 minutes too. Fate Seal just going to be used because Vladdy's hijack has run out of steam. And the cooldown recycled. So a couple of turrets taken with this big push. Now a 6K gold lead. And it is just nice to see KC come off an international and perform like this.
Yeah.
We had high expectations from what we ended Winter Spring with.
Often it's common for teams to return from an international event with a bit of fatigue, right? Yeah. Their ability to pick up on the new meta can sometimes be a little bit slow. They're also just very tired because, you know, they end a split, go straight to international,
also going
straight
from
back.
Korea, which is like a 14-hour flight, right?
So I'm always willing to give teams benefit of the doubt, especially within their first... No, I'm good. Okay. Actually, my sleep has been incredible. I've been getting up very early in the morning.
So you get jet lagged more often.
And... Oh, Kana.
Yeah, might be caught out. No Mega Gnar. The bar is half filling up, but they're not fully committed.
The truth is that KC don't need that benefit of the doubt. They've just come in, they've performed as they often do. They're keeping things calm and calculated, and they're just...
They often do, like, I mean, from Winter, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
And they're keeping it simple in the sense that they're just punishing the mistakes of Koi. They haven't really felt the need to overforce anything. Every single play that Koi has tried to make, they've just done their best to shut it down, and it has worked beautifully. Yike now, level 15. He's the same level as his top laner. Yep. He has 3 items completed. This Lilia is what we in the...
Misery business. Talk about Kalist losing his Edge of Night, but Elyoya gets nowhere near him. Meanwhile, losing Lullaby catches 2 by the toe, and now Alvaro not going to get bowled over, but Yike steps up to do a little bit more damage as he runs away. The Ignite's going to be enough to tick and send him far as Jojo at half HP with a poke from Kalist. KC, the B comes out. And even Vladdy fighting top turret will go on to Mirwin. I mean, this is a solo kill territory. And he sends out Tibbers, but Tibbers in response. But you're going to get your hands before Vladdy ends up dying. One Tibbers, now two onto the Rift. Gets a little bit angry, and Super's going to get the bear. Beware. Boy runs to the base, and they have to heal on up as their inhibitor on top is exposed.
I mean, you can see that KC is really just having fun with it at this point.
Yeah.
Vladdy trying to outplay in the 2 versus 1, comes close to making it a 1-for-1 trade. Exposes the top lane inhibitor. They could have used that opportunity to go for the Baron, but instead they decided to push their limits a little bit, and they'll walk away with only their mid laner down. Dragon spawning 40 seconds. Vladdy will be up in time. He has the teleport available. Eldoya looking for a flank, but who exactly is going to get collapsed on here?
Because Kana does do good damage. I mean, it's a Trinity Force Hullbreaker still. Enough stats in there to keep you rolling as Eldoya at half HP, and Kana's now going to Mega Gnar. They want to follow this up. Kana's just going to one-man ulti, and look, playing in hearts of 4, almost 5 people are Koi. KC can do it with 2.
I mean, with 2 members, they were able to chunk away the HP bars of both Eldoya and Alvaro. They've gained mid control, and now the rest of KC have arrived. They've pushed out bot lane. They have no options for Koi, or they leave no options rather for Koi to contest this. I mean, it's just clean play from KC across the board.
It's fair to glaze KC right now. They're absolutely styling. And I'm impressed as well that they haven't really lost their pace on the trigger after that early game fight, right down here in River.
I mean, they did push for an inhibitor in top lane, and Vladdy tried to outplay 2v1.
Yes.
Aside from that, I agree with you. It's been a very disciplined performance from KC across the board. They've secured Dragon Soul point. And, ooh, is that a Yone that is out of position?
It is indeed, and Targamas is going to make it so. Nice little trample up. Can they kill the cow? Targamas gets in the way, and Unbreakable Will's going to buy him a bit of time. Even if he dies here, he knows it's going to be an end-up trade, but he's not. Targamas is out of the way, and Kalist takes the kill with that punish as well. Baron is right below.
Should be an easy objective for KC to start off. This will be Koi's really last Hail Mary play. Perhaps Eldoya can get a steal if he can. There are options, but I don't think KC's going to make it very easy for them.
Eldoya pulls something out of the hat. Now, what I tried to say is Targamas flashes forward with the Polarizer. He's got to pull a miracle out, but a lilting lullaby ×3. Super's going to cleanse it away, but Vladdy has an impale to add more CC. Mirwin flashes as well, and although it looks like it's going good for Koi, 1, 2, 3, count with me, everyone at home, that's 4. That's right, you're learning to count all the flashes that KC took out of Koi, running away from this Baron.
The goal difference is just too big. Even though they get the kill onto Targamas, it's not enough to turn the fight in their favor. But Eldoya has not given up yet. The TP comes in from Jojo.
Send in the Hail Mary, what else can you do? But yike, now without Zonya's maybe a little bit more vulnerable, but the almost level 16. Lilia sits on the Baron and waits for his moment. On to Jojo, the burn is enough with Kalist poking and ranging. Mirwin lucky to be outside of that enhanced quiver. Blue team has indeed taken Baron. That's 9K, that's Baron, and that's KC looking to put the nail in the coffin of game number 1. Mirwin gets out if only just Targamas had his unit, but not his collision. Vladdy has found Super, and it's not going to end here. That's an electrocution as Vladdy finds kill number 3.
I mean, what else is there really to say other than KC near perfection in their execution of that Baron? They did not give any room for Koi to even risk a smite steal. A good use of the ultimate from Kalist to lock down Jojo as well. Targamas pushing deeper into Koi's half of the map, giving more camps to Yike. I mean, look at this Lilia now, getting close to level 17. It's game, set, and match, and now Koi needs to be thinking about game 2. The goal difference is too big, and with the Baron, KC are looking to get their first win of spring.
First game win and open up this series in a bang in what has been, you know, a kind of fun draft. Like, I know I was at least talking about things like Sejuani, you know, standard junglers. We've been seeing things like Sinzao, Vi when it's not banned away, but like, the Lilia is such a bold move. If I'm not mistaken, I remember in spring, I don't remember Yike pulling it out at all with all the variations of jungle that he had.
He's definitely played it in the past, and he has a lot of AP junglers in his pool. But I think as an answer into the Skarner, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Just the fact that you can dance around his range and...
Oh, fresh meat Targamas runs in. I think that's grass-fed, actually. Targamas, He's going to heal all this up, of course, with red buff, and KC are doing something on the other part of the map. Look at the inhibitor turret, rather Nexus turret from Kana, as he's taken him himself. Inhibitor's going to be exposed. Bot turret is going to come up next, and Koi, the fire just won't go out. It's a 12k gold lead because structures are falling every 10 seconds. Make it another one, and now Koi on their last defense with an Impale taken out. It's Impale for Impale, a little bit janky that takes Bloody out in the end, but Douglas is re-engaged. He's going to make sure that Alvaro will drop 2. KC running into the base, 4 members, Baron behind them. Koi have got 4, but it ain't the same. The ambulance is definitely called for the right team, and Joe just poked out. Kana's ulti is brilliant, and yet again, KC are filling us with hope. The region is looking at this team in the same vein, and in game 1 against that mighty fish, they've got a spear in hand.
KC with a very solid game 1 performance. It was chaotic in terms of how the early laning phase was going, but Yike just popped off. That first team fight was all it took for him to run away with the game.
Game 1, but game 2 is coming up after this between KC and Koi. Needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
How far already?
No, really slow, really slow. FQ.
You can chase. I'm going flank by the way. They won't expect me.
They're all dead.
Good job. I might be dead. Yeah. I'm looking here. You? Blue? Yeah.
No flash, no flash.
No flash. Oh my god. Can Ezreal lives. Ezreal is coming. Don't take it.
Leave. Okay, good job.
Oh my god, I got so by the way.
Good job.
Welcome back to the desk, everyone, as KC takes game 1 here against MKOI. And I would like to talk about the draft first here. And especially Anitop, I know that it didn't work out the way they expected, but I know that Mirvin has been cooking this one since winter, guys.
Mirvin has been cooking, but for me, the most exciting part about this draft are the KC draft with Silas and Lilia. One of the big criticisms of Yike in first stand was on carries, he didn't look the best. And I feel like for the same with Vladdy, he could play the ranged mage champions so well, but he couldn't really play these melee champions. But I feel like they're taking that first stand experience and they're saying, how can we level up in Europe? And it's great to see.
Yeah, especially because, you know, it's not just the fact that you couldn't play the Silas back then, it's the fact that you kind of got dumpstered by Silas when you're watching Zeka.
We brought back Zeka.
Yeah, but it's like, you know...
We have Zeka at home.
They are just finding ways that they can improve themselves by having, you know, learned you lose is improving and you lost against this and now you're trying to add it. I don't necessarily think that this was a fantastic Silas spot in the draft here for KC, but they still managed to make it work.
If I may challenge your opinions, you said that the criticism that we had for KC and that a lot of people had for KC was the lack of versatility that they can play. Lilia and Yike is a love story as old as time. He's not only a tree enjoyer, he's the friend of the forest, and he showed it here again. Honestly, unkillable, Lilia, and I feel like people forgot how impactful this player can be, especially on this kind of champions. Absolutely cursed montage from G2 Esports last year, but it is from last year. We know what this man is capable of on this champion.
Yeah, I mean, it was even just when he was just joining the league originally, right? It was the Lilia into Sejuani, where Sejuani was plaking it. Now in a league where Skana is plaking the league, suddenly Lilia is coming through as well. And this guy, it's not necessarily because this is an incredible flashy quarter kill that he's going to be able to manage, but it's just really good positioning, really good movement, really good utilization of your abilities, and he just manages to make a cleanup here that can carry the rest of the game.
And for me, I'm just always happy to see when a team finds success with one style, that they're still able to experiment doing new things, rather than just being like, okay, we won on Skarner and Maokai, so Yike, you're going to play Skarner and Maokai. Yeah. They're willing to take these kind of risks and put Yike back on carries, and damn, what a good showing.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about confidence as well, right? For a guy that didn't have the best first stand tournament in the beginning, he has completely just revitalized himself, and you're kind of hoping that you're going to see more of this, because this, I mean, we haven't had too many games just yet, but that has been the biggest jungle gap of the season so far.
I mean, yeah, you sound really excited, but honestly, it makes sense because you look at how high KC got in winter and the success that they found. If they want to take it to the next level, they need to bring this versatility in the draft and into their gameplay. And I feel like we were wondering at the beginning of the day and before the series, what kind of KC are we going to find after first stand, being tired maybe, or taking some of the learnings that they took from here? That's a pretty solid comeback.
Yeah, I was thinking KC would be like, you know, jet lag, tired, less practice, and that this would be a great opportunity for other teams to finally take them down. But instead, I feel like we're seeing a KC that's willing to adapt and take things from their learnings, while also having still gained confidence through their struggles, which is beautiful.
Yeah, I think it says so much about the motivation and the psychology behind the team, right? That when you're getting beaten, like you just realize how big the gap is when you're at an international. And honestly, I mean, it's still big, right? But it's the fact that it seemed like you can claw it in, right? It seems like you can try and close it. And just the fact that you get a taste of it makes you so much hungry for that improvement. And I'm so happy that the first game that we see in KC from LEC is so willing to try all these new things. He's learning from first stands and still utilizing the carry potential of a player like Yike. So honestly, what a fantastic game one from KC.
I really want to see how far we can push it, especially given the fact that it's fearless, especially given the fact that it's best of 3 once again. So MKOI on the other side, they have another shot in this series playing blue side on the second game. We saw them playing yesterday, we saw them playing today as well. It's not the greatest start of the season for MKOI, but why do you identify as the main issues for the team?
For me, I feel like you really need Mirwin. Okay, so this is going to sound hyper-specific, but you need him on a carry, but a scaling carry. Because we've seen him now on the Annie pick, we saw him yesterday on the Aurora pick, and he's good at winning lane, but if he doesn't have a pick, in my opinion, that can transition into a good game-winning pick, they're not going to win the game. Because Koi, to actually snowball from a lane bully pick, you need to be a great team. Koi has not shown me that they're a great team.
I mean, I didn't hate it that much, though. I feel like it was fine for neutralizing what the Nard did in the top side. You're right, from a counter pick, maybe it doesn't really bring that extra that you're expecting of a Mirwin counter pick, like the Vex was for the Ambessa. But I still think for MKoi, there's so many team issues right now. Some of their fight, the fights that they choose to take, is just not right there. And I feel like in a game like this, the draft was set up for them to still have success, but it's the gameplay element that's lacking from them.
I don't know what they're looking at right now, but yeah, looking at the cue cards with the champions on it.
Giving to each other.
I would ask production to grab this for us and show us later,
I think
because I really want to see. Is it the Fearless bands?
It looks like the champs, but I don't know, they're laughing too much.
Okay, so it is production confirmed that it is the Fearless band, but they might have written something. No, they didn't. Okay, I was just boring. Anyway,
I just found it very funny, I guess.
They can keep tracks of this. Wrapping up this conversation, I want to ask you, you were talking about Mirwin having a more scaling carry champion. Is top lane influential enough to bet on this?
I mean, it's difficult, but if there's someone who can do it, I think it's Mirwin. How he played the Ambessa yesterday was amazing. He's a great Gwen player. Very hard to get these days, but if he can get either Gwen or Ambessa, I could see it.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to blue side, right? So it's these blind pickable champions where you really want to make an impact, because you're not going to get the counter pick now. And the other guy on Casey's end, you know, he's quite happy about these counter picks. So, you know, having a matchup Kana might not have played before could be a big edge for MDK.
Let's see what MDK can bring
MKoi.
onto the... and I just repeat what you said. Let's see what MKoi... Thank you so much, GB. That's your fault. Back to casters to get you.
That's all right. I took the whole of 2024. Sorry. Yeah, that was last year. Saying the complete wrong thing. I mean, this year, I've said the complete wrong thing again as well, by the way, so don't worry. It happens to the best of us. I'm Mysterix. I'm joined by Vedius. Now, if you guys haven't heard, I'm sorry, I'm really trying to promote this. We got this new single out. There's a single in cool musician lingo. It's a single, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
You and Dracos did a song called Give Me Chaos.
Yeah.
And that was sick.
I'm glad you liked it.
I did. Actually, like, you guys
honestly,
are both artists.
what we were really happy about was the pro player involvement. Like, we really wanted pros in the video.
They were cool actors.
And they were really into it. They had a great time. They were all really enthusiastic. So
I like Noah with the glasses.
Yeah, that was cool. We put him in a limo. The limo was awesome.
So they actually got to go around in a limo?
Yeah.
Oh my God, there's perks to being a pro player, guys. If you want to do it, you can be in the next one.
Just dedicate your whole life to League of Legends.
And if you're under 25, 26. If you're starting then, if you're like my age, almost 30.
Hey, well, Faker's 29 this year.
Yeah, but he didn't start this year, you know? He kind of worked up to that.
All right, let's quickly catch us up through the draft, Hysteric.
You can see there's picks and bans. That's what happens. So the 3 bans on top of each team is where they go. Aurora, while not always nice to watch gameplay-wise, is really S tier right now.
I mean,
good jungle pairings, you know? Nocturne works well with it.
I still think the champion is bait, personally.
Yeah,
I
can agree with you.
was really unimpressed with the champion at first stand. I thought Cream's Aurora was awesome.
I mean,
he plays the champion really well, but I still think in the context of the games, it just didn't matter. So I'm not a fan of the pick, but I understand why teams prioritize her so much. We'll see how well Koi can utilize the pick as Casey respond with a Freljordian theme. Both Ashe and Sejuani locked in a solid front line, good range, solid scaling. Casey deciding to start off with something very simple and straightforward. Koi now contemplating what direction they want to go in.
Now, I know Mirwin. I know Mirwin has a jungle ocean. Champion ocean, as I'm looking at jungle being hovered here. And Bessa could be an option. Remember again,
is this a
flex
Ari,
pick
maybe?
Here? You reckon?
When I think of JoJo, I think of champions that he's really comfortable on, and with the rising popularity of the new Ari build, I'm wondering if you might be thinking about that ocean.
So you are thinking Aurora top.
That is what my assumption is. So maybe they just lock in their AD carry here to keep that flexibility open, because the likelihood of Casey just banning out an Ari is very low. But I think that AD or support could make a lot of sense here. Sorry, AD, mid laner as well.
Talia, okay.
And yeah, Talia is also a great pair-up alongside the Xin Zhao. I think that because Xin has such good damage when you pair it with that utility, strategy.
Yeah.
It just works very well. But this does confirm the positioning of Aurora, and I think the reason why they decided to lock in the Talia now was they were concerned that Vladdy would get his hands on it. So they want to narrow down that mid lane pool a little bit. But this is, of course, I think this meta really favors Kana.
Yeah.
I feel like he has so many champions that he can play through, and last split we heard the team talking about how they want to have him playing carries. That's the best version of KC. And it feels like there's just a lot of great blind pickable carries right now. And being able to get the Ambessa, they can now pinch any potential counters that they could be concerned about on the top side of the map. Vex, I think, should be one of the... Oh, I say that, but of course, Aurora, they already know that the Aurora
but you see that and you see mid like I do, especially watching LPL. You know, the other crazy thing about Ambessa right now is that, like, yeah, you can play it into a lot of lanes, because the only lanes I've seen Ambessa truly suffer under is the Renekton lane, the Volibear lane. Those two, I think, are like some of the best options into Ambessa that we have.
That Vex lane looked horrible.
Okay, yeah, sorry, the Vex is so niche that I'm like, I'm not going to present that. I should, though. Disingenuous after we watch Mere Winners. Look, regardless, you don't have to do too much thinking. We do the thinking for you. That's what casting's all about. We think so that you can sit at home with your pina colada or your mojito and watch some League of Legends.
Which is obviously the two beverages of choice that you would be
League of Legends fans love cocktails.
Adore them.
Yeah, good for you. Or mocktails, depends on your favoritism. Oh, another melee solo laner.
So Vladdy goes away, he scrims against Zeka, and he says, okay, I get it now. And now he's just brought it back to Europe, and he's like, I'm going to be the European Zeka.
Wow.
Silas game 1, Akali game 2. The level of confidence on this man, it synergizes nicely with the Sejuani as well. That's a really powerful top side when in combination with the Sejuani passive. Of course, it's very skirmish heavy. The thing you have to be cautious of in this matchup is that the W from Talia is a very difficult thing to have to play around. But yeah, all right. So they're going for a lot more dive on the side of KC, a lot more skirmishing. Koi, on the other hand, rounding out their bot side of the map with the Kai'Sa. I can see it. I don't love it into the matchup against Ashe. I normally like the Kai'Sa when paired up a lot with a decent amount of dive, which right now there's only the Xin Zhao. I think the Nautilus makes a lot of sense when you have skirmishes and their mobility in particular. Nautilus provides a lot more lockdown thanks to his ultimate and his passive and his root. He just has a lot of kit for locking down those mobile carries.
I feel like if you're looking at bot, you know, part of the engage taken away with the Nautilus and Fearless as well, you are limiting KC's options, but thinking about maybe disengage, since we are seeing some big pick / dive tools that we already talked about. So for KC, Targamas is going to lock in Renata. Interesting draft.
I like things on both sides.
Yep, tell me.
I generally love skirmishing comps.
Agreed.
I think that Akali needs that first item before she can really start to fight you. Once she gets level 6, she will have some options as well. When paired alongside a Sejuani, I just think that the champion excels a lot more. The bot side of the map is going to have push in favor of KC.
Yep.
The push is going to go in favor of Koi in the mid lane. I think that early mid-jungle skirmishing avenue before Akali gets those levels, before the items come through, is where Koi really can find those advantages if they look to try and play through mid. On the top side of the map, I just generally believe in Mirwin's lane phase. I think he's a very reliable laner. And you can see the team fight elements, but the composition from Koi, I think, wants to do one too many different things.
Yeah, I get that.
I feel like that Super wants to be able to dive in the team fight and have that mobility against a very mobile composition on the side of KC. You also have Jojo that wants to kind of play through side lanes, also wants to be able to collapse and create numbers advantages, and then you've got the strong team fighter in Aurora. So I think that while there are strong tools on the side of Koi, I don't really love the way that their composition synergizes together, but maybe I'll be proven wrong as we jump into the game.
Well, KC already started off with a bang. Let's go. Best of 3 Fearless, and KC, despite being so early into the series, that's what I said last game, they pulled out an interesting draft. They do it again. And we're going to start with a pause. Oh, yeah! Fnatic, not even here today. Oh, hell yeah. Who spilt it? Let's have a look. Look at the tables.
Hey, good news.
No water was spilt.
Good news.
What's the good news?
I see ready checks already.
Already?
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Surely not.
Ready.
Are you going to say ready in the chat just in case?
No. I don't think I can type in the chat. Do not test that.
Super said to Kalist, Kalist, you stopped because you look too good. Oh my, what the glaze? Yo! Super got some riz. Nice one, okay. We're about to get back in the game. I love all chat. Kalist didn't respond though, so I think that's the true riz, you know? That's when you really stand your ground and go, I know. You know, I know. Wow. We'll update you if there's any call and response between any carries.
Any further. Co-caster has gone.
If it was the wrong thing to say, Benny, you've now committed. You've said it too.
You remind me so much of like a dad trying to be cool with his kids.
Okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Listen, we're millennials. We don't use words like riz.
I am millennial. I was born in 95. I'm a millennial.
That's what I'm saying. We're millennials.
Oh, I thought you said,
we don't use language like
we
riz.
Millennials, like you and some other people.
No, we. You know what I mean? We say,
yes, we.
Our words, we say that was sick. You know what I mean? That was our type of...
I used to say fully sick, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Heckers, I used to say, like hectic, heckers.
Yeah, that sounds like Australian slang.
Yeah, it does, yeah. We didn't really speak properly. We still don't actually. Oh, you should hear
in the UK we used to say that's well proper.
Well proper,
yeah,
oh yeah, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Well, for everyone else who wants to try speaking the English language, I'd recommend starting with
Don't go to the UK. It's not a helpful.
But don't go to Australia. And then some people say don't go to the US. So I don't know where you should go. Pick French.
No, just
Spanish.
learn from people who've learned the language outside of the English-speaking countries, and you'll get a much better experience.
I think Scottish is proper English.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because sometimes I can't understand it, but I have a lot of fun listening to it now. You're wondering how the lanes are going to start? I'm sure Benny's will walk you through the introduction because 2v2s are just...
I can tell you right now, for Koi, it ain't going to be fun.
It ain't fun at all. I mean, Renata's auto attacks make it very annoying. And this is what you said, right? You know, into the Ash. I don't feel like it was ever going to be pretty.
But if we look at the minimap, it's not all bad for Koi. If we turn our attention over towards mid lane, Akali cannot gain priority in the early laning phase. It is not a fun matchup, and you will just consistently get bullied.
Just like last game.
Jojo looking to exert that pressure as much as possible. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, it's a similar situation. Tana is very cooldown gated within the early levels. So even if you know that you can skirmish later on, just the simple range advantage, the passive, you can just see how easy it is for Mirwin to sidestep. Now, Yike looking for a gank early in the mid lane.
Very early. Seismic Shove connects onto Vladdy. There might be a 1-for-1. Jojo already flashes out of the way, and he wants that Akali. Just out of his grasp as he's now level 3, but flashes down.
A nice gank from Yike. Much needed, I would say. Hook will connect from Alvaro.
Oh, and Kalist took damage under turret, or rather dished it out. So his flash and barrier were just taken away.
Beautiful hook there from Alvaro. Given that Casey were trying to harass underneath the tower, he's able to punish him and force those summoner spells out. So summoner's already burnt across the board. Perhaps a repeat gank option in the mid lane for Casey, and a bot lane gank possibility for Koi. With Elyoya being on the top side of the map, unlikely that we're going to see that in the immediate future. But on his first base, pathing towards that bot side is when this KC duo needs to be cautious.
Despite that flash, I mean, first plate is still looking good here as the 2v2. Might be a little bit harder if that hook connects again, but for now, you are still seeing KC reap the rewards. Yike is looking for that bottom side scuttle, and vice versa, Elyoya, after getting top scuttle and being a little bit quicker on the clear, he has managed to get a deep ward.
And I will say, when we look at the map, how it is, this is why I'm happy that lane swaps have gone. Not only due to the more versatility in champions that we see in the top lane, but also just teams have the ability to have parts of the map that they can play through, whether it be through your winning one side of the map, or potentially trying to look for overextensions and then punish the overextensions on the bot side of the map, rather than trying to make all these clever macro genius plays to find these small windows and the inevitable tower dive.
We're back to normal chess, you know?
Just traditional normal chess. And speaking of, we talked about the flashless AD carry. Hook will connect.
Alvaro rides the wall. Kalista's in trouble. Remember, no summoners available. Targamas helps out with a small shield, but Elyoya can be hand shook and taken back. All they can do is send out some damage. But for Koi, they're going to wait to push in and a low health Ash.
It's a valuable play still from Elyoya, simply due to the fact that they delay the recalls from Kalista and Targamas. They have time to push out this bot wave. They actually keep them around in the bot lane, which means that Super can get a nice back off. And even though he'll still be down in CS, it's a good opportunity. Now, I don't love that they cancelled their bases. This would have been a great back timer. Instead, they're now going to be... Are they going to stick around for another wave?
Ooh.
I think they are.
I mean, KC...
So now everyone's overextending, and this is where things get a little bit... I mean, it gets very dangerous for Koi, because you have to be cautious of the possibility of a Yike gank. Oh, I stand corrected, actually. Super did go back to base, it was just the icon. My apologies. Alvaro just going to be holding the wave.
Don't apologize, it's okay. Yeah, sometimes we make mistakes, idiots. It's all right. You're human just like everyone else, aren't you?
Am I?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we just see a face who is a singer, songwriter, rapper, artist, you know, food aficionado.
That just sounds like I've got a lot of free time.
Writer. What else do you do? Gamer, caster, host, analyst.
Wow, very generous of you.
Jeez, Betty.
I feel like you can also do all of those things.
I don't know, bro. I've never rapped in my... I did rap at you once.
That was fun.
And, you know, I got better. I got 100% better in the second one, but we didn't get past that. Rapping is hard.
Now,
you have to think. That's the problem, you know.
Objectives being traded across the map. And as our teams do this, I want to remind people of how these teams... Ooh, I might not have time for that, as KC have set their sights onto Jojo.
And it's a flash handshake. It's not going to connect, though, from Targamas. He still gets some damage across. The autos are important as Blighty sets up with a perfect execution and a perfect balance for first blood. Flash over the wall. Outro's getting out of there because Jojo's now dead.
The return on the gank investment from earlier paying off as Vladdy secures a kill onto Jojo. Largely a solo kill, given that Targamas wasn't able to connect the handshake. But the damage from Vladdy once you hit that level 6 mark, proving lethal as he finds a kill.
Now, I think I know where you're going to go, because we worked together as a team. And Betish, you're going to be like, oh, let's look at Winter, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Oh, that's not your voice.
That was a perfect representation, actually. But as you can see, this rivalry was very one-sided at the beginning of the year. And it looks like that the trend is looking to continue. But of course, this KC roster have largely just found winning ways so far this year. And they're looking to replicate that at the beginning of spring. Vladdy with a nice little trade there after connecting the E. Eldioya has to hover, so Vladdy can't really look for anything more. He also doesn't have the ultimate available, so he's going to be forced back to base. Top and mid still overall going in favor of Koi. Again, Newin finding laning advantages in the isolated 1v1 is where a lot of the gold lead is sitting in favor of Koi, but the rest of the map largely going in favor of KC.
Well, painful Ashe players, you once again remind yourself that that E has no mana and sets up the fact that, well, Yike's probably going to be coming bot sometime soon, right? Or excuse me, rather, Eldioya. Yike is hovering. Eldioya's coming for a dangerous path. Jojo's coming over a ward as well. They know a gank's happening, but Targamas is almost dead before the play starts. Arrow at melee range won't get much of a stun as Mad Koi there in front of Kalist, who flashes the way, Seismic shoved down, and even though he'll be bailed out, there's no reset on the horizon. Yike has to abandon the play, and Koi find the double that they sought after.
Ooh.
Is it going to be a kill, though? It's just Mewin getting out with an ult for ult.
The exchange of ultimates between the two top laners as Vladdy picks up a plate during the aftermath of what was a great gank from Koi. Leveraging the roaming power of Talia to set up for a bot lane play. Targamas was overextended in the lane. No level 6 meant that he didn't have his ultimate to potentially turn the play around. And even though Yike did arrive, it was too little, too late. And KC ended up losing their whole bot lane off the back of that, giving Jojo a much-needed kill and handing a kill over to Super as well.
Oh, God hasn't really gone anywhere off the back of it. I mean, 500 in the lead.
Vladdy.
Kills are important, as you said, as Vladdy's going to set up for one of his own onto Kana and Mewin. Getting involved in their lane. Shuriken Flip doesn't connect, but at least the damage does. Vladdy secures it. Kana gets out after taking the turret shot as well. Nice dive.
Get the flash out from Mewin. A kill handed over to Vladdy, and this Akali is really starting to run away with it. Of course, the game is still in a very even state, but your AD carry starts to get a lot more afraid when the mid lane assassin starts to pick up these kills. Another plate can be funneled over to Vladdy. As Koi, though, they're not resting on their laurels, attacking the bot side of the map, leveraging their bot lane pressure to move into Yike's jungle, steal away that blue buff, and do what they can to put pressure on the map.
Kana jumping into Jojo with a seismic shot. The damage is still enough. He jumps in, he lacerates. Runs back out with a Drakehound step, and Jojo's at half HP. That's only a Mora Malmortis with 2 longswords, by the way, but already you can see this Ambassador is able to deal with not 1 but 2 solo laners. And the pause is there. What in the glorp is that?
What in the glorp?
Yeah.
I'm sure that when we have more information, we can share what the glorp is, in fact.
That's right. A swear word or something, but you don't have to be scared of it.
No, I'm trying to understand if this is more of your Australian mannerisms.
No, just a little alien cat thing, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that makes it better.
Just so you know.
Once we have more information, we will share it with you. But also, there's a thing at the bottom of your screen that you can have a look at. It's even what I last updated.
Can you imagine, right?
I
one
can
day,
imagine a lot of things.
Aliens will visit, right? Let's just say aliens
good. We're
visit,
going
right?
straight here. All right, then, yeah, okay.
Imagine aliens visit. They come to Earth, and they see Twitch chat. Did they think,
Oh, my goodness.
let's turn
Well,
let's turn around.
who's chat? Because the chats vary very significantly. Like, Carnage has a lovely chat, okay? He has a very wholesome, conversation-driven chat.
Yep.
If you go to, like, Forsen, it's a very different chat
It
over
is
there.
a very different chat.
Yeah, and then, I mean, there's just another chat, which is just XDDs everywhere.
I mean, can you imagine aliens seeing that and be like, what is this?
Yeah.
How do we explain this?
I mean, and they'll also question why everyone thinks that a cat is in fact a rat, because fun fact, XDD is in fact a cat.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, un-XDD is a cat.
No, XDD is actually, it's a cat.
No, that's a rat.
No, again, this is why the aliens would be questioning it is in fact a cat.
That is not a cat.
No, it is.
I think that would break the wall for all the chatters, though.
Yeah, but it's like, it's...
Hey, Macarena.
Hey!
Oh, hell yeah. Wait, this is what I get behind.
Hey, Macarena.
Oh my god, I love our audience. Macarena.
I still remember it, yeah. Woo! That was great.
Now we're going to get copyright. Oh, man. I grew up, like, in Australia, that is a classic. I don't know, like, if the rest of the... I would assume the rest of the world...
It's a classic.
It's a global classic, right? It was just big.
That's again how you know that we're millennials.
Yeah.
I do still know how to do it.
Actually, yeah. I mean, a lot of the new generation... I talk about new generation League all the time. They probably don't know what that is.
Probably.
You know, like, oh, that's funny. Where did that come from? Oh, it's a League of Legends dance. You know, it's like, bro.
Please no.
Bro,
please never.
No. They're the kind of people that be like, that comes from Fortnite, surely. Now, I have found out what's going on. We're getting into game. That's what. Don't worry, there was a pause. You can look at the faces a little bit longer until... Hell yeah. Now, it doesn't matter what the issue was. There was a driver issue, driver schmiver. It doesn't matter. We're into the game again. It's just calming, you know? Like, some people have therapists. Some people go to yoga. Other people play League of Legends.
You need a filter, okay? Grubs spawning in 15 seconds.
I thought League of Legends was my filter.
50 seconds until the dragon. We can already see the resets coming through. Callista's made his way up from the bottom side of the map to be ready to contest these grubs. Looks like KC have no interest in handing over all 6 to their opposition. Vladdy going to be making his way to go and catch the bot wave. Has the TP should any fight kick off. And it looks like, given the positioning of Elyoy, it's going to be a difficult contest. They're likely just going to set their sights on the dragon, which is going to be respawning shortly after. Pings have come down. I'm actually, the luxury of getting to see the chat is Casey is aware that the dragon is spawning.
That's good.
The question is, do they want to try and contest it?
Well, grubs are eventually going to be taken here, and that'll give Yike the time to start walking down. But dragon spawns now. That grub took a little bit longer than I expected, but eventually Yike has taken it as Elyo's already started this off with Jojo, and just a bit of vision from Khaled sees that Koi already on this at half HP.
They want to fight this. They have the Ash Arrow. All the ultis are up.
For the hostile takeover, the arrow, as you said, comes out, but the dragon is smoten down as Khaled is just yaunched on by Super and Jojo. He didn't even get a chance. The dive, the burst, the pick worked out nice for Koi. Is now running after more members. Targamas in a choke is going to be between worlds. He handshakes and says, no, I'll stay in this one. Flashing over the wall, escapes the turmoil from Koi as they find not only the objective, even though Elyoya dies, to get a trade kill.
Yeah, so there are pros and cons for both sides here. Of course, the big win for Koi is that they're able to secure the dragon. The downside is that Mir went committed the TP expecting a larger fight, but KC immediately disengaged from that, meaning that they were able to avoid any further casualties. But I love the target selection from Koi, recognizing Kalist only has the protection of Yike. Nice flash hook comes in from Alvaro. Yike sets his sights on trying to secure the dragon, meaning that the AD carry is completely exposed. The smite comes through, but then Mirman arrives. KC recognized this, immediately tried to disengage, having used all of their tools already. And that allows free reign for Kana on that top tower. So he's able to get himself some plates. And ultimately, it ends up being a fairly even trade.
Koi look happy about it, though, and at least stopping the dragon stacking feels good. But KC, as you mentioned, Kana once again, well, this happened last game where Kana just got to stay in the lane, get some turret plating, and push for an individual advantage. You know, Vladdy did the same thing a couple of plays ago as well. And Vladdy's also up 500 gold in this game. But look at it. 3 kills, by the way. Protobelt, needlessly large. This Akali has 6 stacks of the Dark Seal. Gotta really zoom in on that. White on grey just does not... It's like my eyes. It's like I feel like I'm going blind.
You are correct, though. 6 stacks. I wonder if he'll go for the Magi. Again, I love this version of Vladdy. We were already hyped about him, but we knew him for his Victor
Captain Jack
split.
Sparrow there from Super.
Nice cleanse comes through from him. But yeah, we knew him for his control measures. His Victor was being banned at first stand as well, and then he opens the split with Silas and Akali.
Yeah, as you said, I love the call, Benny. Before you're like, you know, he's definitely emulating Zeka.
He had one tournament against Zeka, and he's like, yeah, no, this is my new idol.
Yeah.
I'm a play like him. And I mean, his game 1, I would say he was relatively low impact. That game was largely about Yike.
Yeah.
But game 2, I mean, he's going to have to be the carry in this one. He's getting mega fed. He's very much ahead of the curve, and this Akali is going to be a problem.
Feels like once again, I mean, Super's in a decent position, but how he survives against the Akali is also going to be a good question. Is next thing to look at. All right, Dragon 2 minutes, 145 till Herald and top. Koi already sitting up, and that's just Super by himself as Yike sends out the ulti. He gets slow, but no connection. Super tries to play with his life, and his life indeed he does play with.
Had the flash as well. I think Casey was fishing for something. Weren't able to find anything though. Look at the positioning of Elioya. He has his sights set on Kalist. A happy B emote comes through though as he looks for a reset. And neither team really going to convert that into anything. So you can see both teams always looking for plays wherever they can find them. I really feel like I overused the word fishing.
We have both today. We have loved fishing
really
today.
Really need to
reel it in. Oh, yeah, good one.
Good one.
Thank you. Sorry, I normally just talk to myself, so I just prepared just in case you didn't like it.
Now, fortunately for us, we don't have to yap much longer because objectives are spawning soon. Neither team has really been able to play towards a side lane. There's so much wave clear on either side with things like the Talia especially, and if you overextend, there's the risk of the collapse too. So often you'll see like an investment onto one side of the map. Maybe they can overstack and play towards an objective, but towers really haven't been the name of the game here in game 2. 0-0 is the tower score. The gold dead even. First items completed with a few components. The Seraph's not quite fully stacked there for Jojo, which is, I mean, in terms of the mid lane itemization difference, that's going to be one of the big things that Koi have to be cautious of.
There's some kind of orbital sound here. It's like a Sunday morning, someone's got the blower out there blowing the leaves. Is there a Summoner's Rift Gardener? Can you hear it? You hear it?
Yeah,
when
I
we
did
go
hear it.
Towards this little like banana bush here.
Yeah.
And there's a...
There it
is! Who's blowing the leaves? What is that noise?
I have no idea.
Is it the fruit?
I thought it was like
fruit?
I thought it was like a bug with the lens, but it's not the Oracle's lens.
I don't know what it is, but like, yeah, it's like 7 AM and I'm trying to sleep. If you stop.
But it's very specifically in that area
in
too.
That bush. Sometimes the League of Legends always, I mean, Corky Gatling, I'm just so glad we've seen less Corky because that's so annoying.
I love that League just keeps introducing new features like this, you know? Ambient noise. You can't unhear it now, and the fact that you've pointed that to everyone.
What is it? I need to know, you know?
Well, I don't have an answer for you, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I wish I did, but I don't.
You'll create one, I'm sure.
I mean, I'm happy to buy into your leaf blower theory.
I just think someone's there, like, someone's going to be gardening. Kalist has got both B emotes, by the way. As Koi start up Herald. As we go through, and I'm sorry again to everyone who I've just, you know, the glass cracking. That's kind of how I see that one there. Dragon starts on bot side, but Jojo and Vladdy going to meet up for the time being. Seismic Shove connects and sets up for some good poke damage, but Vladdy's okay for now. Jojo tries to clear the wave, but that was mega clean from Vladdy. He's not going to take the shuriken flip back in. He takes his ulti out because more members of Koi are coming up.
Yeah, he wisely recognizes the collapse that's happening from Koi. And so he chooses to use his ultimate to create some space between him and his opposition.
Oh, yes.
But I don't think he's... Yeah, you can't really convert that into a tower. So again, the towers largely remain unscathed. No sieging has really occurred in this game. Vladdy going to TP back to top lane, knowing that there's no real objective to play for. I was anticipating more of a skirmish. There's the Shadow Flame now completed for Vladdy. I love this item on Akali. It's a really nice spike, these two items.
Yeah.
Herald being dropped in mid. All right, will this be the first tower of the game falling? I think it should be. The anticipation is building.
Oh, it is!
Like Lord of the Rings, the entryway to Gondor falls.
Ah, yes. I was thinking more Helm's Deep with that one. You know, like the orc that kind of sacrifices himself.
To blow open the wall.
Yeah.
I will say, significant structural defect, leaving that drainage completely exposed.
I mean, that was so silly. Why not just make
silly.
more wall?
I agree. Very much so.
Why does it need to drain? I guess you're there for a long time and, you know...
Why not a pipe over? You know what I mean?
True. Just... Or around, what about out the back? Because they were obviously just at the front of
so many plot holes in Lord of the Rings.
I mean...
So many.
God, yeah, don't get me started about the Eagles.
Don't get me started.
Right, we're the Eagles at the start. But then again, it was about the journey. You know, if the Eagles just came through in the first movie, we wouldn't have gotten 3 of them.
Quite right.
And, you know, I wouldn't have...
Again, you said don't start you, and you're starting on the Eagles, so let's...
I cried so much in Lord of the Rings, man.
Let's look at this instead, maybe.
Kana. Dredgeline comes through, depth charge sets him up, he flashes into a wall, but that wall sends him out. That's a weird interaction.
That was.
Okay.
Kind of got...
If Helm's Deep was like that,
no
one's
stop,
getting
but
through.
he got bounced out. Jojo gonna push in one more wave on the bot side of the map. We had an exciting early game, which has tapered off as trades have happened across the board. Top lane tower ended up falling. 2-1 in towers in favor of Koi for the time being. I was about to use the word fishing again, but they're scouring. It's Yike is scouring for information.
They're collecting. What other hobbies do you do?
Oh my goodness, why are you so determined to go off topic?
Because I just think, when you're talking about fishing, I just think, what else can you do? Netting. You know, like catching crabs and lobsters and stuff. Atakan, oh, especially loud.
Midwin's on awards.
Is indeed. He's going to get spotted out. His hand shook, and now Glacial Fish it down into a prison. Midwin is dead. In front of Atakan, good for KC.
Yeah, that's a massive pick. Easily opens up the Atakan. And the Flowers going to be giving a massive experience advantage in favor of KC. Koi not really in a position to contest this. They're not even going to try. They'll look to cross-map. They push in mid-wave. They can consider stealing away the blue buff. Looks like that's going to be the game plan for now. Oh, actually, maybe they're looking for a play onto Kana. He's out of position here.
It's a nice ulti from Kana, though, to get out before he gets in. And now, with Lacerate, he gets some distance as Sterix Gage comes in and try to get him under Tara, but no cigar. Super has to ulti in, but Kana's still healthy enough. Q's out. He's going to get bailed out, but still dead. And we're going to make sure of that one. Well, Koi's die eventually works out, but KC on the run. Teleport defensively. Koi are going to have 5 members. KC still thinking about it. Can we? Can't we? Betty, what do you think?
I think that it's a very difficult play to force. In fact, KC may be the ones overextending.
Maybe they are. Vladdy's the first port of engage. He's seismic shoved. He's kept in place. He's bailed out, but no execution. Yike as well. As Quiet punished the over-aggression. KC thought, oh yeah, we'll give it a crack, but you're not Dagda. Indeed, KC falling at the whim, blown apart. A massive mistake from our first stand finalist.
It's an ace for Koi. Just like that, they've blown the game wide open. It felt like after getting that pick, getting the Atakan on the top side, it was KC's game to lose, but a single ace has now flipped the game on its head. Kana, caught out of position, utilizes the ultimate to try and create space between him and Koi. The shielding comes through from Targamas to keep him alive, but then Super I mean, he uses the ultimate to find that pick. I don't think he had enough damage. Kana thought that he could get a kill, and he makes a misplay. Ends up losing his life. Now, at this point, KC don't realize that it's a 5 versus 3. They don't have their AD carry available, and they've already lost their top laner. The value of Nautilus against Akali is the chain CC that you have, and without being able to utilize that mobility, he gets locked down and converted into kills. Now, this dive surprised me, but again, with all 5 members, it's an easy one to execute. And Koi, now with a 3.5k gold leads, Dragon is available, easy to pick up for themselves.
And another pick potentially. Vladi just flashes away. He's got that ulti, sure can flip away. Arrow flies through. KC have started this Dragon, but they cannot complete it. Koi are in position. And with a 3.5k gold lead after that massive ace, after those picks that launch them into control in this game, they're not letting this go. They want to fight once again, and Alvaro sets it up with a dredge line. Vladi's coming from a flank, but Targamas is burning the midnight oil. Down and down he'll go with Super. Finds Kalista in backline. The international AD carry is no more, and Super reigns again. He finds his target, and now for KC, they'll find nothing but Kaufman with nail, and Yike, the final one through the heart of it all, will drop as well.
Alvaro has landed so many crucial hooks in this game, and he finds another one onto Targamas. The ulti had not come off cooldown yet, which means that with no ulti available, he converts it into a nice pick. The fight becomes very scattered as Super becomes the target for Vladi, but then he uses his ultimate to immediately set his sights on Kalist. So keep your eyes on Alvaro here. Connects the hook onto Targamas in a 4 versus 5. The flank from Vladi looks very scary, but look at Super. He can't get collapsed on. Instead, he works with Mirwin to lock down Kalist and get that kill, and then Vladi committing super deep to try and get at the very least a kill back, but he cannot find anything. A 1-team fight, a Dragon secured, and now this feels like it's Koi's game to lose.
Very good one, Betty. It's super deep, I get it. I feel like for Koi, I mean, now they're just ramping up. They've got momentum, and while a lot of people at home would sit and think, momentum's such a cringe, overused thing, it really feels like after that play, Koi have seized it and taken it in this game. 3 items almost there for Super, who's going for the crit Kai'Sa build that we are seeing more and more over in LPL, especially at the moment. The dueling is insane, and against Sejuani, no chance. Count that Ambassador in there too.
But look at the goal difference as well and how it's swung. The itemization is absolutely massive in favor of Koi, and that Akali that seemed so terrifying with the 4-0 scoreline now feels much more manageable with an experience equalization, I should say. Remember, the Artican secured earlier did give a big advantage to KC, but Jojo has been able to catch back up. He's going to tick over to level 15 soon. The Zhonya's is extremely valuable for him. He's working on the Void staff next. Those 6 Dark Seal stacks now disappeared, and this composition gets harder and harder for KC to execute. They're going to have to find some scraps on a side lane, leverage some of the skirmishing power that they have, because it feels like in the full-on 5v5, Koi just gets the better of KC.
Might happen again. I mean, Yike's in this lane. Jojo's going to spot it out. Yike is on the wrong side of dodge right now. Holds off on his back. Jojo doesn't fully commit, as Baron is still the thought here. Elyoya just clearing out vision, and there'll be none there in the pit. Does Koi have full control? Ribbit's moving up, and you see Alvaro drops a ward of his own. Elyoya's going to accompany him. Jojo looks for a bit of burst onto Vladdy, pokes him out. Yike still trying to play it sneaky. I see you! Dredge line not going to connect though. Yike is just going to walk this out for now, but Jojo, all he needs is a seismic shove, set down the rocks, and ulti set out from Yike to survive, but he's dead in an instant. Dredge line not going to connect, and Super gets that kill. Yike tried to play, but he got outplayed.
That should be an easy Baron. No jungler available for KC. Koi looking to bring us to a game 3. They were able to do this against G2 yesterday, but they found their footing here in game 2. And now they've taken firm control. Baron is going to be uncontested, I feel.
Yep.
No smite, no stealing options. A tower, I should say, on the other side. And now they've set their sights onto Vladdy.
They have indeed. He tried to just get deep in the way. I'm not sure what he's doing here, in fact. His depth charge will make it an easy connection. Seismic shove makes it a bounce house. And all in all, Vladdy just gets erupted by Jojo. He's had a good lane in both games, granted the matchup, but Jojo is showing a little bit more class here today in game 2 as Koi now moved to 7k.
What a turnaround play from Koi. It feels as though KC have just been punishing the mistakes of Koi in this series, but finally, Koi were the ones to punish the overextension of KC. the bravado that they were playing with ends up being shut down. And now with this Baron, Koi sailing high with the wind in their sails, looking to secure another tower.
I did not know boats could be crewed by fish. And again, we've learned a lot of things here today. That not only can this Koi swim, it's starting to grow legs. Vedius in a turret goes down as Super just going to walk down from this arrow. 9k gold lead. 27 minutes into the game. Enhanced Baron recall, Targamas. Oi, 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 oi.
TP invested, but they're not going to find a pick.
That was I guess TP just takes 10 years now.
There's no 10p, there's no TP.
There's no 10p either. That is true. I'm not sure what that is, but...
Yeah, I mean, Vladdy's now just going to awkwardly be stuck in the top lane. Remember I talked about experience being relatively even earlier? Now Jojo's about to tick over to level 17.
Do you think if they had 10p, they would...
Stop.
they would be able to win this game? What is 10p?
Koi are running away with things now. It feels like Casey's options are extremely limited. Another tower falls, getting so much value out of this Baron. The Red Bull Baron power play, 3.7k.
Oh yeah. Looks like it's only going to grow a little bit more. A minute left of it. Maybe enhanced recall. Stopping Vladdy could be the next option as well as he looks for some side pressure, but Akali's not going to push that quick. Just simply the wave for now, backs off while Dragon number 3 for KC, excuse me, Koi, is an easy take. And I am glad to say, it looks like we're going to get our second game 3 of LEC Spring.
Looks like it. Especially seeing as how I felt it was very one-sided in game 1.
One-sided.
It's nice to see Koi. Wow, this was a very even game pretty throughout the early game. A lot of trading back and forth. I mean, it felt so slow just because these teams weren't really contesting each other over anything. They were all just willing to trade dragons for grubs and heralds for dragons, and we didn't see the first tower fall until like 20 minutes into the game. So, first big fight went Koi's way. Now they're looking to bring us to a game 3, and again, I talk in absolutes just because the goal deficit is so huge for KC. Just in terms of raw itemization, we're kind of at a point in the game where Koi, even if they don't have an optimal fight, they likely can just get away with it due to the wallet advantage that they have.
Well, bigger wallets are proven to be heavier. If you knew anything about gravity, that would... Gravity? Wait, physics. Sorry, I don't know science well. Heavier wallets are more expensive and heavier and hold more
things.
It's an
expression. It's
yeah, it is. I've got more money, so I'm going to slap you with it. That's what it means. I'm sure when Atlas started talking about heavy wallets, he definitely started talking about all the cash in it. Right. And the coins, especially the coins. Hit people with a bag of coins, that's going to hurt. Let's see how El Yoya, how many euros in his pocket is. It's just a simple takeaway from Yike because he doesn't want to give any more jungle camps to El Yoya, and he tries to speed this away as quickly as possible. Let's just note, another Baron's up in 2 minutes. Koi, you're going to see how they can get into the base with a 10k gold lead. What do you think about, Betty?
Well, I'm thinking about how Koi actually end this game, because it feels like that they should just be able to do it. And I'm not really sure why they're not, because you could just group up mid and bot and just siege. I would argue that they don't necessarily need the Baron, and I don't think that KC have enough wave clear to necessarily stop them if they really wanted to.
That is a good point.
Because, like, again, Ashe is really the only wave clear that they have.
Yep.
Akali's not very good at clearing waves. So, I don't know, I guess Koi is just taking their time.
Why not? I guess. But you're right.
Because Baron's spawning in a minute 20, which is fine. The only problem with waiting for Baron is that you just give KC another potential way back into the game. Yeah. If Yike steals it, then the game very much changes.
And Yike is the king of steals these days, I will say.
Ooh, he might be dead.
He might indeed. He has to flash out of the way. It's an Arctic Assault. That Baron time is still a ways off, but now that flash makes it less likely that Yike can do exactly what we just talked about.
Yep, that's good. Good control of Koi over the top side jungle, reminding KC that they're really not allowed to leave their base. Mid can be pushed in. It looks like Jojo wants to go and answer that bot wave. TPs are available across the board. Ashe Arrow will likely be back up in time for the Baron. But yeah, it looks like Koi really taking their time with this one. Want to make sure that they can close this one out cleanly. Level 18 now for Jojo as well. very scary Koi. KC are going to have to find some miracle pick to be able to turn this game around. Look at how fed Super is as well. 4 fully completed items. That is one scary Kai'Sa.
You're about to find out how. Oh, Yoya thinking about an engage. Yike's just going to face check for now. What else can you do as Koi hang around the wings, try to use vision to their merit? You can see in bot, I mean, Kana at least getting pushed in the sideways as objective bounties are available. But Yike, as he tries to drag midwave, is playing with fire himself. He runs into Mew, and I'm not sure if he knew he was in there, but Arrow buys him some time, and Yike is going to run for his life. But yes, he is indeed dead. Baron is up, and that's going to be a freebie.
I mean,
it wasn't already.
That was very questionable. All right, well, the outcome of that is that will be an uncontested Baron for Koi. I guess you consider KC securing that bot tier 2 is at the very least something. But now with this Baron, that should be enough to allow for MKoi to begin their siege and look to try and end this game.
Surely 10k and Baron.
Sure.
That's enough of a lead. You got Majai's on Jojo. They just gotta spike the ball down. Been in air for whoever knows long. Nah.
However long.
However, who knows long. That's it.
Oh, that's it.
Words are hearts. This is why I can't learn another language. I haven't even mastered the first one. That's what you get when you live upside down. Now.
Oh, they're going to get Dragon as well. All right.
Okay, why not? You know what? Yeah, get it. Let's have a fight. Well, I'd love a fight. No more passive League of Legends. Let's get it. All right, Mirwin on the flank, sees Kana, Kana sees Mirwin. That's done and dusted. 4v4 through the river as Bloody finds an angle onto Super. Remember, they're 10k gold down, and Super shows it to Targamas. Jumping in, Bloody does a good job, as Kana's ulti's not too bad itself, but maybe it is just a wallet dip in the end. It would look good if they were even, but KC way too far behind. All Hail Marys thrown out, and now game 3, we're well on the way.
I mean, Super just makes it so difficult for Vladdy to find any assassination attempt. The moment that Vladdy found the flank, Super dotted to the other side of the team fight, creating so much space between him and Vladdy, allowing him to get that kill onto Kalista. They lock down Vladdy, get the kill onto him, and they're looking to bring us to game 3.
And we're starting to get an answer. We ask, can fish climb walls? Well, if they are blue, they sure as well can try. We're going to a game 3 after one massive team fight. That was the slow burner. But Koi got the fight in them here. They try and get revenge for winter playoffs.
Koi will find their first win of the year against this iteration of KC, and it was a much needed one. Single round robin, best of 3. These matchups against the top teams are important when it comes to fighting for playoffs, and so a win for both sides is going to be important as we get closer to game 3.
Well, a game 3 we are, though, in a best of 3 fearless. This is what comes out of the hat here as we throw to Shox, who's standing by somewhere. Where's the camera going to take us?
Right here with Movistar Koi, people who have been cheering so loudly, and luckily they get a game 3. I'm here with, what's your name?
Adrian.
Adrian.
And Xavi.
Adrian and Xavi, I'll start with you, Adrian. I mean, you are here with so many people. You were waiting for a long time yesterday. Can you tell me why you felt it was so important to be here with all this strength for your team, specifically in week 1 of the LEC?
Well, I think for the team it's really important to have us here. I think we are cheering up a lot of. Well, our strength is really big. In the question is telling us that, so I think it's important for the guys.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And it's working, very much so. Now, when it comes to the team, and maybe Jojo and the integration, he hasn't had the easiest time, right? But I know a lot of you are wearing a Jojo Pyun t-shirt. So what do you want to say kind of about him and to make it work with the team?
No, it's basically Jojo Pyun for us. It's really important. We know that it's our mid lane. It's really a hard her position, and we're trying to push him all the time that we can do it for him. Stay with him, cheer for her, and it's so difficult her position. And I try to do all together, support for him, and keep pushing with him.
Yes. Absolutely, the positive energy, I love it. One more game to go as we go to break. Shall we do the Macarena? Shall we? Okay, 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Toda tu perdonería, Macarena, he vuelto para la alegría. Hey, Macarena, let's go to break.
Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way. Give me chaos. Never gonna feed, but we will create some space. Give me chaos. Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams, making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
Kills are important, as you said, as Vladdy's going to set up for one of his own onto Kana and Mirwin. Getting involved in their lane, sure, complete doesn't connect, but at least the damage does. Vlad.
Keep going, keep going. Good job. No flash, no flash, no flash. I'm ulting. Look, I have stopwatch, okay? I will dive. I have stopwatch. Ahí está, get. I call it. Ash.
Tu parla. Pasos de mierda. Vámonos.
Look, I call you. You win. You win.
Go full on mesa.
Nice. I have look up. Go mid. Nice flash,
Nice.
Welcome back to the LEC, where we have, of course, another matchup, which you're all ready and waiting to see here too. So, obviously, Karmine Corp did not end up winning this game, and I want to go back to basics as to one of the reasons they didn't. Because what happened, I think, in the play which I'm about to show you, is that Karmine Corp had good vision, but that made them make bad plays. Good vision doesn't always save you from doing that. So as we set up this clip here, Atakan is being done by Karmine Corp. That's cool. Actually, what's very important, though, is what's about to happen on the bot side of the map. Let's play this and let's get into it a little bit more. Because what will happen is we see jungle and support starting up that Atakan is staying there. Let's pause it right now. This is a great place to pause it because Kana, I think, gets baited in, and with a little bit of psychology, to walk through bot side jungle. He has one control ward here, and he has another control ward on the other side of the jungle too. So he thinks that he is safe to walk through the bot side jungle. That obviously is not true. Good vision, but not a safe path. Let's go through this again. Stop right here, because he now knows he's in trouble. He doesn't have a flash. He needs to use his ultimate to get out of this position because Alvaro's walked onto his safe vision. Remember, good vision, but not actual safety. We'll play this through again because Kana has now put his team into a very difficult set of decisions to make. He gets dove onto, and his team is not ready to support. As we keep going through this, obviously Super forces very, very hard onto this. And the vision will come into this again just a little bit after this play because as we pause this again just one more time, you'll notice the control wards are still here. You've lost your top laner, but Kamiko still want to make a play after this point. We'll keep playing this again because I think we've got one more thing to talk about on this same topic, which is why I really wanted to bring this up. MKOI, they call over their Aurora, which had died a little bit before this play, and another key moment has just happened. Pause it one more time and before we finish off this clip, because we saw a vision cone rather used by Karmine Corp to go across the side of the jungle to clear out some vision. And I think Karmine Corp maybe think, well, we've just used that. We've got the safe vision, right? We can make a good play to make sure we can secure our own blue buff. At least we've just lost our top laner. We have to get something, and we'll play this clip out to completion. Now, as we realize, that's not the case. Vision does not save you from getting jumped on because you don't even have your AD carry here. I think Karmine Corp got set up by what really was good vision control and map setup in regards to how strong they were, and towards taking the Atakan felt very good, but I think they might have just baited themselves into uneven numbered fights and not really having the members of the play which they needed to have. Mobstar Koi pounced very, very well on this and seized the opportunity to really snowball ahead in this game. Well, that was one of the key moments where I figured out in this game, but I'm sure the desk has a few others to go through as well, so take it away.
For me, what I want to go through, thank you so much, Naimira, is the fact that coming back from first stand, the first thing that I've heard from Vladdy and from Karmine Corp is international teams are so good at playing the map, are so good at unlocking opportunities, at playing to their win conditions. Guys, what was this then? What have we learned? What have we learned? But on the other side, I think about Elioya, who said at the beginning of the day that this is something that they needed to be more meticulous about. And I feel like, well, MKOI did their homework here in game 2.
Does that.
Actually, I think they're really good at using this, Talia, and utilizing that ultimate. I think one of the first big plays that happened is that they're actually able to punish the KC bot lane quite frequently. They're putting them under pressure. And when you're playing into Ashe and Renata, which is usually one of those lanes who loves to be up near your tower, making sure that they put pressure on you, KC didn't really respect the map pressure that MKOI was able to put down on that bot lane.
Yeah, I do think Kalista had a bit of a stinker. This is like a matchup where you really want to bully as the Ashe. You want to build up a big lead, especially with the counter pick on support as well. You got the Renata, but instead did some bad trades and did some good roams from Jojo Pune. They actually ended up falling behind, and at that point, it's like your Ashe is doing no damage, just getting dove upon every single team fight, and they just didn't have enough in the tank.
I will say, though, KC did find ways to come back into the game, but I think the play that Naimira just broke down as well really just lost them that entire game. They had done a good job at crawling back into it, but when you just like randomly jump in and die again and again like that, you know, that's just going to lose you the game.
And it's been a lot of this, sadly. A lot of overextending, not playing around the vision that they have, and also a lot of good opportunities on the side of MKOI who were able to seize them. And this is their first win of the split after losing 3 games. Are we convinced with what we've seen so far?
I mean, convinced not yet, but I will say we're seeing some really good shines of light. I think Super had a phenomenal performance on the Kaiser. His team fighting was simply just beautiful.
Yeah, I think Jojo for me looks the best on Talia. I think the key to success for this MKOI roster looks like you need Jojo on a mid laner that can perma move, impact the map, because he's not going to have like a stellar laning phase, and I don't feel like when he goes to something like the Azir or the Yone that the team fights are really hitting how they should. But I feel like if he plays more kind of this like Niski style, enabling Elioya, enabling the rest of the map, MKOI can find good success on both spot and top.
Yeah, and it requires a bit of selflessness as well, right? The fact that you don't have to be the carry every time. You have to find yourself in a position where you make your teammates shine. And I agree with you. I think Jojo did a phenomenal job at that in this game.
What are we looking at in game 3 then? MKOI being on blue side yet again.
I mean, I think
No, KC on blue side, sorry, I mean team.
KC bot lane are not that good at playing hard winning matchups, so I'd like them to just go more of a scaling route. And I do think that KC are trying these melee mids, but if you put Vladdy on Victor, it's kind of a cheat code. It was banned nearly all of first stand. So that's what I would expect, for them to kind of try hard this last game.
Yeah, and I guess on MKOI, I kind of feel like it's just the opposite end of that, right? You want to be able to punish a KC bot lane who right now isn't looking too comfortable in the 2v2 setting. We are seeing a few mistakes, you know, Kalish just randomly getting hooked, having to use flash that early. That is something you can't do against, especially a support like Alvaro, who's so good at finding those key moments. So I'm hoping we see more of that engage from MKOI.
A lot of takeaways from this game. So let's see which team makes the best use of it. Casters, take it to you. Take it to you.
Well, it is taken to us. It's close enough. Don't worry about it. Thank you very much, Law, and to Tom Cruise's 2 stunt doubles who've joined us here today. We're going into our 3rd game, and Fearless, of course, 10 bans are off the table, 20, plus the following 10. You know the drill, as you were here for playoffs, I'm sure. Gwen is not going to be let through, and let's be real, I think Nefiri is just too risky as well. Someone's going to ban it. Probably KC, right?
What was that? Sorry, I was thinking about, I was thinking about the next bans. I was like, I was legit thinking, I was like, wait, what ban were you talking about? I was like, Gwen, Nefiri, bye.
About 5 seconds. Just
yeah. No, sorry. Yeah, I was still thinking about your Tom Cruise line. It was funny.
That's good. Nice one.
Okay. Jace, very valuable. It's available. It's Kana. First pick, perhaps. I also like... Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Jace. Cool. So, next picks then become... Ooh, it depends how much you value bot lane versus jungle.
Do you take away the Nidalee pick that is often paired up with the Jace that we know Yike can play?
Ooh, I don't know.
I'm just going to send that there.
I like this a lot. Yeah, I think Pantheon's great. I think it's just a really strong early skirmisher. Oh, are they looking to take Vladdy's Victor away? I think this is smart. This is a very nice play. Just take him away from some of the comfort.
But he's emulating Zeka, and when I know Zeka from when he was in BLG in the LPL, that guy was a Galio main as well.
Okay.
So...
my instincts are not that he's going to go towards
mid?
Galio. If anything, he's probably going to go Corki or something.
You reckon?
Yeah, I mean, they might think about something like a Zyra. Oh, an early MF. That is surprising to me. Of all the AD carry champions they want to prioritize, I am surprised that they would want MF. I guess they're thinking about maybe they... See, because now I'm thinking like, are they thinking about a Mumu? Are they thinking about Leona is still available?
Surely the Nidalee's not too far off, right? They've just come from Korea. TC got the pass for it last.
I don't think it's going to be Nidalee, bro.
But, look, a tree.
Now that's more like,
that's still part of the jungle, part of the crew, part of the ship. I mean, Ivan does
but again,
the same. But
Ivan
you know what I mean?
MF is quite surprising to me. Yeah. Unless this is something like MF mid.
Wow, you are cooking.
Yeah, I don't know if that's like an answer into Victor, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. The Rakan answer means that Koi don't have much of a front line. They do have decent engage, given that they have Pantheon followed up with the Rakan. Of course, not amount of huge AoE utility, I guess you could argue. But both compositions, I would say, don't have a clear identity just yet, because when you think of Pantheon, you think of skirmishing, side laning, trying to look for early ganks, whereas when you think of Victor, you think of scaling, more about the team fights. And then again, for KC, you've got Poke with the Jace, with a little bit of team fight value, just an all-rounder, a top lane pick, just because of how safe he is to blind. I think the Siren ban makes a lot of sense, because when you think about Koi, they are lacking a little bit in terms of frontline. And then you've also got scaling support with the Ivern, with a team fight value coming in from the MF. So like, there's a lot of components right now without a very clear direction with what both teams want to do. Yeah. We'll see how the rest of the draft evolves. I like the Leona ban. We talked about it earlier, still being available. And I think it makes sense in this context, especially when playing against the Misfortune. But now, what is KC's engage? Because Alistair, Renata, Nautilus, and Leona are all gone.
Yeah, because things like Grom is disengaged, right? There's nice setup, good skirmishing, but not reliable frontline engage.
Okay, Koi are going mega scale.
They are indeed, but so now they with the Sivir.
Now something like Ornn could potentially have a lot of value into Jace. It's not a great matchup, but just a little bit more of a frontline and an engage could make a lot of sense. We'll see what direction they end up going in, because there's, I mean, ultimately there are a lot of options for you as a top laner, especially when you are anticipating this Jace top. It could be flexed into mid, but yeah, Hui definitely makes sense in Vladdy's wheelhouse as an answer into the mage. We saw this a lot from him. He had some great performances on it in winter. And now in terms of supports, I think the Rakan takeaway was just a really good one, especially with those bans alongside it.
Sorry, I'm just sitting here spitballing, buddy.
No, I think that's fair. Maybe they go on Mumu support.
Oh, yeah. Target play, I mean...
Nico is the other one.
Yeah, Nico's a really good option. Where is your engage? Elise?
Ooh, I mean, they're going...
That's pick. That's pick if I've ever seen it, but...
With Ivan?
Who sets up Misfortunal?
Oh, Malphite would be huge.
That feels so big.
I think Malphite's a really good pick here.
And into the Jace lane as well.
Yeah.
Very good. Oh my god, Koi. I don't know, Betty.
You can't lane swap out of this one.
No, you can't. What do you want to say on it?
I mean, Gragas is fine, but I really wanted that Malphite. I really would have been happy with the Malphite. All right, Gragas is completely fine. A lot of disruption, a solid front line to complement your scaling. I don't think that the engage from Koi is the best, but it'll work. With the Sivir ultimate, with the Rakan, Pantheon ulti as well, they have a lot of tools to just start off the fight. KC, though, I mean, so here's where I sit there and get a bit confused about this draft. Only because I think Elise, MF, very powerful 2 versus 2 lane. But I do agree with what the desk was saying, that this bot lane hasn't demonstrated an ability to just snowball and run away with a winning bot lane 2 versus 2. Especially into Sivir with the spell shield, I think even setting up for that play is going to be harder. And then you're not even complementing that with an aggressive early game jungler. If it was Elise Pantheon, down in my head would be like, oh, okay, so the idea is to really go hard in the early game, really attack these lanes, try and get off the map in the mid game, and just look for fight after fight, especially around these neutrals, like contest the second grub spawn, contest the second dragon, fight using those first item spikes. But you've got an Ivern with Hui, who are both champions.
Versus Koi in your second day final game. The LEC is back, and now you can spam in the chat. Got a lot of songs. Were you in that car? You were in the car dancing to that.
Yeah, do you want to know the fun thing about that car?
What?
Is it was on a rig. We weren't actually driving.
No, don't say that. You're ruining it for me.
Yeah.
I really thought, like, I can't remember. I don't know if Medic was driving or
no, it was
doing that.
Dracos. And Dracos was really happy because he didn't have a license.
Oh,
so he was driving a car, but he...
Glad you said the rig thing first, not the license thing first, because then Dracos would get in trouble. Now,
it was fun.
If you like LEC songs, no, I've already done it enough, but there's a whole barrel of them. I have
barrel.
a repeat.
Nice transition into top lane.
No, I am a man of transition.
I'm a little sad about that Malphite now.
I really am
I was really eager to see a Malphite long.
What does Misfortune and Jace
Misfortune would have been so sad.
Useless, yeah.
Like, oh, you ult, I ult. Like,
But even so, I mean, look, for KC, poke elements. You talk about, you know, Yike on this Ivan. What's it going to enhance in this game as much as something that has like a Tristana mid or an on-hit AD carry bot? KC, the 2v2, we need to see it excel successfully. And already you can see trying to get that level 2 is going to be the first part of it. Ignite and Electrocute. Targamas is going to be all in. And I'm hoping we get Symbiotic Soul from him as well, especially since that movement speed buff and it being, I think, some of the strongest shoes right now, so that Elise can perma-roam and deal with the Pantheon that's going to have a bit of pro.
Well, for the time being, that bot lane is looking to gain control very quickly. First 2 waves, you can see how they posture in the lane, constantly looking for trades. Nice utilization of the Q from Kalist, and this is exactly the type of start that you want. Forcing the health bot out from Super already, getting the level 2. Ivan looking to path towards the bot side of the map. Of course, starts top side, moves bot side, goes back to top side, picks up all those camps. And the great thing about Ivan is, because you clear your camps so quickly, you have a lot of downtime. Just kind of running around the map, a lot of opportunities to threaten things like dives. And while you don't have a huge amount of setup, if that Q does connect, when you synergize that with the Elise, a lot of single target CC coming from the KC squad means that should be easy to get the kill, assuming that that CC lands.
They got an insane pick. Way mixed into that as well from downtown with Jace. Like, any CC connects, and KC, one target is going to have its meal of it. Super good attempt at the spell shield, gets some health back, but then poked out by Electrocute from Targamas. So for KC, let's kind of just put this forward, Betty. I mean, I would assume that Victor would have early lane, but I know that Hui, once he gets an item, once he gets his mana sustained,
I mean,
really annoying.
They're both kind of just waiting for certain threshold points.
Yeah, okay.
And then yeah, they'll just become wave clear bots. But early on, Victor is really annoying just because of how difficult it is to trade back against his E. Kana now the target, but the movement speed from his acceleration gate will take him to safety. And he is now happy camper, just still having to be cautious as both junglers going to meet in the top side river.
Ewan now zones out, the wave pushing, and Kana just wants to reset it, get it into turret as soon as possible, and Ewan's going to get tanked out and grasped out, and that's nice from Kana. So the wave pushes in, the poke landing as well means that Kana has options here.
I mean, Kana is a very good chase player, and just watching him play this lane is a really good example as to why. Mewin, though, still doing a good job in farm, but practically dead even. The 14 gold lead that Kana has is the 1 CS that he has as an advantage over his lane opponent. Mewin gonna TP back to TP back to lane. Will likely lose about 2 minions, but now Targamas on the road.
Looking for the cocoon, lands it, and just jumps in. Good little spider bite as well, repels out, and Jojo Kun is bursted. He's got TP himself, as Vladdy's already used it to come back.
So this wave gonna quickly be pushed underneath the tower. Might lose a bit of farm off the back of this, but Jojo's been doing really well in the 1v1 matchup. Already built a very healthy lead with how aggressively he's been trading. It's going to come back.
Betty, I was going to say TP takes about 10 years. Lucky it's a cannon minion, though.
Yeah. Due to the TP changes that happened at the beginning of this year.
I do miss old TP, but I do like now that, you know, you can TP to a minion. If that minion dies, it can look very inty if you're like past a wave.
That's your favorite part, okay.
That is a favorite part.
Very classic play-by-play. But reminder that, so the thing about these winning lanes, which is what I appreciate about what the analyst desk was talking about, is that, like, look at the actual difference between the two AD carries. Like, Sivir is largely unfazed. You know, pretty much dead even in CS. But the wave is stacking, and they know that they'll be able to catch it. The resets quickly come through from Super, but sure, he'll lose a couple creeps, but he's really not at any risk. And as long as Koi play patiently and don't allow Targamas to, like, just run rampant, running around, getting picks here, everywhere, getting kill after kill, then I think Koi is quite happy with the fact that eventually they'll get to a nice point in the game where they can look for these team fights, play the front to back. I guess it becomes a question of how easily can Super play the team fights. Sivir, traditionally a fairly short-range AD carry. Well, Elyoya repeat gank in the top lane.
Oh, nice sidestep, Kana. Still gets bodied for a little bit, and Kana's just going to try and take the 1v2 on. Elyoya spears up as we look towards mid. Targamas is back and just dead. Oh, whoopsie! I thought he could turn into a spider. Maybe he thought the same too.
Jojo with a huge outplay has to commit the flash, but he will draw first blood. Targamas looking to make things happen on the map. And his death has ripple effects as well, because not only does Jojo get a kill and accelerate the victory even more with the stacks, but on the bot side of the map, have a look. Kalis now being zoned away from farm, being threatened, allowing Super and Alvaro to push in this wave and get another comfortable back. This bot lane duo that's supposed to find advantages, this Elise that's supposed to be running around the map finding picks, it's not finding anything right now.
Not stopping there, movement speed given, Elyoya flashes in, but is there damage enough? Body slam, and now ulti sent out, Mewin almost died. That caught me off guard, the damage from Kana was close as Jake tries to finish the job. He's got a trigger seed, he's got a bubble, the flash away from Mewin, he buys time, but the Ivan doesn't do enough damage. Elyoya's just got the spear out. Another Q'd in with the trigger seed should be enough. Elyoya puts the shield up, Yike came in to save the day, but he's almost dead with a spear through his heart. Casey's early game is a disaster.
The healing from the Gragas, Elyoya getting a level up in the fight as well. Koi find 3 kills to start off game 3, and already things are looking disastrous for KC.
Oh man, I mean, on a whim that play, you can understand why Yike goes top there as bullet time just to get the push in, to get that bounce back, but 2 kills for Elyoya on this Pantheon jungle as we watch how top unfolded.
So the flash stun comes in from Elyoya. Flash into the E from Mewen, gets the barrel, and I mean, it's just an easy kill, well executed. Now, the W just used from Mewen, he's waiting for it to come back up. Yike drops a wall over, and then he gets the healing from the W, and then crucially, look, level 5 for Elyoya. The auto attacks from Yike would have been enough to get the kill, and then there, he gets the level up. Which means that then, with the Q coming off cooldown, he has just enough mana to finish off the kill. Everything going just right. And the Kois... The Kois?
No, I like that, the Kois.
Yeah, the Kois, they're elated. The school of Koi,
good
ecstatic at the early success in this rivalry, which has been very one-sided this year in favor of KC.
Yep.
But Koi finally looking to change that narrative, especially after what is a very difficult weekend. G2 into KC. Remember, single round robin best of 3, which means that there won't be a rematch later in the split. It'll have to be playoffs that they meet again. So getting a win here is crucial if they want to be contesting for those top 3 spots.
And for Koi, you look at the rest of their schedule. As you said, yes, it is. Excuse me, just have to readjust. I was going to say, oh yes, no, it's G2. No, Koi have got Team Heretics later next week.
Yeah.
So a win here would also propel them up to really smack down a team that is still trying to find the development through their rookies and their solo lanes. So yeah, a big momentum shift. 700 gold lead is only the lead, but for Koi, again, that Pantheon is worth mentioning. We both had suspicions about the draft. We both said, you know, it feels like this draft is harder to work, but you already talked about the late game elements of Koi too. Getting through the lanes, seeing Jojo and Super in good positions on top of that too. Not too shabby.
We'll see if KC can do anything to upend the advantage that Koi have been able to build for themselves. Super continuing to farm away. But just look at how strong Jojo is. And I will say a big point of criticism from me and many others was Jojo's laning last split.
Yeah.
I think that he was a weak point for Koi. But to be fair, this series, I think he's played pretty well.
His lanes have been good. I mean, granted, he's been in 3 winning matchups each and every game.
Oh, hang on. There's the ulti.
It's a good response, isn't it? Kana's caught out. Explosive card, fantastic body slam on top of that. Kana, his flash still isn't up and available, so the timing is perfecto. I can't say that in Spanish as Super's getting dove now. Misfortune ult sent out a flash is a whim. Super dies, Khalid gets one back, first kill on the board for KC.
A much needed kill for KC as the timing was so unfortunate for Kana. Just as he TPs back into lane, Koi pounce and they secure themselves another kill on the top side. And we were just talking about how KC haven't been able to find any advantages on the bot side of the map, but then they go and get a 2v2 kill, accelerating Kalist and setting him up for success. You can see that first item quickly on its way soon. The recall going to come through, and there is the Bloodthirster looking to be secured.
Ivan, Yike going to find him. Good little setup at the trigger scene, and the ulti comes out straight away. The Cowstorm doing damage and zoning off as Alvaro just jumps into a cocoon and almost dies. Severing Bolt is helping, but the burn almost does it itself. Alvaro I'm talking about is going to get away from Yike's auto attacks as Daisy comes out to say g'day, and Koi's just going to run away. But now a close call.
Flash is expended from Alvaro and Elyoya in that short exchange. KC definitely not down and out. Remember, that gold lead was much bigger. They've been able to close the gap pretty quickly. They're finding opportunities where they can. And now we set up for the Dragon, being started off by KC. This will be their second of the game. Their third objective of the game as well. Even though Koi have been finding kills, the early game control has largely gone in favor of KC.
Surprising, isn't it? I mean, Elyoya's just been in every lane, it feels like. Has he? He's been in top mainly. It does feel like top has been the rinse and repeat.
Because you know what, Mewen? I feel like you've been left isolated for a long time. How about I throw a couple of ganks your way?
That is nice. I think Kana this series has had a lot of solo lane pressure consistently, and it's time that it's shifted. Now, 2 Dragons, as you mentioned. Grubs respawning in a minute 15. Already pings are going down. You see Elyoya setting up for maybe something in top yet again. Well, KC are getting the push in bot. But Yike is actually clearing his bot side for now as well. So he's going to have to target his Raptor camp. See where he goes from there. Redemption also picked up, by the way. But first items, it's pretty common right now. As Kana's, he's fallen behind a little bit. He's only got a tunneler, that's about it.
Doing his best, considering the amount of pressure that's been thrown up towards the top side of the map. And the timing on that TP is just We've all been there. You just come back to lane and you immediately die. That's it's a rough one for sure. Yeah, we've all been there.
We've all been
Yeah.
there.
You especially. Like, there's actual footage of this, of you doing that. I've watched it, actually.
That's because I play volleyball, okay? Sometimes you gotta in. This is how it works out.
I thought you were a Renekton one, Trey.
No, I moved from that because I feel like Renekton's Aragon's thing.
Oh, I see.
But see, volleyball, I played it before it was cool.
Right.
I just did the boring rod.
Pretty sure Baus did it before you, though, didn't he?
Well, he technically did, but if I didn't watch his streams before...
Also, didn't Adam literally play it at Worlds?
If I didn't watch or know of any of it before...
Ah, the classic, if I don't see you, you don't see me.
That's right. If a tree falls in the forest, did it break?
Yes.
Did it fall?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, glad we settled that debate.
Well, there's no facts, there's no proof.
Grubs are alive, and Yike is first on the objective. Targamas aware that there might be a sneaky Spartan sitting in the brush.
Yeah. But that's all 6 grubs?
Yep.
That's all 6, all 6 grubs and 2 Drakes.
Yep.
KC are living up the objective game.
It's going to be a race to first tower now for the feats of strength. And really, it is in KC's favor, given the bot tower looks relatively low, the top tower as well. Oh, not 6 scrubs. All right. Elyoya did make his way up, and will deny. I think KC will be content with the outcome of this, though.
They will. By the way, if you're sitting at home thinking, oh, no feats of strength, I'm going to be honest. Even though the feat of objectives already picked up, I think feats of strength don't mean much. Keep that between you and I, chat, as Kana and Yike are chasing down Mewin. Not going to find the stun up, but Kana launches on Hammers first as this makes it 2v2 Elyoya once again. He's always top lane. That ulti just targeted here as Yike is not taking up the deal. He flashed away, but it's to a Chaos Storm. Koya looking to charge forward as the body slam flash. He's cute onto Kana with no matter. Mewin dies, but with his dying breath, autos down. Targamas will take the shutdown. It's a 2-for-1 in top, while meanwhile through mid, Kalist has to flash away on the hunt. Also popped as Koya just not slowing down in this game.
Koi, knowing that their skirmish power is just that much stronger, trying to force these fights on the map. But remember, it was initiated by KC. Yike and Kana trying to get a collapse onto Mirwin, but the response from Elyoya's ultimate meant that he could join the fray, and with the arrival of Jojo, but now Super the target.
Yeah, he's waiting for Spellshot. I believe it's up and available. Good save by Alvaro as Boomerang Blade comes out. Kalista in a bit of trouble now as well. PTA's already put out a rather lethal tempo. They're just breaking him apart. Great engagement and shut down to a Sivir at minute 15. It can't keep getting better for Koi.
I mean, Kalist was winning out in the straight-up 1v1, but then the knock-up came through from Alvaro. Super created some distance, and he was able to connect the Q to secure another kill. The gold was even just a second ago, but scraps across the rift have resulted in Koi building a 1.7k gold lead, and with the Dragon spawning in 40 seconds, they have to set their sights on this objective.
I mean, again, feels like Kana's just going to trade off and get what he can. Gold for KC needed in this early game to mitigate.
Oh, the feats, though.
But the 0-3, yeah, whose feat is it going to be? Because even though, yes, feats go down, Koi bring their own version of their shoes, and Kana's in a lot of trouble. Chaos Storm comes down again. The Redemption not going to heal him up enough, and he's just sent packing. Elyoya kill number 3, and that's 4 deaths for Kana. It's a good strategy. Just target Kana.
Really trying to limit what he's able to do on this Jace pick, which he is so well known for. Hang on.
Not enough damage though, that's a rotation down.
Not a run, Targamas.
Comes out as Alvaro comes in, Gleaming Quills.
I mean, he's fast. That's the good news.
That is a good news. He's got Symbiotic Souls fully upgraded. And now he's gonna have to go back and heal up.
Oh, interesting. Koi actually abandoned the Dragon to try and contest the Herald.
Yeah.
Again, this Pantheon is a bit of a beast right now. 3-0-3, the Eclipse completed with the Tunneler as well. He's ready to scrap. He wants to fight, and KC have to respect that as the bot tower falls. Jojo becoming monstrous on the Victor.
Oh yeah. As we said, it's been a relatively good series for him today. 2K stretches the lead with that turret going down as well. Elyoya starts the Dragon. This will be number 3 for KC. Trying to move to contest, and they've been good on objectives so far. It's been the one saving grace, but Alvaro now with the quickness sets up and finds himself a Kalist out of position. Elyoya jumps on his position. The Spider comes down and dies. That's what you do. You step on them as the bullet time is hitting air. I think that just hit me. Kana running for his life. Jojo's found him though, and in front of the Dragon with the slow. Kana will not be re-entering. Elyoya set that play up beautifully, and Koi, a momentum-based team, is what you can take off this series.
They are just winning scrap after scrap, fight after fight, and they're going to get their first Dragon of the game. They're likely going to convert it into a tower as well.
As you said, turret equals 3.5k. Dragon sacking denied. And then our match of the week, KC here, got caught out with Kalist with a great engage from Alvaro.
Alvaro locks onto his target, finds the knocker, and the follow-up there from Elyoya, the chain CC onto Kalist. Forced out of the fight immediately, and while they didn't get that kill, it was enough to set up for the rest of the kills that they converted into 2. And again, this is where we're starting to see, like, this Elise plus his Ivan, it's just a weird combination. They're not able to find picks in the straight up 5v5. This Elise, what she offers is so limited in contrast to Alvaro, whose target selection continues to be fantastic. He's also had a great series overall, and he's working with Elyoya fantastically. He's looking to replicate that right now as they get control over the topside river, setting up for the Herald.
But Betty, you know, the problem with poke comps is if they fall behind, and you have bruises on the other side, more health, more sustainability, more frontline. It's a nuisance. KC's poke ain't doing enough work, and I don't know, we got a Sivir, we got a Victor on the other side of the rift. Some would say we are running out of time as more gold being given over, with Jojo getting his second solo turret this game. Herald eventually drops to Elyoya's Pantheon. And that gold lead is still growing ever so nicely.
And we heard earlier in the day a bit of a hot take from Niski, where he said that his hot take is that Koi can make top 3.
I remember him saying that, true.
And he largely based that off his scrim experience. But it's nice to see some of the elements of what he was talking about. You know, one of the biggest criticisms that we had of them last bit was when they got leads, they threw them.
Yeah.
Right? They were impatient. They sometimes skipped steps on the setup, and they, from winning positions, they couldn't always convert that into victories. The other criticism we had was Jojo in the mid lane. His laning performances, the fact that he was solo killed by Camilo. There were all sorts of individual mistakes that I feel like we're already seeing significant improvements on. So even though they had a difficult series against G2 yesterday, they still pushed them to 3 games. They're doing the same thing here again, and you can see the best of 3 format really benefiting Core.
Can indeed, with some of that versatility as we watch top laners battle it out. But look at the positioning. Yike and Target trying to bait in, but on the hunt is going to give Alvaro some movement speed with quickness, following up. But a Pantheon to fly, and Elyoya looking for someone to die. He's flooding with Chaos Storm, erupting his body. An electronic feast for Koi, running down 11-2, 21 minutes in the game, and KC aren't safe. Bullet time clears the wave and buys some time, but Herald's there in front, and it's going to be an easy charge.
I'm loving the aggression from Koi. Flash from Jojo, flash from Super, all to try and get themselves more kills. The gold lead continues to balloon. 5.6k the advantage now as they secure a tier 2 turret. And on the bot side of the map, KC, I mean, there's really not much that they can get.
I mean, this top lane is going to keep 1v1ing explosive pellets. Nice little barrel chain from Mirwin. I think they're just going to bop away.
I feel like Mirwin's winning this.
I think Kana knows it. I was going to say, you know, our finals MVP from KC in this game, and you can say through the lanes, getting checked a little bit by Jojo, who's, again, having a good end of series.
I mean, it's a numbers advantage here. The flash of the wall from Super, the flash commitment from Jojo as well. Nice play to shut down Vladdy and set their sights on the tower. And I mean, little to really break down off the back of that as well. But it's just, again, like question marks around the comp coming through from KC. But also just the level of confidence that we're seeing from Koi is great to see. We'll see if they can maintain this momentum, as really they're on track to win this game and get a much-needed win here in week 1.
I mean, surely 2.5k gold lead. I know it's an Ivan versus Pantheon, but still worth mentioning. The Victor versus Sway is more important to me, as Jojo heading towards his Seeker's will become Zonya's. So that'll be the 3rd item, while 2nd item not even built for Vladdy here. 13 to 15 is the EXP gap right now as well, about 11.5 if you count the bar. And next up, we got Atacon. Dragon, number 4, also coming up in 30 seconds. But KC just getting into their jungle right now. is awarded struggle.
Looks like KC still want to contest this Otacon though. They have 4 members on the top side. Kana has the TP available. It's a dangerous objective to start. I don't really like it from Koi, but the good news is they've drawn them away from mid lane. And look at Super, already chipping away at this tower. Kalist going to use his mobility to wander his way over.
They're going to teleport. Kalist is flashed down, making it rain for the time being. Super takes some damage, spell shields out. Elyoya ulties in to try and save it, but he's gone too far. Kana with the punish as big as Alvaro helps out his jungler, but Kana's able to withstand for now. Miwin also caught out. No! Koi, you can't do it again. 2 members dead. Picks from KC, and it does feel like Koi should not have thrown that away.
Oh, I mean, I think that they were not expecting the flash commitment from Kalist. As MF committing a flash over the wall to get that kill onto Super, I mean, that may come back to bite him later, but ultimately it puts them on soul point. They get 2 kills off the back of it, and they slow the bleeding. They've been able to reduce a 1k gold deficit and give themselves a clear win condition of securing this Mountain Soul. And again, this flash, very ambitious, applies the slow onto Super, allows for Khan to collapse in from top lane. And the idea is pretty good from Koi, but I guess they really didn't respect the ability of KC to collapse so quickly. That movement speed from MF can be quite deceptive.
Miwin getting caught out as well. The cherry on top, Kalist gets another kill, and no response from Koi. As you said, the respect wasn't there, and KC bite down, minimizing 2,000 gold. That was the difference before the play. And as you said, with that Dragon now leading in 4 minutes 30 to a soul for KC, a little bit more breathing room, maybe a little bit more wiggle room as well. We have to start thinking seriously about what KC have to offer as we get towards this mid to late game. As Koi going in deep, Kalista's found him. Onto Elyoya, Yike is there. Great little root caller as well. Elyoya flashes away.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yike has got him spiraling despair. And right now the Koi fans will also be going down that spiral. A shutdown. Atakan's there. Koi are throwing away this lead.
They're going for Otacon. Baron is alive. I wonder if they're going to be ambitious and go for both objectives. Targamas going to try and keep Miwin away. The mid tower will fall. You'll notice the Jojo pushing in the bot wave as well. He has teleport available.
Super thinking about what he can do, maybe just getting the push in and then leaving. Early back from Vladdy while Atakan's still going to be taken down. GA version given over to KC. Baron's also up, but they're not going to be that ambitious. Elyoya's up in 10 seconds, and Kalist just moves up, gets a turret, and pushes down. Kana, meanwhile, though, he's got the GA, remember. Jojo can't do too much more. Chaos Storm was launched.
I will say, I am surprised KC chose not to go for the Baron. Perhaps they thought that it was a greater risk, especially playing into Sivir and Vladdy, and I would very much... Vladdy, I'm so used to seeing Vladdy on Victor. I mean Jojo's Victor.
Okay.
But yes, and in that case, it makes sense why that they would avoid the Baron and instead get the Otacon. Now with the GAs, they're in a much better position they were in before. The gold deficit was 5.8k. They've clawed that back to 3.6k. A lot of that deficit sitting in jungle and mid lane. But really, you just have to keep your eyes on the itemization. You can see a full item advantage in favor of Jojo over his counterpart mid laner. The jungle difference doesn't really that much because Yike is more of a support than anything else. So once he completes this next item, he's basically full build anyway. Everything else after that is just kind of a luxury item. But the AD carries is where we're really starting to see the difference. And Infinity Edge is so close for Kalist. Bit more gold, and with that item, he's really going to spike hard. And Koi very quickly losing control of this game.
Again, it doesn't feel like they should. Still 4k in the lead. It's not like they've lost everything, and it's still a 3-item victor, 3-item Sivir as well. One big team fight, and we're back. Looking at Koi in an honorable light once again, but KC getting cheeky with their GA still up and available. Now, we don't have an Atacon timer for you, but I can mention that it looks like it's 3/4 off a cooldown, so maybe another minute to go max before that disappears. And around Baron, that would just be the icing on top, because Dragon's up in a minute 30, but a lot of wiggle room again when you have Soul Point and Baron's up at the same time. You can threaten one, you can look at the other. Either way, team has to respect.
Yeah, I will say, I did cast the curse them a bit when we talked about how it's nice to see them having improved their ability to convert winning mid games into end games, and then
you
they
did say
throw
that.
their mid game. So okay, Koi haven't fixed all their problems, which is fine. But We'll see if they can look to close this one out. As you rightly said, their advantage is still significant. KC can't afford to rest on their laurels.
What are laurels?
I don't know, it's just an expression.
It's just like your legs or something, right?
So many words in the English language that I know what they mean, but I couldn't properly define them for you.
I thought laurel was the name.
It is.
You know? I also, you know, laurels just also sounds like a funny word. So I just always wondered, you know. We didn't have to go down that rabbit hole, you know, but...
Thank you. I'm grateful for that.
Thank you over that.
Dragon in 35 seconds.
Laurel's a good name for a dragon.
Vladdy is very close to level 16 as well. A nice level for him. Getting that 3rd point in the ultimate. The Cyrilda's Grudge finished for Kana as well. Getting a bit of a change on this patch.
Mega big as the Dawn Core as well for Yike. 3rd up.
Alvaro.
It's a great engage though. Ignore that. KC have blown apart. JoJo's Chaos Storm takes the Rift and Super takes Vladdy. Yike running for his life. Delio flew in, but Koya back. 2 kills are big, and that solved conversation out the window.
Ruthless efficiency from Alvaro as his ultimate connects onto the 2 carries and executes them without room to breathe. Neither flash was used because they were not given the opportunity. The Dragon Soul will be denied, and the Baron is now in the eyes of Koi.
Alvaro's Rakan looking clean this game. Say what you want to say about the down points of Koi, but everything else has been stellar. Holding the Dragon for now as Elyoya needs to move into position. I mean, an attempt to steal. Yike has a way in. Mirwin tries to body slam. Yike has flash available, but no steal. Smite secured. 2 dragons for Koi. And we are back to rooting the roost.
Okay, so a bit too much time on the Dragon, which means no Baron, but look at this engage. Flash into double charm, double knockup. The cleanse not going to help you when you're in the air like that. Then the burst comes through from the 2 carries. Alvaro really has had a great performance in this series. His Nautilus in game 2 was fantastic. His Rakan looking to do the same. As Koi now playing with more confidence, knowing that they're back in a winning position once more. Plenty of time until the threat of the Soul on the side of KC, and JoJo, look at this angle.
He is indeed playing it, but he's right into a bullet time as set up with the Chaos Storm zones off. Vladdy, JoJo trying to get into his Alvaro once again, but he's interrupted. Great little root caller. KC are kiting back, and I'm worried here, but Mirwin brings my ward to naught. Yike survives for now. Hang on a minute, Elyoya is down, and JoJo's caught out as well. Yike's dead. In goes Alvaro again, but the poke's still there. KC are playing it back. A messy fight. Koi, what are you doing? KC just took every donation possible as Khalid walks back from Super, the only left alive from the Weird Fish.
KC outplays them in the team fight as Super is the last one standing. A heavy overcommitment from JoJo. Elyoya really not being given purchase